AWS Endurance Cup brings us to the south of France, to the sunshine of the Circuit of Paul Ricard. It's a hugely important race because it's of 6 hours duration, which means there are greater points on offer for where you finish across the classes, but also it is a vital training race for the Total 24 hours of Spa. And one of the teams heading there, eager for a good result, is the Mercedes squad with, amongst the drivers, the young, very rapid Dutchman, Stijn Schothorst.
We're strong in the other sectors, especially the last one. I think that's a sector that suits the Mercedes well. But yeah, the straight line speed is an issue, and in the race especially that could cost us, because the downforce that we have on the car cannot be used if you're following another car, and then we will be sitting ducks in the straight. So it's a bit worrying, but still we have high hopes and we think we can do a good job.
Audi is always a strong brand in these long races, and again uses this as a really good preparation for Spa. For WRT, the combination of Charles Weert, Dries van Thor and Kelvin van der Linde has got to start as one of the favourites. They've won endurance races before, they could be on for another victory here.
Starting off here, I think Imola started extremely well, so we want to try and keep that momentum going. WRT, both my teammates we're starting to gel really well after last year starting off our relationship, and it's been great. And then Nürburgring coming off a high. I have to say the batteries are a bit low after 7 weeks of driving. But yeah, luckily I got these two boys to kind of carry me if I need it a little bit. But I'm going to be pushing like hell in the race, obviously, like always, and we'll see if we can bring home another one. That'd be great.
Since the last endurance round, Jules Gounod has been winning in the German Championship, in British GT, in Intercontinental GT. Now he wants a Fanatec GT victory to add to his name, upholding Mercedes' honour.
I think it's not only WRT, you know, this championship has so many strong cars, the field is extremely competitive. The level of the driver here in this championship is really insane. So I'm really proud to be part of this, but we're going to have to work harder to try to catch WRT that are really strong. Also Aston is strong, Lambo is strong, many cars. So that's why we love SRO and Endurance Championship, but there is still a lot of work to do. It's a track that particularly doesn't suit us so much because this car is really the strongest point is cornering and the straight line's been even. So we will see this weekend, but Akodis is doing a fantastic job. My two teammates also with Danny and Lelo. So I think we have good chance. Last year we did P5 or P4 if I remember, with a perfect race. So our goal is to score strong points here, to be strong in this championship. We are standing P2 right now, and then we try to score big points in Spa.
Now don't forget, we've got the Silver Cup as well, which generates huge battles throughout that category. WRT and Audi well represented here. Thomas Neubauer, one of the drivers to watch. He's been a winner in silver before, not only for Audi, but also for Mercedes. Remember, he won outright at Brands Hatch as a Silver Cup entrant a few seasons ago. And this could be a car to beat in silver.
Yeah, I think we are really focused on the race pace, even more than on the quali pace. I know it can be strange to hear, but we're here for a 6-hour race, so the race pace is obviously very important. So yeah, I think we show great pace, great race in the first round in Imola, and we try to do the same this weekend in Paul Ricard.
Another of the crack Audi squads is Atemto Racing. We've seen the squad take race victories in the past, and you can never discount Arkin Arka's team. Driving number 99, one of the other young up-and-comers, Marius Zug.
Well, it's been, I could even call it our weekend in Silver Cup from the get-go. But yeah, then eventually the last task of the weekend was more or less the last pit stop to get that one clean, and we didn't. So we finished second. I mean, just second is hard to say in this competitive field, but we would have hoped for more, and that's what we will aim for this weekend. I mean, I just love coming here. It's both the circuit and the surroundings, but yeah, I generally enjoy coming here. It's also the senior, the fast corner, and then the combination to the slow bits in the first sector. But yeah, in general, there's not a single corner I don't enjoy around here. So yeah, looking forward to get going.
Another experienced and very rapid Ferrari peddler is the Monegasque Cedric Sfrazioli, and he's going to be another driver to keep an eye to over a grueling 6 hours here at Paul Ricard.
It started pretty well. Obviously, you know, we finished second. We're aiming for first this time, so it's a longer race. A lot can happen, but I think we're ready, and we'll see, you know, which are going to be the best brands on track and the best drivers pairing. But we definitely look forward to it. This is for sure going to be a great practice. Also for Hugo, it's going to be his first time in night session, so definitely a good experience for him as well, and very good training for all of us for the 24th.
Life has been a bit tough for Sky Tempesta Racing this year because the squad has made the decision to change brands and also to a new team. And Eddie Cheever is adapting from Ferrari to Mercedes.
We really need a good result. We won here last year, so hopefully this is the place to have a start for a better season. The team is working really hard to try and fix our problems. For sure it's also driving because we didn't get a lot of driving time, and obviously we wanted John to drive more in the bronze test, and guess what, it rained again, so that's quite unlucky, but I'm sure that all three of us go really fast in Paul Ricard, so hopefully it's going to be a good one.
Taking on Eddie Cheever in this new Gold Cup is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and amongst the drivers of this car, enthusiastic Ralph Bowen.
We had a very good start in Imola, and we are happy to be here at Paul Ricard, and let's see what this 6 hours will bring us.
There'll be another good, fierce fight to look for in the Pro-Am contest as well, and one of the teams here that could be on for a victory, SPS Automotive Performance, headed by Dominic Baumann. The Mercedes has proved to be an ideal car over long 6-hour races such as this, and as long as they stay out of trouble, a win could be on.
Everyone knows the track here, a lot of testing, winter testing. For us, I think it's a good track because we all know the track quite well. Now with the change of the driver with Martin, he did the race last weekend here in GT Open, but I think it should be a good weekend for us. With 55 or even more cars, it's always difficult in the night. And let's see, I hope we go through and with no problems, but I like driving in the night.
Remember how this championship works. There's a separate endurance and sprint championship and then a combined full season for the overall Pro-Am, Gold and Silver categories. For this race, the overall class is for any drivers. Pro-Am is for Platinum with 2 bronzes, the Silver is for Silver drivers only, and the new Gold Cup takes either a Platinum or Gold with 1 Silver and 1 Bronze driver. We've got 54 cars on the entry from 9 manufacturers: Aston Martin, Audi, Bentley, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes and Porsche all go toe-to-toe. For this race, the maximum a driver can do in a stint is 65 minutes, so they'll pit round about the hour. That means 5 pit stops with a refuelling time with the hose connected of 41 seconds. You're allowed a so-called joker pit stop where you can be under, but you only get to play that once. In qualifying, there's a point for pole in each class, and this race being of a slightly longer distance than the normal 3 hours earns you more points. 33 for a win, 24 for second. And the top 5 in the overall and silver categories in the Fanatec esports race take those points for their teams. And this race and this championship all count towards the Fanatec Global GT World Challenge, in which Mercedes heads Audi with Ferrari chasing in third. So cars making their way to the grid. Welcome everybody to what promises to be another dramatic 6 hours. We have had some great racing around Paul Ricard over the years that this has been a staple of the calendar. Not only of course a race in itself, but also don't forget it is very important practice in many ways, racing in the night for the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, which is the next round of the Endurance Championship. So track temperature 41.2 degrees centigrade. The Paul Ricard circuit in fine form. The grid filling up. David Addison and John Watson trackside. And John, this is still quite a lap, quite a challenge.
Certainly is, and it's a funny kind of evening. As muggy as anything, very humid. Track temperature very high indeed. Ambient still 27 Celsius. So let's have a little look as the tracker tries to beat me yet again as it makes its way down the Mistral straight through Scene, flat out into Bousset, and then quick through the chicane. And that's a new lap record for the tracker. It's done it yet again to me.
It is 15 turns. It's over 5k in length. It is Jules Gounon who is the lap record holder. And that was in his Bentley days. Now he is a Mercedes driver. He's won in British GT, he's won in the German Championship, he's won in Intercontinental GT. Can he win in Fanatec GT as well? Well, let's find out, because Jules Gounon is down on the grid. So too is Gemma Scott.
Jules, Lalo, great to see you both. Qualifying threw up no surprises, I don't think, really, for anybody from what we talked about earlier on in the day. But starting on the second row of the grid, what have you got to do here at the start, Lalo?
Just to, 6 hours, I try to have a good position after 2 hours and to give the car in good shape to my teammates.
Jules, you're local to this circuit as well. We were just talking about the weather and the fact that it's so hot still and so muggy, but it feels kind of damp in the air.
Yeah, you know, in summer in south of France when it's really hot, it can be showers, but you know, if there is showers and Lelo is driving, I think there is be some problem for the others, so I'm quite happy it can be happening at the beginning, but it's a very long race. This track is so hard for the cars. We are driving, let's say, to the maximum of what we are allowed, so it's very close to the track limit, or it's a lot of track limit, so I know John doesn't like it, but we are trying to go as fast as possible and we go where it's acceptable. But for the car, it's not good. So like Lelo, the goal is to try to finish, score some big points. It's not the best track for us, so let's give our best and we see where we end up.
Thank you. Have a great race, both of you.
Thank you.
So Raffaele Marciello, Jules Grunant gets set for the number 88 Mercedes, which is their mount for the next 6 hours. Talk about the fact that a stint is 65 minutes for the pit out to pit in line, or from the start of the race if you're the start driver to pit in. But some teams will do a double stint for each, others will do one, rotate the drivers, then do the second and rotate the drivers. It'll be interesting to see which of those strategies works out the best.
Well, it looks to me as if Raffaele Marciello gave it away by saying after 2 hours he'll hand it over to his teammates.
Indeed.
So looks like he's in at the start. We know he's going to start, so he's going to do a double stint and then he's going to roll into the pit lane and hand over to the teammates.
Danny Juncadella and Jules Grunant, the other two drivers. Let's head back down to the grid. 71 is there on pole position. Daniel Serra will be the start driver. Gemma is down there.
Well, down here with our pole sitters, of course. You guys put in an outstanding performance this morning. Daniel's starting the race. Which stint will either of you two take, Davide?
Which, sorry?
Which stint will you take?
Will be a long race, of course. We are in the best position to start. The race we know is very long, so we just need to stay out of trouble and do our best on the pit stop and of course on the race pace. Very soon we will come the lap car because a 54 car on track, so we will do our best.
Like you say, it's a long race, but historically these endurance races are still very much a sprint.
Yeah, as we saw in the past, especially here in Paul Ricard, we should push from the beginning until the end. We showed this morning we have a good car, so we just need to focus on ourselves. We know the competitors are quite strong also, so we try to do our best and we will see at the end.
Absolutely. Have a great race. Thank you, boys.
Antonio Fuoco nearest to us, Davide Arrigon, the other driver you've been hearing from, and Daniel Serra, who is going to start already ensconced behind the wheel of the Iron Lynx Ferrari. Iron Lynx, of course, winning last year's Spa 24 Hours, but Alessandro Pierguidi, having won the Endurance Championship, not part of the team for Fanatec GT this year. There, number 32, Charles Weerts will start, having been at the classroom yesterday for his university English exam, but he's joined by Calvin van der Linde and Dries van Thorp. And let's go and find out who Gemma can find, basically, around number 32. Perm any one or all of those three.
Yeah, it's pretty packed down here. It's a very busy grid, but we've got Dries and Kelvin with us now, obviously the 32 car. Talk to me about qualifying this morning. You know, you were pushing so hard, Dries, you put in the purple time in the first quali session and then just struggled for the rest of the session.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What can we say?
Teammates were basically too slow. He nailed it. We were just way too slow, basically.
I mean, yeah. I think we did a good job. Starting P3 is good here. It's better than second. I think anyway, third is always better. The Ferrari was flying in qualifying. Hopefully they're a bit slower in the race, but I think we've got a good race car and we've got a consistent car, which is important in the 6-hour race. Hopefully a bit more consistent than the Ferrari, but that we will find out.
You've also got some great results that you're coming here off the back of as well, which has got to give you the confidence in not only yourselves, but the car and the team.
I mean, always have confidence in these guys. We're becoming a bit of a dream team, the three of us. We enjoy racing together, have a lot of fun here last year, coming off the podium, so we want to try and repeat that. We're leading the championship, so we have to try and stay in the mix before Spa.
The bromance continues. Have a great race, guys. Cheers.
Calvin van der Linde, of course, splits his time between the Endurance Cup and also racing in the DTM for GT3 style cars. Charles Weerts then will start. Fourth on the grid, we've already heard from the Mercedes crew. Second on the grid is the car there, the Porsche of Klaus Bachler, Coleman Edgar and Matteo Cairoli. Did look as though there was a gap ahead of the Mercedes. So the published grid that we have should have that Porsche on the front row. But I'm not convinced, John, it's there. Let me have a peer
Well, we're
out of the
not seeing
window.
a Porsche on the front row, both or on the grid or looking down on the grid from the commander position. Well, just to go, but there's the 54 now being pushed. And is that being pushed to its proper grid position?
I think so. I think it's just taken so
Very
long to
late
get through everybody.
Yeah. But just listening to what Dries van Thor and Kelvin van der Linde were saying, they're starting in the second row of the grid, but they're starting directly behind what would be the pole-sitting car, the Ferrari, and that gives them a fractional benefit going into turn one. It's a turn to the left, then you've got this sort of a chicane thing, and then back to the right. So if they can sort of wedge the Audi in directly behind the Ferrari, assuming Ferrari gets into that corner first of all, then that gives them an opportunity. But now the Klaus Bachler Porsche has filled its proper grid position, and that's alongside the Ferrari. It sort of shuts down the options that maybe WRT think they've got.
Absolutely. Well, the Porsche was the type of car that won here last year, and Koen Ledegaard has been victorious for McLaren, for Porsche and for Ferrari in this championship. What can he do in the next 6 hours?
It's fantastic to see the Porsche on the front row.
Yeah, finally we managed to have good qualifying, but as difficulties to find a clear lap. The team did a mega job managing the traffic for us in the radio, so we can thank them quite a lot.
And for a moment, we thought you weren't going to come to the grid. We were worrying where the car was, but there's so many people to get through.
Yeah, which is nice in the end. I think the end of the situation, and also having Valentino on the grid helps to have a pretty full grid.
No, they're all here for you. Talk to me quickly just about the race pace. Are you going to convert this qualifying pace now into a competitive race pace?
Yeah, for sure. Still a 6-hour race going into the night. So we have also to think to have a great car, great balance in the end of the race. So I hope we can manage a podium in this one, and why not to win, but it's still a long one. You need to stay out of trouble and a lot of traffic ahead.
Absolutely. Well, have a great race. Thank you for talking to us.
We've gained another Porsche this weekend. The Allied Racing number 91 entry joins the grid. Alex Malikin, James Dorlin and Ben Barker, we got used to seeing in a Barwell Lamborghini Endurance Cup at Imola, but there's been a parting of the ways, and so Alex Malikin, James Dorlin and Ben Barker head to Porsche and head to Allied Racing. Of course, the regular haunt for Ben Barker is a Porsche these days. Alex Malikin and James Dorlin share Redline Racing's Lamborghini and British GT, but sharing this Porsche for Allied Racing away from Simon Leonard's British squad, the Jan Kaspelik-owned team, Allied Racing. So more Porsche presence on the grid, and that car running in the Gold Cup will be one to watch as the 6 hours unfolds. Really busy grid, good to have lots of people in the stands again as well, and just wonder what the weather gods have in store for us before the end of the night. I wonder what's in store for Lamborghini teams as well. Albert Costa is going to start 6th on the grid for Emil Frey Racing, and Albert is with Gemma.
Albert, as always, smiling. Qualifying this morning, are you happy with where you are on the grid?
Yeah. This is a 6 hours race. It's going to be a long trip to the end. And the last 2 years, well, actually this third year, we are starting always P6. We never finish in a good position. We always had some problems. So third time here in a 6th position, maybe is the good one. So we will see. But yes, the qualifying personally went not so good with the traffic, but I managed to do a good lap. And yeah, I think it's good position to start, to fight, and we will see. One position per hour, and maybe we can be on top.
And with your aggression, you're not allowed to start the car, right?
No. But yeah, we need to keep positive. The race is so long. Maybe the weather will be interesting because there is some cloudy there. We are in France, everything can happen. Let's survive the first lap, and we will see what we can do. We are strong lineup, a strong car, so what we can do, full gas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great race, Albert.
And there is a car that we haven't yet come to, but there is a huge amount of interest surrounding, and it is the Valentino Rossi Audi, and the great man will start. It's going to be interesting again, A, to see how he fares on the opening stint, but whether he's going to do one 65-minute stint or do a double and get it out of the way.
Well, I'm surprised, in fact, that Valentino Rossi is starting the race, because he's right in the heart of the front of the grid, and it's going to be very tough in the opening laps. I would have personally liked to see him do a lot of the nighttime running, or as much of it as he can do, to ensure that he gets some of that experience driving, racing at nighttime. Maybe in the case of the 46 WRT Audi, they're going to do single-hour stints. But, you know, it's all conjecture on my part. They don't come up and give us a list of what the drivers are doing. But Valentino Rossi is behind the wheel when this race will get underway, what will be 10 minutes from now.
He does know about starting the races because of the Sprint Cup, where you start one, you finish one. But I would have thought putting him in for 2 hours would be useful, because there's a lot to learn in one continuous long stint. Nicky Thiem there takes the start in number 95. This is the Aston Martin that Marco Sorensen crashed at the very start of free practice yesterday, and a huge amount of work has had to be done to get that car onto the grid. It is 10th, the Aston Martin. Good to have Aston within the so-called pro class, and Nicky Tim is sure to be a contender over the first few stints.
Oh, undoubtedly. I mean, I think he's the entertainer of all the drivers that compete throughout the season. He is the one that consistently makes things happen. And just, I mean, to me, to see a driver of that caliber and that sort of kind of view or joie de vivre behind the wheel is just, it adds to the show.
He's a great character. So is Nick Katzberg, who will start the number 98 Rover Racing BMW M4. One of the two M4s that we have on the grid, the other one being the BMW Junior drivers, number 50. Why is it 50? Because it celebrates this year 50 years of the BMW M brand. Nick Katzberg, World Touring Car racer, of course, and Spa 24-hour race winner as well. It is a huge grid of cars. The grid is now being cleared of the VIPs of the teams. There'll be one engineer that remains with the cars ready to fire up engines at the 1 minute board. Co-drivers make their way down the pit road, and until it's their time behind the wheel, they can do little other than watch the screen. So pole is on the right as you look. The yellow Ferrari of Daniel Serra, Klaus Bachler alongside Charles Weert's Audi starts third, and fourth is Raffaele Marciello's Audi. Let's slalom past the marshals and get as far as Benjamin Goethe, who will start in number 30 alongside Mirko Bortolotti. Valentino Rossi on row 4. Number 12 is Luca Giotto. The white Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen, Nicky Tim alongside. Then you go to the Lamborghini of Costa Lapalainen and Nicky Katzberg in the BMW. Al-Faisal Al-Zubar is next, and the green McLaren started by Rob Bell ahead of Lucas Legere, who we'll get to in the Santalot blue Audi. 99 is Alex Arca alongside. Go Baccaro, the next Lamborghini, Giacomo Altway starts. Brendan Aribe in number 7 ahead of Lorenzo Ferrari, and number 4 of Alain Valente. Then Tommaso Mosca, esports winner last night, alongside Neil Verhagen ahead of Sarah Bovey, alongside Dennis Marshall. Then it's Cesar Gazzo and Ethan Simeone for Garage 59 ahead of Arnold Robin and Finlay Hutchison. Then Miguel Ramos and Ralph Bone. Hubert Haupt is next with Christian Kleen's restyled McLaren next on the grid. Maro Calamia and Rob Collard, good to have him on the grid, are next ahead of Maro Engel a long way back and Martin Conrad. Then you've got Hugo Valente and Baptiste Moulin just ahead of Louis Machiels and Chris Froggatt. Hugo Delacour is alongside there, the Mad Panda Mercedes of Ezequiel Perez Companc. Nicky Leutwiler is a welcome returner to the championship alongside the Porsche of Alex Malakian ahead of Mashish Blaszek and then Valentin Asclo. Joel Stern and Tanat Saturn-Tierenkool's Porsche come next ahead of Jeff Kingsley and Nico Gomar. Isaac Lopez, there's a gap where there is no Benjamin Highties in 563 from VSR, but we do have Benjamin Lessen at the back of the grid, so it was worth doing that because it's identified the space where 563 Lamborghini should have been, and we'll peer in a moment to the end of the pit lane to see whether it is there. But that is the grid. Question mark then over number 563 from the VSR team. John, when we get going for the race, the first few corners, it's just about keeping out of trouble, isn't it?
Well, first of all, this is a grid of Spa proportions. I mean, it's just an enormous field, and of course it's a rolling start, so when the lead front 3-4 rows come around and the lights go from red to green, there will still be row upon row upon row that are making their way more or less through Village de Tours, the penultimate corner, or even the Courbe de Village, which is even further around the lap. So they will be waiting to get onto a pit straight to go when that race has got underway, and it'll be a mad charge. Hopefully the madness will be contained, because into turn 1 it's a pinch point between the left to the right. Frequently we see people having to dive off and go behind the right exit of the chicane, but they need to be careful not to be seen to be gaining an advantage. If they do gain an advantage, they have to give that back up. But the reason they do it is to avoid contact, and as long as they give the positions up, if they have gained one, then there's nothing lost.
15-second board then is shown. Green flag will be waved on the ground to release the cars. They will follow the leading car as it is, which will control the start of the race and all this time, so that as close to 6 p.m. as possible we will be underway. The lead car blasts away, and now the race cars follow suit with Daniel Serra in that yellow Ferrari ready to blast away. Now, have we just found at the back of the grid the number 563 Lamborghini? Let's double check when they blast away. So here's another look by the start driver at the grid, Daniel Serra and Klaus Bachler at the front. From Charles Weert and Raffaele Marciello, Benjamin Goethe and Mirko Bortolotti share the third row. Then you have got Valentino Rossi and Luca Giotto on row 4 from Nicholas Nielsen and Nicky Tim. Costa Lapalainen is next with Nick Katzberg lining up alongside, and then Al-Faisal Al-Zubar and Rob Bell on the 7th row. Row 8, Lucas Legere and Alex Arca ahead of Giacomo Altway and Brendan Aribe. The 10th row, Lorenzo Ferrari and Alain Valente ahead of Tommaso Mosca and Neil Verhagen. Sarah Bovey lines up alongside Dennis Marshall. Cesar Gazzo and Ethan Simeone are on the 13th row. The 14th row, Arnold Robin and the Scottish driver Finlay Hutchison. Miguel Ramos is on row 15 alongside the Gold Cup Porsche of Ralph Bohm. Hubert Hout, Team Patron, is next for HRT alongside Christian Klein ahead of Mauro Calamia, and Rob Collard returns to Barwell. Mauro Engel a long way back. That car was never featuring this morning, is alongside Martin Conrad. Then it is Hugo Volante alongside Baptiste Moulin. Louis Machiels is on the 20th row alongside Chris Froggatt. Then you've got Hugo Delacour's Ferrari and Ezequiel Perez Compact. Nicky Leutwiler is alongside the Porsche of Alex Malikin. He has been late away, we understand, ahead of Maciej Blazek and then Valentin Asclot. Joel Sturm and Tanat Satarin-Tirankul come next ahead of Jeff Kingsley and Nico Gomar. It's Isaac Tutumlu and Benjamin Heites next. I think that car did get to the grid eventually, but we'll check, and Benjamin Lessen rounds us out. So Malikin, having stopped on the grid, just need to check whether he gets to his grid position. He should start at the very back. If he was last away, he should start at the very back, because if you're overtaken by the last car, you really should start at the back of the grid. So we'll double check where he slots into position. 27 rows of cars. There's the Sky Tempesta Racing Mercedes. So we can go for the start either on board with Charles Wirtz in number 32 Audi. That's his view as he vigorously weaves the car up towards the chicane. He will go past that on the left and keep going up the Mistral. Chicane used for the support races here, but it's approaching that on the left-hand side. There you can see the McLaren 111 that's going to be started by Christian Klein. That also seemed to be a little bit lacking pace this morning. 51 is another option on board. That's going to be started by Nicholas Nielsen. Cars turning their way up through Senior. And Valentino Rossi can also offer us a view of the start in the number 46 Audi. Just repositioning his crash helmet a little bit there as he comes up towards Senior. You can see how long the grid is. It stretches way back. The Sky Tempesta Mercedes number 93. That car, which in the hands of Eddie Cheever was held up in traffic. A car starting a quick lap, as coming towards the end of a quick lap was Eddie Cheever, so that rather compromised his run and therefore didn't really help life on the aggregate on those combined times. So then we are set to go racing. And the safety car, if it's happy, will dive for the pit lane. And then, John, the battle begins.
Yeah, 6 hours around Paul Ricard. Certainly a good 2.5 hours of those 6 hours are going to be in total darkness. And, of course, you're driving into the sun as it sets to the west, all the way from the exit of Virage Dupont down into the first turn to the left, to the right. And that was an issue. It caused a problem last night, and some of the practice for drivers really exiting the pit lane. There's a demarcation line, and they crossed that because they said the sun was in a rise we couldn't see. So everybody needs to be cautious and aware of that 1 hour, 50 minutes or whatever, when the sun is dropping down into the west.
So then the field makes its way up towards the Virage Dupont. And is this going to be, in the drag race, a Porsche or a Ferrari that leads down towards turn 1? It is just about 6 o'clock local time. It is a 6-hour race. It is the second race within the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It is Paul Ricard. It is hot. It is a little bit cloudy, but it is go as the cars accelerate up towards the line and the lights go green. And away goes Daniel Serra from pole position. He absolutely nails the start then. And a good getaway by Charles Wirtz in the Audi on the inside line as they dive down towards turn 1. Daniel Serra will lead. To the outside line goes Klaus Bachler. Tries to find a way through, but he can't do so as the field pours its way into turn 1. So far, so good. Out of the S's, down towards the chicane they come for the first time. A few get squeezed off the racetrack, including number 93 in the hands of Chris Froggatt, but he buys back some track space, and it's the Ferrari of Daniel Serra that's converted pole into the lead.
Yes, good start from the front 3 rows of the grid. A bit messy in the middle of the pack going into those opening 2 corners there. You can see Rossi just juggling for position. You know, people all over him, around him and behind him, so he's just focusing on what he's doing on board momentarily as we came through Les Cols onto this back straight, the famous Mistral straight, the straight that is seriously affected by the Mistral wind, but no wind here this evening.
Straight away, the start is under investigation. That might just be a matter of course. And was there a little bit of smoke hanging in the air there, as though maybe a car had just rubbed? Yes, there is. We've got one in strife already. It's Hubert Haupt. There's a great battle going on here. There's 4 in a pack with Rob Bell in the McLaren at the head of it. Look as they come up towards the right-hander of Senior, but straight away, number 5, Hubert Haupt, is in trouble in the Mercedes, as there, round the outside to try to claim a place goes Nick Katzberg. Ben Goethe way wide the wrong side of the markers, and there's another one getting its own postcode.
Yeah, it's gone so far off track we couldn't even see the car. Nicky Katzberg just pinched the BMW enough to get it inside and diving up there. I mean, 63. Mirko Bortolotti just having been losing a position and tries immediately to come back. But whether he will be able to gain enough to come down into the Veyrat de la Tour. So he's up the inside, and that's a strong move.
It is indeed. Valentino Rossi there is in the mix as well. Look, as they come up towards the end of the opening lap then. Benjamin Goethe, number 30, Audi, doing a good job. He has really improved since his debut in the championship. But the safety car, I think, is being deployed. It is the safety car at the end of lap 1. Now, that's interesting that we go straight to safety car rather than a full course yellow.
Yes, it is. Now, we saw there was contact into turns 1, 2. There's, the Mercedes. I can't believe it, Maro Engel. And the, oh, dear me.
Well, he's got damage. We'd seen Hubert Haupt in strife. Look at that tin can job, punctured tyre, maybe damaged suspension, peel the bodywork away at the back.
That's going to go straight into the garage. The bodywork will come away relatively quickly. It's just how much damage there may be to the mountings for the bodywork that will take the time for the engineers. Possible damage to the rear suspension as well. And that was a potential race-winning car. The AMG Get Speed, Mercedes-Benz, Maro Engel, Stein Schotthorst and Lucas Stolz.
But that was really struggling for pace in qualifying, and we were talking about it this morning. You've got to qualify well, because otherwise you're in the traffic, and that was on the 18th row of the grid. It was always going to be in jeopardy.
Absolutely, and that's why the middle of anything from row sort of 12 back is in no man's land. You just really would like to have somebody just come in, parachute you out, and then put you down on a clear bit of racetrack. It is so congested. Look at how close it is. The car's effectively now in a single line as they come on to Mistral Straight. Things can now calm down after what turned out to be a much more dramatic opening lap than we actually saw on camera. There's the 5 Mercedes, but I can't believe that Hoop and the number 2 were the cars that got together. The damage on the back of the number 2 team Get Speed Mercedes, clearly a big impact front to rear in the case of the number 2 car.
And we also lost 159, the Manuel Maldonado, Ethan Simeoni, Nikolai Kiergaard McLaren, and that has stopped at turn 7, which is Ben D'Or, which is the part of the circuit they're approaching now. So the safety car scrambled at the end of the opening lap, and there is the McLaren that's gone behind the barrier, pushed behind the barrier. So the road looks like it's clear.
Would appear so. We certainly very quickly had that safety car deployed. Normally, as you point out, we get a full course yellow to get things stabilized, but immediately safety car, and well, we've seen 3 cars now, 2 Mercedes and 1 McLaren, but we don't know the cause. We don't know whereabouts this all kicked off.
Well, looking around the racetrack, can't see anything else that would need the safety car, so it's going to do maybe one more lap. And there is number 2 Mercedes, so the road is clear. If it was the McLaren getting into the back of the Mercedes, well, the Mercedes got as far as the pit lane, the McLaren has expired around the racetrack.
Well, certainly I can guarantee you one thing: the damage at the rear of the Mercedes, it didn't reverse into the McLaren. That is for sure.
No. So looks like the 159 McLaren is the first retirement on the basis that it's not going to get to the pit lane. And the cars then now make this run through the turn 3 Saint-Baume corner. And under the safety car, you know the format, you can't overtake, you've got to hold position. And the cars then, having just had that one racing lap, have to do it all over again. Valentino Rossi, 7th, good first lap.
Very good first lap, but a disappointing opening lap for Marcello on the second row of the grid, so they've lost effectively 2 positions.
Now let's have a look at the start of the race from assorted angles and piece it all together. So pole position, Daniel Serra, really good getaway. Backler couldn't go with him. Did that impede Marcello? Not hugely. I think it was just Charles Wirtz on his toes.
I think Wirtz was on his toes. I think Marcello had a normal start. but he found himself compromised coming up into turn 1, and I don't know whether that's where he lost out, but look at the rest of the field. How congested is the racetrack coming down into turn 1? Probably about 5 cars wide on a racetrack that's really meant to be wide enough for 3 cars. Cars all been almost, one of the Ferraris almost catching the wall that sort of demarcates the racetrack limits. But here we go into turn 1, swing in. This is further down, this is down at turn 4, the far end of the racetrack. So Rossi running, Rossi's made up positions. As a consequence of that start he had, he seems to have found a way to get past at least a couple of cars to end up behind Marcello.
In that last shot, as the cars got to the previous corner, there was something, it looked like an Audi that got into the back of the number 2 Mercedes and turned it round. The camera was just panning away as Mauro Engel was tagged into a spin, but it wasn't by the McLaren, it was something red or pink that got into the back.
Okay, well that then, apologies to the McLaren for having been the tire that drove into the back of the Mercedes. So we have another view, no doubt, at some time. And on board, and that's with the 51 Ferrari, James Collado. But this is the start from the point of view of Charles Ferretz. Good start by the Ferrari, but excellent start by Charles Ferretz.
So Marciello tries to squeeze in, but he can't. And he gets sort of hung out to dry a little bit on the outside down towards the first corner. The safety car will be in this time, by the way. But as they turn out of turn 1, Wirtz then getting himself up behind the Porsche. And this the view from on board Valentino Rossi's car.
You can see that the car directly ahead of Rossi, that's the Jean-Baptiste 7-hour car. Benjamin Gota behind the wheel, dabbed the brakes, and I suspect Rossi might have momentarily come off the throttle thinking the car was going to slow down. That would have caused him to lose fractional momentum, but nevertheless he kept out of trouble, and that is his key, is to stay out of trouble and just make sure he gets into a routine, into a rhythm, and then starts to build from that.
And this was how Chris Froggatt saw it all coming down towards Sambo. Now have a look up the road. There are cars going across the curbs. He tries to give everybody as much room as he can, but up the road there's contact, and there was Mauro Engel facing the traffic, and he was turned around by one of the red Audis, which I reckon is that one, just, oh no, the Mercedes rather it could have been, out to the side. There was another car. And there is the McLaren that got into the Audi. So that's where Maldonado picked up his damage. So that looked like one of the car collection Audis, Hugo Valent's car, I think that was, that got involved. So Valent possibly turned around the Mercedes, then had his own drama, got tagged by the McLaren. Right, so all that's needed clearing up. The safety car's going to be in this time. Oh, right.
A bit breathless for the first lap.
Well, it was rather.
Well, certainly for the next 2 laps, trying to unravel all that took place in that mid-pack towards the tail of the field.
And we understand from Gemma in the pits that Hubert Haupt glanced off the rotating angle as well. Right, safety car peels back in, pace quickens. So that was the first 10 minutes of drama done, and we go racing again. This is the end of lap number 4 as the green flag is ready. That's the voice of the race director, Alain Adam, who was a bit busy to shout safety car earlier with everything going on around him. But he calls for the green, and we go back racing again as up towards the timing line goes Daniel Serra. Good restart, John, because again he's pulled out a gap of about 7/10.
Yes, he managed to get, I don't know why he got the run off that final turn. I thought maybe Klaus Bachler might have been a little bit more aware that the race was going to go green and get himself into a position to follow Serra all the way down here into turn 1, then into turn 2. But, you know, it's early days. He doesn't have to race flat out on this sort of second restart. He just needs to get through the lap clean. A bit of, well, was that bodywork got flicked up? I think it might be a bit of carbon fibre that got flicked up as they came through that little RS de la Verrière.
That's Valentino Rossi, you can see, ahead of the Nicholas Nielsen Ferrari, and up the road ahead is Mirko Bortolotti, who is crawling all over the back of Benjamin Goethe. So the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini looking for a way to get onto terms, to gain a place here. Goethe is doing a very good job. I said it before the safety car came out, but he really has improved since he first came a little bit out of his depth into the championship in that GPX Porsche, but he really looks much more at home these days with a lot more experience.
I think he started to shave. You know, he's actually grown up.
Because he was, what, 16 when he came to the grid to begin with.
He was a callow youth
yeah,
at that time.
A big ask. Right, out of senior they come, but Goethe here in the Rofco Gulf colours, staying on the tail of the leaders. Back into the race, by the way, has gone number 2 Mercedes, but it's 2 laps down. Mauro Engel is back out and running, but he's lost 2 laps.
Well, a great effort by the team to get the car in, get the bodywork removed, but a big challenge from Mirko Bortolotti in contact with Goethe as they come up into the rather tight S and S band door So you can see Goethe coming back at Bertolotti as they come down. There, the Lamborghini squeezes through, and Goethe did the right thing and didn't try and shut the door. And behind, sitting behind it, Raffaele Marcello thinking, well, maybe this lap will be my turn to make up a position. Look how close he is behind Goethe as they come on to start-finish straight.
So up towards the timing line comes Marcello then. Daniel Serra leading by 0.4 of a second, although Klaus Bachler doing the fastest lap of the race that time through. So the Porsche is having a push. Witz is third, Bortolotti is up to fourth, Goethe is fifth, sixth Marcello, Rossi is seventh, but he's coming under attack. In eighth place it is Nielsen. Ninth is Rob Bell, who's just gained a place over Luca Giotto. And there, look, 57 up the inside. Lorenzo Ferrari makes a move against Giacomo Altway, and Marcello has just cleared Goethe. That's for fifth.
Yeah, and he looked like he was making that move. When he came out of the final turn, he got himself a better position, a better pace of that final turn. So whether he did it into the turns 1 and 2 or on the exit of turn 2, all the way down through the S's down into the chicane, as they call it. It is a chicane, but it's a chicane with no name.
Right, so Valentino Rossi then currently running 7th. Nicholas Nielsen is right up behind him, looking for a way by as they head into the approach to Senior now, halfway up the Mistral Straight. Ignore that chicane that has been in use for the earlier support races. They keep on going, the speed building all the time. Climb towards the right-hander, incline here, and then through that really fast right.
So Nicholas Nielsen will try and clear Valentino Rossi at the earliest opportunity. It's a quick car, and he doesn't want to get bogged down behind Rossi. So he'll keep his momentum, force the Italian to make an error. Hopefully that won't be the case. But look at this, Bachler coming back, going the long way around the outside. Can he make it stick? He has. Whoa. Where did the Porsche A get the grip and B get the speed from?
Fantastic move. Klaus Bachler right round the outside, into the lead he goes. And so Klaus Bachler, who has always been a Porsche specialist, whether it's been in one-make Porsche racing or GT racing, goes through, and that's Witz up the inside of Serra, tries to get the place, got his nose chopped off, and all of a sudden Serra is under attack, and so is Witz, because that delayed him, and Mirko Bortolotti says, right, third's mine.
That was a very ambitious move by Vance. It wasn't a sensible one because it compromised his exit. It gave Bertolotti the opportunity to get close, but he couldn't quite make it stick coming into turn 1 and 2. So Vance, very racy indeed, but almost paid the price. Yeah. Bertolotti has got intention, and he thought he was going to get through, get away, get that fourth place.
But look who's behind them. Fastest man on the circuit right now is Raffaele Marcello. He's now done the fastest lap of the race. So 5 for the race lead. Goethe, though, is staying with them. Rossi 7th, Nielsen is 8th, Bell 9th, Lappalainen is 10th. But now Klaus Bachler, having hit the front, tries to pull away.
Actually, as they came across the line, Bertolotti was fractionally ahead of Wertz.
Yes.
Because he's been recorded as 3rd position, where in fact he's not, he's in 4th position, because Wertz was able to consolidate into turn 1 and 2.
You're right.
So timing and scoring got it right for about maybe 10 metres, and then the position was retaken by Charles Wertz.
He was 6,000ths of a second ahead last time they crossed the line, was Bortolotti over Witz. He'd like to stay there permanently, and here he is, look, applying pressure, heading up towards Senior. Look back from Witz Audi, that's Bortolotti behind.
Yeah, but look behind the Lamborghini, the big yellow machine. Raffaele Marcello beginning to make progress. He started in the 2nd row of the grid, and they lost positions on that opening lap, so now he wants to clear again as quickly as possible, and people like Mirko Bortolotti will never ever give up a position without a fight.
So 63, Mirko Bortolotti. This is Marciello's view. He is staring at the back of the Lamborghini, which in turn is on the back of the Charles Witz Audi. Klaus Bachler, the race leader. 2nd is Daniel Serra. And it's really 5 in a line for the lead. Into the Virage du Pont now.
And no surprise, Marcello has had the fastest race lap, and he will be looking to make that progress, but he's got to be able to find a way to get round Mirko Bortolotti in. Well, he's got good lap time. He may not necessarily have it where it counts, and that's coming down, start, finish straight. And Bertolotti's gone very defensive to make sure there's no shot down the inside from the Mercedes.
So they turn their way through turns 1, 2, that little chicane at the start of the lap. Accelerate now onto the power, down towards Saint-Baume they will go. And Klaus Bachler led over the line by 0.8 of a second. Witz back up to 3rd then, ahead of Bortolotti. What's going on behind is that you've got Rossi 7th, Nielsen 8th, that's still the same order, and Bortolotti crawling all over the back of Charles Witz now. Huge pressure being applied. Now, we saw this at Imola in the first Endurance Cup round, and eventually Charles made a couple of tiny slips, but enough just to unsettle the pace of the car.
For some reason, the Audi just seems to have enough pace when it comes onto the straighter parts of the racetrack, to drag himself a little bit further ahead. But how close can Bertolotti get? I mean, he's literally right under the rear wing of the Audi. Marcello's sitting back watching it. He's not making an inch in the back of the Lamborghini, but the Audi and Lamborghini, similar power units, V10 power units from the VAG group. Now it pulls out. Can he get out of the slipstream and make a move? No, as soon as he pulls out, it's like hitting a brick wall.
Loses all that benefit from being in the tow. Goethe goes wide. That brings Rossi into the mix now. The two WRT Audis running together. This is lap 8 then after that early safety car period. We are back racing. We are back with a big battle, and it is Klaus Bachler who leads the way from Daniel Serra. Benjamin Goethe is leading in silver. Lorenzo Ferrari 57 Mercedes is leading in gold, and in Pro-Am it's Miguel Ramos in the Garage 59 surviving McLaren number 188, 27th overall, that leads the class there.
Valentino Rossi getting a really entertaining view of going on. This is on board Raffaele Marcello, looking at the back of Bortolotti's Lamborghini, looking at the rear of the Charles Weerts Audi, all three almost now tripping over one another. The lead two beginning to take let's say a mini break from the bulk of the third, fourth, fifth place battle.
88 Marcello goes through then, and he's 1.9 seconds off the race lead. He's still done the fastest lap of the race, but now he's got a bit stuck. We say how good BOP is. It is, because it brings everybody into a line, but it then makes it really hard for the drivers to find a way through. This is where they earn their corn.
Clear air, you can do your lap time. In traffic, momentum is lost.
So look back from the third placed Audi of Charles Weerts, and there, rattling up over the curb, is Mirko Bortolotti in that fourth place. And while Marcello is a little bit stuck, so Goethe, Rossi, Nielsen and Rob Bell, they're all starting to come into the mix now.
Yeah, it's just going to be a train of cars behind the 32 Audi, and nobody has got sufficient advantage overall on a lap when they're caught behind a car. So again, it's usual story, momentum is everything, but being caught behind, then you're dictating, your pace is dictated to you. In this case, it's by the 32 Audi.
Those engine notes can go no higher. Absolutely, foot to the floor. Weird. Again, Bortolotti pulls out, has a look, thinks better of it, pulls back in again. That is Charles Weerts, who's not dropping that much ground, is he, relatively to Daniel Serra?
No, but of course he's got to keep his head, keep his eye on what's going on behind. Bortolotti looks to go up the inside, and Bousset, can he make it stick? And side by side. Hopefully there wasn't contact, but the Audi runs wide, but will he dive up the inside and try and get it? He can't, and that's the door opening, beginning of the opening for, first of all, Bortolotti. Now watch Marcello, because Weerts will have been momentarily unsettled. Now the Italian goes the long way. Can he go the long way all the way around through Village de la Tour and put himself into a side-by-side position? He's done it, but is the exit, will Weerts be able to make the undercut as they accelerate off? No, he can't. And Valentino Rossi decides to go a little bit of cross-country to see what it's like off the racetrack as well as on it.
And loses a place, because Nicholas Nielsen will be ahead of him in 7th place then, so there's lots of support for Valet, as you can imagine, but he's lost a place. But here he comes, he's back on his toes, and Rossi, who won here way back in 1997 aboard a 125cc bike, loses a place, but the racing spirit's there. He is determined to make amends for that little indiscretion, but he couldn't do it at turn 1.
Well, certainly it was clear, even though he made a mistake coming off the final turn, he had enough drive, enough acceleration to make the Nielsen Ferrari begin to think, well, I've got past, but will it stick? But into turn 1, the Ferrari finally got there, so Rossi will now rue maybe that little error in the final turn. Still learning about the art of driving a four-wheel motor vehicle on a racetrack. And look, you've been here in 19, whatever it was, I don't know what year it was, on a two-stroke 125 motorcycle. He spent the entire race with his left fingers over the clutch pedal in case the thing nipped, which they used to do regularly.
Indeed, it's all rather different now. Sister car there of Benjamin Goethe. He leads in silver, as I was saying a little while ago, and he's got quite a nice margin there over Costa Lapalainen. But Benjamin Goethe has got himself not only that Silver Cup lead, but he's also put himself onto the back of Charles Weerts, who's regrouping after being mugged a lap or so ago. Bortolotti, by the way, has now done the fastest lap of the race. So as far as he is concerned, he's making progress. Look, he's absolutely on the back of Daniel Serra's Ferrari now. Daniel, the son of former Grand Prix racer Chico Serra, they are together, and Bortolotti is already making his move.
Yeah, and again, coming into that corner bend, or let's call it just bend, or he looked to try and get up the inside and force the issue, still behind the Ferrari. But again, the car and Bortolotti looks to be, of all the lead cars, to be the one that potentially is the quickest. Certainly he's got the fastest race lap at the present time.
Here they come once more then, out of the Virage Dupont up towards the timing line. And as the leaders go through, Klaus Bachler to Daniel Serra, 6/10 remains 6/10. Serra second, third is Bortolotti. In fourth place, Marciello. Fifth, it is Wirt, still just there he is, ahead of Goethe. Seventh is Nielsen, eighth Rossi, ninth is Rob Bell, Costa Lapalainen 10th, 11th there is Nick Katzberg. And that line just goes on and on and on and on. The gaps between cars are negligible.
Quickest race lap a second ago had gone to the number 2 Mercedes, Maro Engel. That's not just been eclipsed by Nicky Katzberg in the BMW. And Nicky Katzberg is currently running in 11th place. So even in 11th place, you can still knock in those fastest race laps.
Delighted as you look at the top speeds into senior, which are currently headed by very brave Lorenzo Ferrari from Klaus Bachler, Daniel Serra. I think Lorenzo Ferrari's data might be a little bit of a rogue, but Klaus Bachler and Serra matching each other at 219 kilometres an hour. Delighted to know that back home Tiffany Dell is watching all of this, and while his thoughts on Paul Ricard aren't glowing, he does approve of the racing, which so far, John, is absolutely stunning.
It's been wonderful. I mean, okay, we had a bit of a whoopsie on that opening lap, but since then, we've seen the Ferrari take the lead, and then I mean, I have to contain my joy at this to see a Porsche now in the lead. And there's a great battle all the way down, but you can see it into the top 10.
Porsche leading under a slightly grey sky, but it is up front by 6/10 of a second. Now for second place, Daniel Serra is going to have to make that yellow peril very wide because Mirko Bortolotti is hunting him down. He could barely be closer.
I mean, again, Bortolotti looked for that very tight entry to force the Lamborghini up alongside the Ferrari, but Serra was wise enough, gave enough room to ensure there wasn't any contact, and did enough to maintain his second position. But Bortolotti, on balance, is the quickest car on the racetrack. He may not have the fastest race lap right now, but I think the Lamborghini number 63 is the current fastest race car.
So Bortolotti, fastest lap of the race. Then it's taken off him by Raffaele Marciello, who is back into the game because Bortolotti has got stuck. Now, it's not about pace, it's about trying to trick a mistake out of Daniel Serra's Ferrari in second spot. The pole car, not purely on Daniel's efforts, but the combination, the average of his, and the times also of Davide Rigon and of Antonio Fuoco. There, Klaus Bachler leads in the Porsche, the winning brand of this race last season. But Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes, all in a line. Audi fifth, illustrating how the BOP works.
Klaus Bachler swept ahead of Daniel Serra in the Ferrari at a speed. I thought, well, he's going to just drive into the sunset. But he's not. He's really got a 6.6 seconds of an advantage. And that's virtually a blink of the eye. And that could be the Ferrari back in the lead. Or it could be Mirko Bortolotti takes both the Ferrari and the lead Porsche.
And the fastest lap now done by Giacomo Altwe, as now, look, Bortolotti has a go on the outside. Way, way wide. Almost leans on Daniel Serra, but he's done it. Mirko Bortolotti goes through, gets a toe, darts around the outside. That's brave, brave, brave.
But what he did, he tricked Serra into thinking that he was going to come down the inside, and then he made the late cut back to the left, and Serra found himself in that very tight line. The Mercedes goes through as well, so it's now Raffaele Marciello up to third place, Lamborghini second, Klaus Bachler in the lead Porsche, under attack from Marco Bortolotti.
Wonderful racing. So now Daniel Serra is the one who is mugged, and he drops down from second to fourth, and straight away the release Bortolotti. Look, he just arrives straight on the rear wing of the Porsche. Boom, he's there.
He has that. The boy has got good pace.
Well, Klaus Bachler's not exactly slow. Marciello is there as well, as now the Porsche slides off the Virage Dupont. They're going to come across the timing line, separated by next to nothing at all. They break the beam virtually as one. Bachler leading, Bortolotti second, 0.226 of a second as we start lap 13.
And the sister Lamborghini, Giacomo Altwe, he's now got the fastest race lap. So these Lamborghinis may not have shown as much as normal in qualifying, but they're coming to the fore right now. Giacomo Altwe, I'm looking on to see where he is in the...
He's 12th.
Okay, down on 12th. So he has found a little bit of clear air and is using the pace. But look, from Raffaele Marciello, what is he thinking? Will I try and make a pass on the Lamborghini? Well, I know it's got a quick car. Maybe I've got to wait and see whether there's going to be a compromise as the Lamborghini gets up to the tail of the Porsche coming onto the Mistral straight. Can Bortolotti play the same trick on Klaus Bachler that he did one lap ago on Daniel Serra? So he'll stay on the right as they come down, then hopefully the Porsche will stay, but he's too far back this time. Hasn't got the straight line pace.
No, he hasn't, but the Lamborghini that started 6th on the grid has been the big gainer out of this so far. Klaus Bachler leads into Scene once more. This is lap 13. And of course, at the end of the first 65 minutes, or the first hour, realistically, you can anticipate the pit stops to be open. We've still got over half an hour before we need to worry about that. But Bachler's worry is Bortolotti, who is breathing down his neck. Again, he takes that tighter line.
He seems to have grip, where others are beginning to slide around, not maybe quite as planted, but again, that entry, that very tight entry, and he's able to hug the entire sort of inside line and then still have traction when he gets to the exit of the corner.
So the race leaders together arrive then down towards the Virage du Pont and separated by next to nothing. It's not just the top two, it's the top three, because Marciello comes back at them while Bortolotti has got stuck there. And actually Daniel Serra hasn't fallen off the back, so it's virtually 4 for the lead as they come over the line. 13 laps are done. And Bachler, despite the pace that he had to get the lead, can't get away. Now, whether this takes you back to the Pirelli tyre, only the drivers can tell you, but some are saying that it's so fine. You can get it to work brilliantly for a couple of laps and then it suddenly goes away. Others have it come good as the stint wears on. It seems to have its own nuances on different cars in different temperatures.
Whatever way the teams have adapted their cars to the 2022 Pirelli tyre, the issue has always been the rear, the way the back of the car holds on, then very sudden breakaway. Now, what Emil Frey have done with their car, particularly the 63, but also the 19, both cars are fundamentally the 2 quickest cars on the racetrack. The Porsche is great, I mean, it's quick all around the racetrack, but I believe the Lamborghini has got that fraction more bite, more grip, and more flexibility in the bits of the racetrack that Bortolotti can use.
So once more, the cars head along that Mistral straight. Bortolotti bearing down again on Klaus Bachler. The Porsche in a straight line. Does look strong, though. It might not be pulling away, but it at least consolidates that gap. Bortolotti tries to unsettle Bachler by darting to the inside line. They sweep through Scene once more. Marciello running 3rd, 4th there, Daniel Serra. Gap back to the Audi fight for 5th, where Charles Weerts is keeping Goethe at bay.
This is the part of the racetrack where Bortolotti is waiting to pounce. He can't do anything on the straight, but that's been determined over the last number of laps. But it's coming here into the sequence of corners. Tries again to get the nose of the Lamborghini up alongside the Porsche. And again, Marciello sitting back. I don't know if he's laughing in his helmet or thinking, well, is this going to end in tears, or is it going to be a battle that I'm going to have to be a part of?
Well, right now, Klaus Bachler is trying to make good his escape, but Bortolotti dives to the inside into Virage du Pont. There's the gap. Brilliant move. Absolutely superb, opportunistic driving by Mirko Bortolotti. Job done. He leads as he breaks the beam at the end of lap number 14. Klaus Bachler is 2nd, and that's our 3rd different leader thus far. Bachler tries to fight back, but Mirko Bortolotti doing a great job. Bachler does fight back, but he can't reassert himself.
That was opportunistic, but it worked. Bortolotti knew the best parts of the racetrack to get past were the slower parts, not the high-speed parts. So he's got clear of the Porsche. Bachler had what I thought was going to be a very comfortable position, but gradually as the races unfolded, we're now on lap 15. Maybe the level of grip. And look at Marciello also now, as they get to the far end of the circuit, down at the S's to Saint-Bon. He just can't get the nose of the Mercedes alongside. Now this long right-hand corner that suddenly swings to the left. Be careful not to overrun on the exit. That will be a penalty. But will the Mercedes be able to do any more behind the Porsche than the Lamborghini was here on the Mistral straight?
So take that same top 4, shuffle the order once again. Interesting, isn't it, how Weerts has dropped off the back of them. And so also Benjamin Goethe, although he's still there in 6th place, not able to find a way through. So that leading line of 7, 8 that we had a little while ago has sort of broken now. The absolute top speed of cars currently claimed by the McLaren of Brendan Arieb, 286 kilometres an hour. Cesar Gazzo's Audi ahead of the Porsche of Mauro Calamia, Neil Verhagen's BMW, and then Lorenzo Ferrari's Mercedes. 286 kilometres for a top speed, that is pushing it.
But what's interesting, none of the top 6 cars are in those top 6 straight line speeds. So again, it's about, do you go for a low downforce to gain straight line performance to give you a little bit of a hand, or do you go for a slightly higher downforce and therefore maybe give the tyre a slightly easier time? Watch Marciello, looks to go to the right, the outside. Can he make it stick? He gets alongside, but he's done it, and he's done it because Klaus Bachler stepped aside, but maybe Marciello just couldn't quite get on the throttle as he tried to get on to start finish straight. Bachler saw that, gave room, intelligently knew he needed to give Marciello, because Marciello was in a situation he couldn't back out of.
Great racing, isn't it, this? And we've got 5.5 hours still to go. Rob Bell goes through there in the McLaren that's 8th. Costa Lapalainen is 9th. Valentino Rossi 10th. Altway, Katzberg team, and they're 57. That's the leading Gold Cup car of Lorenzo Ferrari. But it is under investigation for cutting turn 2 on the first lap.
I saw it. I did see it, but I don't know how many cars he overtook. Or did he give any of those positions he gained, give them back? But certainly we saw from the camera angle as they exited out of turn 2, this car, Ferrari, yeah. Lorenzo Ferrari, not the brand, did come across the inside of the apex of the corner.
Well, as I say, it is being looked at, so expect more news. There, Bortolotti is getting away. It was 0.8 of a second when they started the lap, and actually both of he and Backler doing personal bests within the first sector. But of course, you can kind of anticipate that. They're in relatively clear air, both of them, and of course the fuel load is coming down.
Yes, fuel load's coming down. Tyres, what we're in the middle, what we've got, well, just over half an hour into what will be a 65-minute stint. So fuel load is dropping. Tyres are beginning to get a little bit of relief, but nevertheless they've been used hard in this opening 30 minutes of a 6-hour race. And Marcello again finds himself caught behind the Porsche, who's got good straight line speed as we look further down the field. And
that's Miguel Ramos attacking Ralph Bohn. Bohn in the Porsche in the Gold Cup. Pro-Am leader is Miguel Ramos, and Ralph Bohn fends him off, but Ramos for Garage 59, that's the surviving Garage 59 McLaren. It's not a battle for class honours, but it is a battle for overall position, and that is 25th position overall.
Yeah, and I mean, Ramos was a little bit cautious, let's say, lack of commitment, but rightly so. If you weren't in a position to take away another over car, then you would have been in trouble on the outside of the scene. So Ramos backed off, and he's now got another opportunity in the next 5 hours and 27 minutes.
So again, know when to pick your battles, given that it's a relatively long race. I know it's longer than a standard Endurance Cup round, but it is a quarter of what we will have at the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa. Up towards the timing line goes Ralph Bohn, experienced Porsche racer, came out of Carrera Cup Deutschland before racing in the 24-hour series and doing Endurance Cup events. Marcello then chases onto the Mistral straight on the back of Backler, who is just starting to drop away from Bortolotti now. So Mirko Bortolotti in this car that he shares with Jack Aitken and Albert Costa, looking good. Ralph Bohn has got his work cut out to keep the McLaren at bay, though, because they are running absolutely nose to tail.
Yes, the McLarens we've seen have had good straight line speed, so that may be the part of the racetrack on this lap. We're now lap 17, so just hold your position behind the Porsche, make sure you get clean exits, don't want to be overdriving. So now here is the beginning of the opportunity. The McLaren looks slightly better through the right-hand corner at Le Col, and then on to the Mistral straight yet again. So will the straight line speed of the McLaren, it looks he can gain onto the straight, but will he gain down the straight?
So the Porsche is second currently behind Lorenzo Ferrari in gold. As I was saying, Miguel Ramos well clear in Pro-Am at the moment because the opposition is a good 12 places back. But to the outside line goes the McLaren. He got his nose in front, but Ralph Bohn with the Porsche comes back on the inside.
Ooh, that was all squeaky, you know what.
It was.
But anyway, the McLaren gets the position. He had good speed all the way down through the straight, but the back end of the straight, the far end of the straight, the Porsche just had that little margin in reserve.
Getting reports of a spin for number 33, the Arnold Robin Audi, but it's still in the race. Leaders go pouring over the line. It's still only 0.8 between Bortolotti and Backler, and still that fastest lap from 5 laps back for Giacomo Altway. 95 goes through now. Nicky Tim is up into 10th. Why is that? Valentino Rossi has had a moment and fallen to 11th place as there. Tommaso Mosca dives up the inside of Luca Giotto. Tommaso Mosca, esports winner yesterday evening, but having gained the place off Luca Giotto, he's about to lose it back again. Giotto in the Audi, back up the inside into the chicane. Through he goes.
Oh, and it cuts off the inside of the corner, so that's going to be a give you back kind of situation. And well, I don't know why that was necessary, but obviously that was the decision behind the wheel.
So Tommaso Mosca comes out a good 6 lengths ahead, so he's going to have to really slacken his pace to give that position back. The team ought to be on the radio asking him to do so because they know that race control will want it to happen. There is Valentino Rossi. I said he dropped places. He's fallen into 11th after a moment somewhere, and he might lose another one in a moment because Nick Katzberg is right there behind him.
Yeah, the winner of that little group was Giacomo Altwe, who'd been outside the top 10. He's now gone up ahead of Rossi and Nicky Katzberg, and you've got Nicky Thiem in that battle as well.
That's Katzberg in the Rover BMW, rattling up the curb. Behind them is the charging Lorenzo Ferrari in the Winward Racing Mercedes. But yes, Valentino Rossi then has had a drama somewhere. It's cost him a couple of places, but he regroups, chases on, as the leaders currently are on lap number 18. Now this might explain here, John, what happened to Rossi.
Let's have a little look and see. Oh, he gets a big snap of oversteer, runs wide, and that opens up the door on the inside. Thank you very much, Valentino. I'll take that any day of the week.
So Rossi, after his moment, losing a couple of spots. Nick Katzberg right up behind him. The leaders go through exactly 1 second to the 1,000th last time. Bortolotti clear of Backler, and it's only a fifth of a second back that you find Raffaele Marciello. So Backler is on the defensive again.
What's interesting is that once you get into the lead, we've seen 3 or 4 different leaders, once they get there, one would have assumed they would have managed to stretch that lead, but they don't. They get to about 8/10 of a second, and that's where they seem to stall out, and that's currently the situation with the leading Lamborghini and the second place Porsche.
There's a very interestingly liveried, need a close-up of that, McLaren of Christian Klein. Gone is the gold colour scheme in favour of this pink and blue, almost candy floss colour scheme, and all the little tweets and whatnot that adorn the car. Down comes Klein through the chicane, 18th he runs. Interestingly, we're getting absolute best in sectors now from different people.
Yeah, well, Christian Klein is one of those that's got second sector fastest time of anybody. Again, he's caught in a group of cars that his natural pace is being stalled out by. So how will he find a way past the Audi and the Mercedes directly ahead? When we think the McLaren has got good straight line speed, he's just got to get into the position. But here is Nicky Katzberg getting into position with Valentino Rossi as they come up to scene.
He's ready to make that move. Here comes the BMW. Katzberg pulls out and pulls back in again. Not this time, but Rossi goes wide. Katzberg tries to slingshot up the inside, and a puncture there. That is Altwe. Giacomo Altwe. It's not the lead Lamborghini. It's out of the same stable. 9th on the racetrack.
Yeah, and that is the left rear. That looked like a pretty rapid deflation. Don't know whether he ran over debris in the track, but he still holds the fastest race lap. But that is indicative of what can happen. It's been a hot, hard race all the way through. One of the things that teams are required not to do is run a lot of rear camber, particularly on the mid-rear engine cars. Now, why has Valentino got his wiper going? Maybe he just hit the wiper by mistake.
Possibly. Can't see any spots of rain on our window. Not really any spots of rain on the lens there. But that's a big question mark for Altwe. Now, how about this? Number 38, Rob Bell, is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane.
Did we see him come in the pit lane?
Well, I'm just looking at that. He is in the pits, so that's a problem anyway, because he's come in very early, 40 minutes into the race, 20 minutes early, so he's obviously come in a big hurry and potentially has been speeding, and he's been there now for 4 minutes. This is Mauro Calamia, number 56 Porsche, who goes off, rejoins, and gets ahead of the Froggatt Mercedes that gets into the back of the Porsche.
Well, that's a bit rude, Chris Froggatt.
This is the onboard from Chris Froggatt. So there's the Porsche, exit stage left. Right, I'm ahead of you, he thinks.
I mean, the Porsche returned, and it didn't really, although what it did do was interfered in the battle. Or it did run that back to him. It's more, you can see when the car rejoined, it certainly did impede Froggatt. Whether that required a bump in the rear is another matter.
And this is Rossi getting ahead of the troubled Altwe. Flicks the wiper on as he darts up the inside. Whether he felt something come onto the screen, he got past Altwe but lost out to Nick Katzberg at the same time. So 1 up and 1 down for Rossi simultaneously, that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of just, oh, there's where the rear tire went. It went really, really quickly just in the exit of scene. Now, whether that was a deflating tire that eventually just super overheated and the tire just gave up in the middle of the exit, that was a scary moment for Giacomo Altwe.
It was.
Marciello on the move again.
I'm going to go to Klaus Backler. So Rob Bell's McLaren still in the pits. That's a big concern because it was running in the top 10. So it's a significant car in the pit lane. Rob Bell, number 38, losing lap after lap after lap now. He's lost 3 laps. Leaders go through. The gap's down, actually. Backler being given the hurry up by Bortolotti.
But anybody behind, or anybody with Raffaele Marciello behind you, is going to get a bit of a hurry up. But Marciello, I mean, he's driving with great restraint. Sometimes he does have a bit of a sort of a moment when he lets it all hang out, but he's driving with restraint, and he knows he's got a good car. He's got a car that can win this 6 hours at Paul Ricard, but the Porsche has shown it's got speed where he needs it, and that's the far end of this Mistral straight. So Marcello can get all over the back of the Porsche here at the beginning of the straight. He's going to struggle to make any further progress, and again it'll all come back to the tighter parts of the Paul Ricard circuit.
Well, last time around, Marcello did the fastest lap of the race, 1:55.3. And there, further back, Benjamin Goethe 6th, Nicholas Nielsen 7th. The Ferraris that started well, 4th and 7th now. So even within the first 40 minutes of the race, we've had quite a lot happening within that order. And Giacomo Altway, you saw, pitted. He has rejoined, and he stayed on the lead lap. The one good thing about that puncture was that it happened late in the lap.
Yes, it did. It came on the exit of scene, but it was a scary moment because he did extremely well when the tyre suddenly just lost every ounce of air in it to keep the car pointing in the straight line. So that was a good job by Altway.
There's Nicholas Nielsen on the back of Benjamin Goethe. So we're about 18 minutes away from the first hour mark. Pit stops will be a couple of minutes either side of that, depending on the team, depending on how many cars you run, depending on if you know that your neighbour is expecting cars. You might want to wait till they've done or try and go just before.
I'll tell you what, if the next 5 hours are as frantic as the first hour's been, this is going to be over in about 4.5 or 5 hours.
Well, we did have, remember that fantastic race, was it 3-4 years ago, when Jules Gounon lost out on the last lap with the slight damage to the Bentley, and the Emil Frey Lexus came through to win. It was an outstanding 6 hours that kept us on our toes, literally all the way through. Benjamin Goethe rattles over the curb and keeps Nicholas Nielsen at bay for the moment. Christian Klein, incidentally, has just gained a place in the 1-1-1 McLaren. He's up into 15th place. That's Backler second, and it's Marcello third behind. And again, a little bit like you made the point about Backler having taken the lead. There is Nielsen up the inside of Goethe. He should have got the job done there, but he's going to have another go now going towards Lecor. He's got the inside, but that'll be the outside heading onto the Mistral. He's got his nose in front, but then he's on the outside line. Goethe runs him out wide, and Goethe just about hangs on to the place.
The problem for the Ferrari was it couldn't get the traction off that tight right-hand corner at the far end of the racetrack. Now he comes back, now he's up alongside Goethe. So it all was a struggle, but the Audi still got that fractional gain in top speed. But now track position has gone to Nicholas Nielsen and the Ferrari as they make their way down. Unless Goethe can suddenly get the Audi ahead of the Ferrari into scene. Okay, one more gain for Nicholas Nielsen.
Right, I'll have another go at that sentence about the leader. Like you said about Klaus Backler having taken the lead, he never got away. Same for Bortolotti. He came storming up through the traffic, and all he's got now is 0.6 of a second. He still can't get away.
And I don't understand why, when you gain the advantage, you've got clear air ahead of you. We haven't even come up to lapped traffic yet. That all of a sudden, the pace you had to get to the lead seems to just stall out.
Yeah. Well, there is Backler, pressing on in the Porsche in second place. Third, Marcello. Out then of the Virage Dupont up towards the line. Daniel Serra hanging on in there in fourth place in the Ferrari. So Bortolotti goes through. Backler, Marcello chase on behind him. The car just up the road is the recovering Altway.
Yeah, now that'll be an interesting little bit of racing to see what happens when the lead Lamborghini closes down. Now, it may not necessarily do, because there'll be a brand new set of rubber on the 19 Lamborghini of Giacomo Altway. He may actually have the speed more than his sister car, the 63.
You're riding with Marcello. This takes them out of the chicane, down towards Saint-Baume. And the growling Mercedes then onto the power. Turn right, keep on turning. Flick left in a moment onto the Mistral. So that aero-friendly Lamborghini, the rear-engine Porsche, the front-engined Mercedes, all three very different ways of looking at the GT3 regulations.
Is under investigation.
Start of car number 11 under investigation. That's the Patrese Valant Blom car collection Audi that is in 42nd place at the moment. Hugo Valant at the wheel.
I mean, that may have been what took place in turns 1 and 2, or down at turns 4, 5. We don't know the specific charge. We just know that it was a general investigation. As Marcello again looks to find a way that he can make an overtake stick with Klaus Backler, but Backler's not offering up anything, and Backler knows he's got that little advantage on the quick parts of the racetrack. Round these bits, the tighter twisted bits, Marcello is fractionally quicker, but his pace, of course, is being dictated to by not just the Porsche ahead, but by Bortolotti.
What's going to be interesting is when you get in round about 14 minutes time towards the end of the first hour, who is going to bail, who's going to dive out of the traffic first and try and do something clever on strategy here, because right now these cars are so evenly matched.
Well, from what Raffaele Marcello said, he indicated he was going to be in for a double stint, so he's going to stay in the car, in my view. When they bring him in, will be the big judgment. That will make or break whether he stays in third or he gains 2 positions.
He will stay in the car. He's still got to come in.
Oh, yes.
Before 65 minutes, even if he stays in, the stint ends. But yes.
Yeah. I know all that.
I know I'm just making the point for others.
No, I know. But the point I was trying to make is, oh, look at that dive down the inside. Wow.
Didn't work, though.
The point I was trying to make is that Marcello is up to race speed. If the lead, look up the inside now, wow, what is that all about? Give it up again.
Yeah, Marcello will have an advantage, as you say, because he'll know the track surface, he'll know the car. Yeah.
That was the whole.
Yeah.
That's the benefit. But it's not to say that Bortolotti will not do a double stint, or Klaus Bachler. So the top 3 may all stay on board and do double stints.
Indeed, there's one argument to keep people fresh and rotate them, and you also give everybody a chance to drive that way. The other argument is, make the most out of them. They know the car. Ideally, perhaps you want the same driver to do the bit where you go from the daylight into the darkness, so he's accustomed to that gradual change in the light. Look at Clean.
Yeah,
McLaren doing really well.
Absolutely, all over the back of Mosca, and tries again to come up and get alongside. He's going to be on the outside. Oh, look at the momentum. He picked up good aero, and he got a side draft as well from the Mercedes. But can he swoop past? Well, I don't know if he's going to make it past 2 cars on the straight. He's done it. Absolutely done it. What a great bit of driving.
Or has he done it? Because he gets run out wide. Oh, very nearly makes contact with the Audi, then on the inside line there. So Luca Giotto sticking out his elbows. Don't care about your reputation, Christian Clean, he says. Welcome to mine. They almost touch once again. Clean's got the inside line for the next corner, but Luca Giotto tries to stand his ground. He's hung out to dry on the outside. Mosca buys back into it, but Giotto eventually has to cede the place. He slots in behind Christian Clean, and that was a battle going left and right around the corners that went on for, what, 4 or 5 turns?
Absolutely, and it was great driving by all 3 drivers. They managed to not bump into each other. Oh, what's the Mercedes diving down? Takes the place away from the Audi into that final turn.
Mercedes with a little bit of the netting there that should be in the car, actually outside it. Comes up towards the line, goes through. So it's all shuffling 13th, 14th, 15th. And Giotto, despite being off the road, was the one that lost out there, really, because he falls back in the order as they go through.
A lot of debris on the racetrack coming into turn 1. I don't think it's of any significance, but certainly it is there. Wow, Giotto getting wilder and wilder, almost by the corner. In the meantime, Valentino is driving all on his own, and he's got this car driver combination, Christian Clean, who is next in line. And when they came across the line, they were just under 3 seconds behind Rossi. So it'll be interesting to see the progress McLaren can make on Valentino Rossi in the WRT Audi. 2.9 seconds. I suspect it might be down to 2.5 seconds at the end of lap 25.
I mentioned Rob Bell being in the pits a while ago. He's been there for 6 laps now. Gemma has discovered that the car lost gears. The team working to try and work out why and trying to restore gears if possible. But big disappointment so early in the race. And Maro Engel is also back in the pit lane and has now lost a lot of laps, let's say. How many has he lost? About 9. So Maro Engel's day is going from bad to worse as well. The car was not really still in the race, but it's clearly picked up more damage than first thought. This is Rossi, hard at work, study of concentration.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how deep his concentration is. Has a look in the mirror just at the same time as he turns left. He knows that the McLaren is likely to be closing on him. So we'll find out very shortly, and they come across to complete lap 25. And well, they are the front runners as opposed to where we're looking for Rossi. So Rossi was for the timing and scoring. There is Giacomo Eltway on that fresh set of Pirelli tyres. So he ought to be able to run quicker than anybody in the field.
Yeah, that's Costa Lapalainen. That's the 3rd of the Emil Frey cars. Now that's 7th overall. That, at the moment, is the leading Silver. He's just got ahead of Benjamin Gerten. Look, the Audi has dropped behind him. So Lapalainen has been chipping away, lap by lap by lap, but he's finally got up there now. He's into the lead of Silver as we get to the end of the first stint. So Lapalainen might have left it late, but interesting, isn't it, the way that Goethe has been fading a little bit. Charles Weert's fading a little. I mean, 4.6 seconds against the leader after an hour. Is that fading? Well, he's certainly not quite on the pace.
The gap between Rossi and Klein has dropped from 2.9 seconds to 1.9 seconds.
This is Lapalainen making his move against Goethe. Switches sides, forces Goethe offline. And there's the gap on the inside that he claims as his own. Good pass.
Yeah, it's a part of the racetrack that's proven successful for a lot of guys, car combinations, to make a move up the inside. It's tricky. You've got to be absolutely confident that your car's going to be with you. And that's certainly got the gaps that are opening up.
And Lapalainen is clear and through as Bortolotti leads Klaus Bachler. Now remember that you can only do a maximum of 65 minutes unless there is a safety car on track at the end of your 65 minutes, in which case you're given a 5-minute grace period to get back to the pit lane, and that means that the teams will be thinking now about how to work this, when therefore they need to bring in a car, and also not only the drive time for their drivers, but also who to leave in for the last stint, because if there's a late race safety car, you want your quickest driver in at the end, so you've got to factor that in. There going through is the recovering Giacomo Altway. John's right, he's in clear air and should be lapping quickly, but maybe that puncture did a little bit of damage, and so maybe that car isn't quite perfect anymore.
Well, it was certainly a very sudden deflation, and it may have had some damage around the rear diffuser and some of the aerodynamic parts around the back of the Lamborghini. But Mirko Bortolotti still knocking out race laps. Last lap was, well, his best lap was 155.3. Last lap 155.4, virtually on the pace of his best lap.
Well, Marciello pushes, goes right on now towards Lecole, sitting on the back of Klaus Bachler. Now, Nicholas Nielsen has done the fastest lap of the race last time around. The Ferrari running 6th has now brought the best lap of the race down to a low 1 minute 55, 155.255. Nicholas Nielsen continues to press on, and Goethe all of a sudden is in stride because he's lost more places. Team and Katzberg have both got past him.
So good job by Team and Katzberg. They've gotten through Benjamin Goethe, who was very strong in the opening laps, but as the race progresses, maybe just losing the effectiveness, the grip of the Audi, and Marcello a little bit loose coming through scene. So we go back now to the entry into turns 1 and 2 as we look at the Lamborghini, the Barwell Racing car, number 7, as you can see where it is running in the field. Can't quite catch where it is. There's a battle going on with that the 97 Aston Martin, so that's the Beach Team, that class Haas-Klo. So there's another battle that's going on in the Gold Cup.
And off the road is Goethe. I said he was in trouble and losing places. That looks like it might be a puncture.
Left rear tire, I bet you a penny to a pound.
Rear or front?
Well, the front looks down as well.
Yeah. It's got a heck of a vibration. The wiper is on, as that's probably been flicked on by lots of arm twirling. Goethe, look at it shaking itself back to the road.
It must be an enormous amount of vibration. God. Whether he's spun and literally flat spotted the tires, but whatever. Oh, there. Wow, well, he's so lucky to get away with that one. When you can't go any further off racetrack, so that's why the rear wing is vibrating. Those tires are probably absolutely just burnt. Well, you can see the speed. The left side, both have gone down.
Yeah.
Probably rubbed right through the carcass of the tire, and there is probably a hole. We saw that a few races ago where you could almost put your fist into the hole, and that is a slow crawl back for the young German to get the 30 Audi back to the team, and he's, well, maybe a minute and a half away.
Danger as he drops off the lead lap now. You see 97 there, which is the second of the Beach Dean Aston Martins. It is Valentin Asclo at the wheel of it, who, as ever, has been setting remarkable lap time, just getting on with the job. But Valentin Asclo, very, very rapid, very underrated driver. On his tail as they go through, you've got Rob Collard and then also Ezequiel Perez-Companc. Ezequiel Perez-Companc for Mad Panda Motorsport, Rob Collard for Barwell, diving down towards turn 1.
I think the Aston just overtook Rob Collard in the Lamborghini as we go on board with the 93. Bruce Froggatt just makes his way down, and he's got a little bit of clear air, so he's probably able to breathe momentarily. There's another Gold Cup car.
8th in class at the moment, but it's not where you are now, it's where you are at midnight that really matters. There is Valentino Rossi being caught now by Christian Klein. That McLaren is coming stronger later in the stint. I know it's not come charging up into the lead, but it's gained ground towards the end of the stint, partly through its own pace, partly through the dramas of others. But we've had a Lamborghini with punctures, we've had the Audi with punctures, and they're heading towards the end of stint 1.
I mean, what happened to Goethe, I suspect he may have had a tyre deflation at the end of the straight, and that's why he went off so quickly. I mean, literally the car was just he was a passenger, he had nothing, he could do nothing to control the car. It just took its own path. Fortunately, it didn't come to a stop against anything solid.
Well, he's made it into the pit lane, and they might do a driver change now, try and turn that pit stop into something positive. The problem is, though, that he's lost 2 laps by getting back. Marciello is up into 2nd spot then, late in the first stint. Raffaele Marciello has finally done it. Not only that, but he's managed to get away from the Porsche. He's cleared him. Bortolotti had also been getting away to over a second, but Marciello has finally done it.
Yeah, and once he got ahead of the Porsche, then he was able to focus on what he knows he's got. He's got the speed, but he didn't. Here we go. Now coming around, exit of scene. Is he going to make a big dive down the inside? Does the Porsche get a bit loose? Well, I think he just took the opportunity and dived up the inside and plonked the Mercedes in the bit of real estate the Porsche wanted and got the position. I mean, that was a relatively easy pass.
There is Benjamin Goethe then into the pit lane. 2 new tyres being put on.
Look at the rear rim and the front tyre. I mean, the rear tyre, I suspect, was the reason the car went off as quickly as it did. And I think Goethe was sitting there thinking, oh, what have I done to deserve this?
There's the number 12 Luca Giotto Audi in as well. So that car having fuel and tyres because it's got to the end of its first stint. So if the tyres are feeling a bit tired, ho-ho, time to change them. Put a new set on, new tank of fuel. So the Pirelli technicians will have had a look at that vision, no doubt, of Goethe's and make sure that everything is good as the leader goes across the line. That's 29 laps in the book. Now let's see what Marciello can do about bringing down that gap as he comes hustling on behind him. 8 tenths back. Marciello has just done the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, but he's now got an Audi between him, and Audi's just left the pit lane, so he'll need to find a way around that as quickly as possible. That is always a trouble when you start getting rounds of pit stops. You just get a car that's out of order getting in between, and it's got, okay, it's a new load of fuel, but a brand new set of Pirelli tyres as well. So a set of tyres that's now on its 30th lap in the case of the lead 2 cars against a brand new set of rubber on the Audi. That's a frustration for Marciello.
So this is Marciello then with a back marker between him and the race leader. The Mercedes blasts its way onto the Mistral straight and now charges up towards senior speed building all the time along this section of the circuit.
If he's going to make his pass, he's got to do something pretty courageous because he doesn't want to get held up behind the Audi for more than this opening lap, and he's got a little bit of extra straight line speed coming up into scene, but he's not close enough. He might think about doing something as we saw him do a little earlier with Bachler, and that's make a move into Bousset. Remember that. So here's the opportunity. Will he be able to make it stick? Well, the Audi's got more grip, but you've got a very combative Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel of the Mercedes.
Very true indeed. So Marciello trying now to get past the back-marking Audi up the road ahead that really ought to get out of the way. I mean, it's not on the lead lap. That's the car that was started by Lucas Legere. It's Christopher Mies at the wheel of it. But, of course, even though it's a lap down, Christopher Mies, we know, is quick, so it can run at that pace legitimately.
Absolutely. But he's virtually a lap down. But that's the difference that you can see. He is a lap down because the lead car is ahead of him, but he's not going to give it up to Raffaele Marciello. He knows that the Mercedes is going to come in, so he's going to hold that out. He's going to say, look, you want to pass me, if you're quicker, you pass me, but I'm not going to give you that ground, which may then compromise me. And a little later, is that a wheel on the back of the 14? It looks like the Lamborghini again. It is 2 Lamborghinis now we've seen. With the 19 now, the 14, both with the left rear. Costa Lapalainen coming in, okay, fortuitous, just at the 1 hour point, but concerning. We've had 3 cars with left rear tyres for whatever reason, and they've all been happening up towards the end of the Mistral straight coming into scene.
Christian Klein is in, and also coming in is Tommaso Mosca. So as they get to the end of this first stint, the pit stops now start to cycle through. In some cases, there is going to be, of course, a driver change. In other cases, they will try and double stint.
looks like there's no driver change in the 87. So that is a double stint for that car as well. So Tommaso Mosca will stay on board, just getting whatever little comforts he needs in the cockpit, whether there's a drinks bottle or just a little bit of air in the cockpit, but staying on board doing a double stint.
So Tommaso Mosca, who'd arrived as the leader of Silver, but that now goes the way of Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, who stays out. So he gained track position in Silver because of Lapalainen's puncture. And up front, Mirko Bortolotti with 11/10 of an advantage. Finally, no, he's still not been clear, has he?
He cannot get past Christopher Mies.
And of course,
Christopher Haase.
The team want Mies to be shown a blue flag, but as he made the point, he's not doing anything wrong. He's lapping at his own pace. He's not going to suddenly compromise the lap to let the Mercedes through. Pit lane's very busy as away blasts the Lamborghini, and just slots in behind the Audi there.
Yeah, we're required to slot in behind the Audi because it's a two-part pit lane here at Paul Ricard. So he had to make sure he didn't come into contact with the car that was in the legitimate racing lane in the pit lane. Good teamwork there from the Emil Frey Racing, and that again just gives a little bit further advantage to Mirko Bortolotti. He wants to clear the 14 car. I mean, he's got his whole family around him right now.
So Marcello's got a whole wall of cars to get through. One that he's just put a lap on was the recovering Altaway. 14 has been taken over by Thomas Tuiler. That car back on track. This is Valentino Rossi, who is heading down the pit lane.
Double or single stint for Valley?
It's going to be, I reckon, a single. And I'm about to be proved wrong, aren't I?
Do you know why? Because he didn't... Oh, hold on a second. No, that's one of the engineers. So the drinks bottle has come out. The way you knew he's going to change, because the driver will lean forward and unloosen the shoulder straps, but not undo the buckle.
Yeah.
But because he didn't do that, that was the signal to say he was staying on board.
11, 15-second time penalty at the next pit stop. For disrespecting the track limits at the start, gaining an advantage.
So that's...
Car 38. 5 seconds time penalty at the next pit stop for speeding in the pit lane.
38, how many laps has it done?
A mere 8. That's Ollie Wilkinson that's taken it over. Leader is in, and just quickly to tie at number 11.
And number 2 is in as well.
Hugo Valenter at the wheel of it, and third place car is in. Right, Bortolotti, Marcello, Backler, they're all in. En masse.
So the director's spoiled for choice. Who are we going to watch? The lead, the second or the third? Who's going to stay on board double stint? Marcello, we believe, will do the double stint. What will Bortolotti do? I think he'll stay on board, do a double stint. Case of the Porsche, well, I'm not so sure whether they'll double stint or do single stints.
Well, we'll double check. Daniel Serra is in out of 4th. Charles Witz is in from 5th. Nicholas Nielsen from 6th. Nick Katzberg from 7th. They're all pouring in, because they couldn't have done another lap because they'd be over that stint time. You've got cars coming in, you've got cars going out, so that line is making the pit lane very, very busy indeed.
Yes, interesting. The Lamborghini's garage or pit is just one short of where Mercedes is. There's 32 coming in.
Does that look low? That's a puncture, isn't it? 32's got a puncture as well, left rear.
The story of this race is left rear, left rear, left rear. We've had now 5 left rear tyres deflating, and all mostly are coming at the end of the straight into scene.
And their Audi or Lamborghini thus far. So we have there the Iron Lynx Ferraris cycling through the stops. Valentino Rossi did stay behind the wheel. What I was expecting, and you see the Ferrari drivers double stint as well, was that Rossi might be given some of the darkness driving here in preparation for Spa.
Look, if I was running the team, and unfortunately I'm not, I would have wanted to give him some nighttime running, but maybe that's the way the team feel that they're going to get the best result for the 46 car.
Well, there, back into the race goes 88, Raffaele Marciello staying at the wheel. We did get a driver change in the leading car, though, so Jack Aitken has taken over now from Mirko Bortolotti. Serra and Nielsen stayed behind the wheel of the Iron Lynx Ferraris, but Jack Aitken thrown into the race in the lead. So off you go, Jack. You've got to fend off that Mercedes.
So up the inside goes Marcello, and so the
Aitken has come out behind as well.
Position. No, that's what I thought. 63 lost the lead in that pit stop. So we've now got Marcello in the lead. Jack Aitken has taken over. He's got to drive himself in and he's going to have to find a way around getting ahead of the Mercedes, which will be no simple task for the young British driver.
A couple of seconds slower in the pits was Emil Frey than Acodis ASP, so it was a quicker pit stop from the Mercedes team that has put them into the lead of the race. There is Raffaele Marciello then, and as you were making the point earlier on, he's up to speed in that car. Aitken's got to learn about it, he's got to feel it. They're going through also, 54 Porsche Klaus Bachler. So the order will confirm at the end of the lap. Again, you've got some teams that stop before the timing line in the pits and others that stop after it. So when they all come in en masse like that, it becomes a slightly distorted order. That's Nielsen going up towards Beausset.
So gradually, currently in 4th place behind the sister car in 3rd, Daniel Serra. So Ferrari's blocking out 3rd, 4th, but Jack Aitken, on timing and scoring, still is in the lead. But not the case, because Marciello actually came out of the pit lane, and that's the anomaly of this strange. Some pit garages are before the start-finish line, some are after.
That's it. So he led over the timing line, but he didn't lead out of the pits, because the change happened in the pit lane in the second part of it, as you say, the other side of the line. Leaders come up then towards the beam, and it will be Marciello then who is confirmed ahead this time by 7/10 from Jack Aitken. Klaus Bachler is still there in 3rd place. There in 4th, it's going to be Daniel Serra there. 5th, the white Porsche Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen, and then 6th will be Charles Weerts, but some way back. No, Nicky Thiem has got ahead of him on that lap, so there is Nicky Thiem 6th. 7th is Charles Weerts on his tail, but that's been a change on the circuit on that lap. So again, lots of double stinters, Nicky Thiem, Charles Weerts amongst them, but Thiem now is up into the top 6 for the first time, and he's 16 seconds off the lead.
Well, the Acodis ASP team for Marciello and the WRT team for Charles Weerts appear to me to have had the quickest time. Another, is that a...
That's Bachler. No, it's Bachler, and he's tripped over the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. So there's damage on the front of the Porsche, and that could well be the end, because if he can't see where he's going, what's he going to do? You don't have a roll of sticky tape in your pocket.
It's not just the bonnet. The bonnet's going to keep coming back. It's the damage to the front of the car. Remember, Porsche have the water radiators in the extreme front right, front left of the car. There he is rolling, but rolling at well below speed on the sort of, you might say, the inside of the racetrack, and there's damage to that car, and that is more than just simple bodywork in my view.
That's the end.
That's over, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to retire the car. So Klaus Bachler, out of 3rd place, is connected with Jonathan Hui in the Sky Tempesta Racing Mercedes.
And it's out as well.
It's not going anywhere, is it? So that's off the road. And where has all that happened? It is coming out of turn 2.
It's out of the first turn 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So did Bachler just misjudged the pace of the 93 Mercedes and just ran in the back of it? Or was it on the exit? Most likely it may have been on the exit of turn 2, which is where the Mercedes is on the inside of that exit.
So Klaus Bachler, on his 2nd flying lap of the stint, connects with the Mercedes in whatever form, and the Mercedes, of course, stranded, trying to rejoin, but it does take a long time to refire the cars, seemingly. The little snatch vehicle is there to drag it out of the way if required.
Yeah, wave yellow flags, and that's just down beyond where the Mercedes is resting, so should be a green flag from here on, as we see Marciello now with a comfortable 1.1 second advantage. The Lamborghini just coming into view as they begin the process of the kilometre run down the Mistral Straight.
So Marciello, who was really frustrated at Imola that they just did not have the outright pace in the Mercedes, looking really strong right now. And big disappointment then for the Dynamic Motorsport team. There, another of the Porsches up the road, but Marciello just can't yet find the pace to get onto his tail to lap him.
The Porsche is stretching the advantage, and Marciello on the headlights saying, look, get out of my way, I'm about to lap you. The Porsche just sailing down the straight, having no problems of its own. Of course, now we'll find Marciello will better get his elbows out and look for a way around the Porsche up the inside, and if he has to be a bit sort of heavy-handed about it, he didn't need to be, so that was a good bit of work by the Porsche, and Marciello didn't need to get too aggressive. So there's the back, and you can see the damage to the left rear of the 93 Sky Tempesta, and that's the tire has come off the rim, and that's what was making the smoke.
So it was certainly a big whack between those two, and so Klaus Bachler out of the race. Looks like Jonathan Hui is out of the race as well. And that was at turn 2 for the Mercedes, and it came to grief turn 3 for the Porsche when that pulled off the racetrack, and it means that Daniel Serra is up to 3rd, Nielsen 4th, team 5th, we're 6th. That's the leader, that's Raffaele Marciello. He goes through 0.8 of a second to the good. He's just creeping away from Jack Aitken, but interesting, isn't it, the margin that those two gained over the Ferraris in the pits, because they came in almost in a long, long line. But Aitken is 4.7, so let's call that 5 seconds ahead of Daniel Serra. There in the background, 5th is Nicky Thiem in that repaired Aston Martin, the Beechdene Aston ahead of Charles Weert's Audi. That's the best Audi, isn't it, right now? In 6th place, Katzberg 7th for BMW. In 8th place is going to be Tommaso Mosca. Yes, there he is for the Acodis ASP team. And Mosca leading silver. He took that, as I mentioned, with Costa Lapalainen's puncture, but he's been able to come out well clear in the class. Behind him, 9th is Juuso Pohaka, 10th is Valentino Rossi. The second silver cup car now is Alfaisal Al-Zubair in the number 777 Mercedes, and 3rd is Marius Zug. So where is Lapalainen out of all of that? Number 14, it's now got Tuomas Tuila at the wheel, and that car is 4th in silver, so the time lost coming in with that punctured tyre.
Mercedes makes its way onto the straight, clear air ahead, clear air behind. So he will be relatively comfortable. Nicky Katzberg is a long way down the road ahead of him, 15.9 seconds.
And we're on lap 36 right now. Last time around, Jack Aitken brought the gap to 0.8 of a second. There is Tommaso Mosca then. 8th overall, that's the leading silver car, as we've been saying, and it is shared by Thomas Drouet and Casper Stevenson. Casper new to GT racing this year, but was absolutely mighty in terms of his pace in the Gulf 12 Hours, which was really his first experience of GT3 machinery. Mosca bouncing up the curb there, going into Beausset, that sort of spits him out a little bit wide, but he recovers from that. And we understand that the incident between Jonathan Hui and Klaus Bachler at turn 2, no investigation necessary. We've not seen what happened, but according to the race officials, it was just one of those things.
Would like to see it, nevertheless, to make our own judgment. Anyway, the battle for the lead is working slightly more favourably towards Jack Aitken. He's taken 1/10 of a second out of the gap between himself and Marciello.
Now let's have a look at what we can piece together from the back of Raffaele Marciello's car. This is really the only vision we've been able to trace of this incident. So look back in the background. Jonathan Hui is ahead of Klaus Bachler. They come through turn 2, and I think he gets sideways ahead of Bachler, doesn't he? And Klaus had nowhere to go. So it's a spinning Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, as the Mercedes just lost the back of the car, and all of a sudden the Porsche, the road was just covered in the Mercedes, nowhere to go, and damage to the front of the Porsche, and the damage probably ultimately will be the water coolers and whatever else they've got up the nose, as well as the bodywork. And a sad end to a very good drive indeed by Klaus Bachler and the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche.
When that car, that Sky Tempesta Mercedes, was towed away, we saw a tyre come off. Could it have been the whole wheel? And therefore, seeing that Jonathan Hui had just left the pit lane, could it be a loose wheel that caused him to spin?
Absolutely. Anything that would cause an unexpected, car to step sideways or do something you're not anticipating it doing. And of course, Bachler was right on the rear of the Mercedes, which he most likely would have been to try and find a way around the 93 Mercedes then. That was obviously why it's been judged an incident, no further investigation required. Is Christian Klein still behind the wheel? He is indeed, he's in 11th place. So up again behind the rear, Valentino, well not, it is Valentino Rossi still behind the wheel, yes, double stinting.
One shouldn't, because of the number of people that are attracted to the circuits to watch Valentino, but you kind of forget that he's very new to all this GT racing lot, because he just gets on with it and looks like he's been doing it for a long time. There he is, he's running 10th overall, ahead of much more experienced drivers. Yes, he's got the tools for the job, but he certainly doesn't look like somebody with limited car racing experience, does he?
You say jump in the deep end and swim. Well, that's what Valentino Rossi has done. He's jumped into the deep end of the best GT3 racing in the world, with the best drivers in the world, with the best cars in the world, and he expects to be able to do Olympic-style strokes up and down the pool. He's got to learn to swim, and you're swimming in a pool of some of the, well, I've just told you what I think of all the field.
Well, right now, he's hanging on to that 10th place. Christian Klein is behind him. Neil Verhagen is next in the queue. And then it is Christopher Mies running in 13th place, number 25. So Mies, remember, was a lap down, but he's brought that lap back as everybody else has stopped. And so that car now, as things unravel at the end of the first stint, is running in 13th position.
So as ever, Christopher Mies, Christopher Haas are good soldiers for the Audi family.
Yes.
You know, they're not now considered to be the ones that are going to be the number one, whatever, as Valentino runs a little bit wide as he sweeps now onto Mistral, so that'll give Christian Klein a little bit of thought, and maybe with a straight line speed. And we think that McLaren's got that marginal straight line speed advantage. Looks to be, well, is it my eyes, or is he closing, or is it just my eyes?
I reckon it's closing at a touch, but Christian Klein now gets much closer towards the end of the straight and pulls out to make a move, and Valentino Rossi says, oh no you don't. Takes the line for the corner, doesn't run too wide. Yes, they're wide, but not excessively so. Their losing track position is the lapped Porsche Piti Biron-Bahti, the Singer Beer-backed car. We've seen him in the Sprint Cup in the past in a Ferrari, but a very welcome addition to the Endurance Cup grid in a Porsche.
Yeah, now this is for Rossi. He has to show his racing skill, finding a way past these slower cars and not losing his own momentum. So he's gotten around the Porsche. Christian Klein likewise is about to get around the Porsche. So a bit of cooperation from Bahti. And there we see Jonathan Wee. Well, that was a short race, come a long way to do not even a third of a lap. A quarter of a lap, not even a quarter of a lap, a tenth of a lap.
Been a really tough season this for Sky Tempesta Racing because of the adaptation, for want of a better word, to a whole new car. So that is another one that we can, I'm afraid, notch up as a retirement. The Mario Engel Get Speed Mercedes has been retired. The 159 McLaren retired. Hubert Haupt's Mercedes retired. And 563, the Benjamin Highties VSR Lamborghini, never got into the race at all. The 107 Bentley also withdrawn pre-race. So we've lost quite a few. Klaus Bachler also will be a retirement. And Benjamin Goethe, now we'd seen that car with its punctures, but that has also, yes, it's rejoined, but effectively it's the last car now in the order, having lost its lap coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the damage on the left side, both the front and the rear of the car, or the tyres were, I mean, the rear vanished and there wasn't much left in the front. So how much the team have had to look at the car, make sure that all the components around the back of it in particular are all secure. That's why the team spent time in the pits. But for Benjamin Goethe, running in 46th position, changed from where he was in the opening sort of 20 minutes or so of this race.
So Raffaele Marciello, only 0.7 of a second ahead of Jack Aitken. He may have lost the lead in the pits, but Jack Aitken is not letting Raffaele storm clear up the road. Daniel Serra still runs third. There is the leading Mercedes, and actually Jack Aitken to the eye is closer. He is, he's 0.6 back now. So Jack Aitken, who's splitting his time between Fanatec GT and also the German Championship this year for more mileage, is closing onto the leader. The leader is stuck in traffic, and a great first stint by Mirko Bortoletti. Mirko Bortolotti giving that car over in the lead at the time. Well, he can reflect on that opening stint with Gemma.
Mirko keeping a close eye there on Jack, but I don't know what you had for lunch earlier on today. That was an incredible first stint.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, great first stint, great start into the race. Probably one of the best stints I had recently, so yeah, quite happy. We worked really well the whole weekend for the race. I knew we were going to struggle maybe a little bit in quali, but the target was to have a strong car in the race. Looking good at the moment, so I think we did a good job so far, but yeah, it's still a long race. We've been in a good position in this race.
Look on the monitor now, you can see Jack's just pulling alongside Raffaele. Not quite enough pace to do it there.
No, but still some time. I mean, they're fighting now, so for some reason they jumped us in the pits. But as I said, long race ahead and still a long way to go.
Thank you very much. I'll let you get back to watching.
Mirko Bortolotti, not normally a man of few words, but so focused was he on his co-driver there. He went all quiet for a moment watching Jack Aitken. John, that was brave stuff by Jack.
Oh, and not only that, it was brave by Marcello, because he had to go the long way around the Ferrari coming onto the straight, and he lost again momentum, and that gave Jack Aitken the opportunity to get the run, and did a great job getting up alongside, but couldn't quite get the deal done. But intent is there, and certainly the pace that Jack Aitken is showing here is equal to that we've seen from Mirko Bortolotti in his opening stint.
So battle on between the two race leaders, Marcello and Aitken, with 40 laps done, 4 tenths between them. In third place is Daniel Serra, who is lapping quicker than the two ahead of him, but he's also coming up onto some traffic, but he's 7 seconds back. So the car that led from the very start of the race, again, made a slightly slower pit stop, fell away a little bit there, and has been caught out by the traffic as well, I suspect. So Daniel Serra settling into a rhythm now, but the Ferrari not looking as racy at the start of this second stint on new tyres as it was at the start of the race.
Hard to understand why, but anyway, we're looking back from Marcello and just looking at the body language of the Lamborghini and that of the Mercedes. Looked to me that the Mercedes is moving around a little bit more. The Lamborghini seems to be better planted than the Mercedes, so there is the view. Look at the amount of movement on the rear wing on the Mercedes as we come down the Mistral straight. Jack Aitken beginning as closing in as he gets up to the entry into scene, but he is too far back. But, you know, there's a long way to go in this stint. He's still got another, 40-odd minutes before he'll be coming into the pits to change drivers. I'm assuming they're going to do a driver on the hour change in the 63 Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini. There's a great battle going on here.
Yeah, Rossi ahead of Clean. Then you've got the Neil Verhagen BMW and Christopher Mies at the back of it. So you're right, he's not necessarily the fastest Audi driver these days. He's put with some of the young guns to help bring them on, to develop them, given to other teams as a works driver. But Christopher Mies knows exactly what to do and when to do it.
But look at this BMW suddenly looking like it's going to make McLaren a hard time. Christian Kleen's trying to find a way around Valentino Rossi. Now he's got to keep one eye on the mirror, and the BM, almost got himself into an awkward position. But backs out of it, does the right thing. Christian Kleen has now got a battle ahead, a battle behind, and the one you're going to have to watch is Christopher Mies, because he arguably is in the quickest of all 4 of these cars.
So the American driver, Neil Verhagen then, BMW Junior, sitting on the back of Christian Kleen, ahead of Christopher Mies as they thread through once again here. This will be the end of lap number 41 for them. This is the battle for 10th place. Juuso Pohakka in the Audi just turns out of Virage Dupont, and then it's this long line behind Valentino Rossi. Watch Mies now.
Exactly, that's what I'm going to say. Christopher Mies has sort of summed up the back of Neil Verhagen in the BMW. Christian Kleen, he knows very well indeed. So he's got to find a way to get around the BMW, looking to go down the inside. He'll be late on the brakes, but will he be able to get alongside before? No, he doesn't. He pulls back in wisely, I think, as well. There's other parts of the racetrack with the pace that Christopher Mies has got will maybe make it an easier opportunity to find a way around.
So Mies drops back a couple of lengths, but heads down to the chicane then, still in that 13th place. The Gold Cup, incidentally, at the moment, being led by the Winwood Mercedes against Liebhauser as Mies tries to get up the inside of the BMW, stands his ground, commits to it, and he goes through. Good move.
Experience, and more experience. That's why and how Christopher Mies worked it out, saw where the BMW was vulnerable, made his move, and once he got alongside, he had taken the corner away from the BMW driver.
Job done.
But he may lose it. BM is right on the rear wing, and maybe he'll get a bit of a tow down the straight. Maybe Christopher Mies thinks, well, I've got past that car, I can move on, but maybe that car's going to come back.
Well, let's see how good he is at defending now. Verhagen has not yet dived out of the draft, has he? No, Christopher Mies may have been almost pushed along the straight. He runs a little bit wider than Verhagen does at senior, but claims Bose as well. So, yeah, Verhagen right on his tail, but didn't commit to a move.
So now Mies looks forward, looking at the back of the McLaren, and a fancy bit of that for 11th place, he's saying to himself. So Christopher Mies, but he's out of sync. Is that car out of sync and stops because of the...
No, it's on sync. He's just further into a stint. So Lucas Legre started, gave that car over to him earlier. Therefore, his 65 minutes will be up sooner than the 65 minutes for those around him. So he'll probably bail out of that battle a few laps before the others.
Yeah.
But in terms of the number of stops, no, he's very much in the races.
When that car rejoined, it came in just ahead of Marcello.
That's right.
So that was where I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So he was maybe a couple of minutes or 3 minutes or 4 minutes, maybe even 5 minutes ahead of the lead cars in terms of when they make the pit stop.
Yeah, lost chunks of time by that stop, lost the lap there, but he's brought it back, and Christopher Mies' lap times are better than those of Legre anyway.
Yeah, but well, look how much better they are than those of, as you say, the McLaren. And
Lucas Legare, the start driver in that car. Now, 97 there, Valentin Asclot was driving it in the first stint. He's given it over to Andrew Howard, who is being lapped by Clean and by Mies. So Le Patron, Andrew Howard, British GT champion, gets out of the way, and Verhagen jumps him as well.
You have to say, you enjoy watching Christopher Mies drive a race car. So precise, he knows those cars so well, but on the straight, the McLaren's got the advantage.
Shows what can happen in a lap, though, doesn't it? A lap ago, he was being pushed along by Verhagen. Now he was almost on the back there of the McLaren as they came onto the Mistral. This is lap 43. They blast up to senior this time.
And look how much the McLaren has just stretched that advantage as they come into scene. Again, it's the same old story, the lap time that Mies is capable of doing, he can't access right now. And Christopher Clean doing an excellent job indeed in the Lamborghini, in the McLaren. So the JP Motorsport McLarens, change your colour, change your luck.
The race is nearly an hour and a half old. Number 5, Hubert Haupt, retired at the end of the first lap with accident damage. It's now under investigation for causing a collision. I'm not really sure what penalty can be applied, but Hubert Haupt is being looked at for what befell him and Mauro Engel and effectively Ethan Simeoni as well on that first lap of the race, even though, as I say, the car's long since been withdrawn. Leaders go through, gap 0.6 of a second. It is Marciello from Aitken, it is Serra from Nielsen, it is Team from Weert, Katzberg, Mosca, Pohaka and Rossi to round out the top 10.
It's a rare thing to say, but the lead Audi is only in 6th position. Mercedes, Lamborghini, 2 Ferraris, and Aston Martin in 5th place, and then the first of the Audis.
The surviving McLaren, really, is in 11th. And, John, you've got to go a long way down to find a Porsche now, 21st.
Well, I mean, what can I say? I mean, it was, how many excuses can a Porsche fan have?
Through the traffic comes the leader. So up the inside there of the Lamborghini goes Marciello, puts a lap on Isaac Tutumlu, and now Jack Aitken goes past the Leipert car as well.
Yeah, good work from the car. That made room for the 2 lead cars to get through without really any impedance. So down up to the conclusion of lap 44, Jack Aitken gets as close as he's going to get. Does he dive down the inside and have a punt? Well, he thought about it, but I think Marciello was a bit wise to it. But, you know, how much gap can you have? Was 0.6 of a second 1 lap ago, probably around about half a second now.
Over the line they go then.
Oh, 3.5
of a second, yeah. So Jack Aitken benefiting a bit by the traffic, and there are more back markers up the road that he's going to have to negotiate as well. They could not be closer now. This is Jack Aitken's big chance to do a Bortolotti.
Yeah, but he also needs to remember, you're racing Marciello. He is so wise and canny. Don't put yourself into jeopardy. There will be opportunities where the passes will be more obvious and probably slightly easier, but don't fight the hard yards. Now look again, the way he places the car, Jack Aitken I'm talking about, as they come through these 2 corners at the far end of the circuit now. Circuit looks actually slippery down there. Just looking at the sheen on the top of the surface as we come on to Mistral Straight. So Marciello has managed to open that gap fractionally, but remember it's a wide angle lens looking backwards, so it actually distorts the actual distance between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. Marciello having to use the headlights to give those ahead a warning that I am the race leader, I am about to come through, and one of those is going to be the 52 Mercedes, I think.
Well, there goes the leader. This is lap 45. Marciello goes wide. He's coming up onto the tail of number 4 of Mercedes, I think that is, which is the car that's got Alain Vallon at the wheel of it. There is 88, so Marciello got to thread his way through the traffic. Jack Aitken content in a sense to sit on his tail, let Marciello prise open the door, and then he can dive through. Interesting little battle this, because Marciello is coming up on the back of Valente and also Bode, who are fighting for position.
Yeah, and that's the 3 Mercedes, so we've got 3 Mercedes, but all out of order. You've got the race leader now. How is he going to find a way around and contain Jack Aitken, who's using a different line into the corner to try and get the straighter exit, so get the benefit of a better traction off the corner, whereas Marciello is looking to find a way around the 2, what can you call them, 2 cars he's going to put a lap on. So Marciello gets up alongside one of the 2. Oh, no, he does. Well, yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Finally does.
looking for blue flags around the circuit there. Of course, it's confusing this for the marshals. They look at one battle. They've also got to keep tabs on who the overall race leader is. They don't have a timing screen to look at, unlike us. Marciello is clear. Aitken dives through on the inside there of Alain Valente, goes through, but he's lost time against Marciello. And there is 32 Charles Wirtz being given a tough time by Nick Katzberg.
Yeah, now that's going to be an interesting little battle, because Charles Wirtz has not really found the pace in the 32 Audi that maybe they had hoped for, but certainly Nicky Katzberg has found the pace. And oh, and what's going on there, Nicky Katzberg? That's a failure of some sort. Is that a tyre or whatever happened there? That was very sudden. Katzberg just found himself unable to slow down, coming down into the far end of the circuit, down at the Essay de la Sainte.
And he doesn't want to turn. He's stopped. Katzberg has stopped by the side of the circuit. There he is. He crawls on.
It's got to be a left front tyre, surely.
You would think. It looks low.
Well, he's certainly running at a considerable pace, but whatever it was, and there you can see it is the smoke coming off that left front of the BMW. So that again was a very sudden and unexpected situation. Now he's trying to back off it because he can't continue running at the pace he's doing. Otherwise, if the tyre starts to disintegrate, then that may flail around in the front inner wing and do further damage.
So Nick Katzberg has got to do the bulk of the lap really here, 2/3 of it. Marciello threading his way through traffic and is about to try to make a move against the Audi on the inside into Virage du Pont, and he goes through then, moves up ahead of Karim Auger, and also up past Auger goes Sebastian Bode, so he follows the leader through and gains a place. Over the timing line goes Raffaele Marciello then, and Jack Aitken is effectively now 8/10 up the road. Marciello, Aitken, Serra, Nielsen, Tim, and then Charles Wirtz is the order as Aitken there gets through the traffic. So let's just catch our breath for a moment and reflect on what we've had for the first hour and a bit of the race that began with Daniel Serra taking the lead away from the line, Klaus Bachler going with him in the Porsche as they made that run down towards turn 1. Raffaele Marciello hung out to dry on the outside line, so Charles Wirtz got ahead of him, and it was the Audi that moved through into 3rd spot for the opening few laps of the race. Chris Froggatt had a busy first lap, avoiding a spinning Mauro Engel, who'd been tagged into that by Hubert Haupt, and further round the corner there was more drama as the Ethan Simeoni McLaren got together with the number 11 car collection Audi, and that was the McLaren out on the spot. The Mercedes limped to the pit lane, but effectively withdrew because of the damage, and all the time, significant as it was, that was lost. Mirko Bortolotti then got onto his toes and started to turn his way up the order. First of all, he dispensed with Benjamin Goethe, who was at the time leading in silver, as Klaus Bachler found a load of grip round the outside line to bag the lead away from Serra's Ferrari. Charles Wirtz came up to have a go at the Ferrari as well, but the iron-linked yellow peril was able to fend him off as Raffaele Marciello started to close on that leading group as well. Bortolotti then got himself ahead of Charles Wirtz. Marciello did likewise, and then Bortolotti made a really brave move around the outside to go second at the expense of Serra. Klaus Bachler, having taken over the lead, never really got away, and Bortolotti was still fighting. Next target was Charles Wirtz as Marciello came up onto the tail of Daniel Serra in the Ferrari, forced him out wide, and Marciello made his move to go through and gain 3rd place. A brilliant dive by Bortolotti into the Virage du Pont, though, put him into the race lead. Through he went. Drama for Mauro Calamia, who went off the road coming down towards turn 3, got back onto the circuit. As he did so, got a tap in the back from the Mercedes of Chris Froggatt. Froggatt gained the place, but picked up some damage, which slightly hampered the pace of the car. Some good racing lower down the order as well. Costa Lapalainen went through into the lead of the Silver Cup at the expense of Benji Goethe, but then had a puncture of his own, and Goethe had 2 that flung him off the racetrack up at Signes. Marciello eventually made his move against Bachler, went through on the inside coming out of Beausset. That put the Mercedes up ahead of the Porsche, but on the stops it was Marciello that led in. Valentino Rossi elected to stay behind the wheel of his car, and although Bortolotti led in, it was Marciello who led out in the Acodis ASP Mercedes. Charles Wirtz arrived with a punctured tyre, happened late in the lap, so actually he didn't lose too much time. But back on the racetrack, it was Marciello ahead of Jack Aitken, the new order 1 and 2. Klaus Bachler running 3rd, but it wasn't long before the Porsche was in strife, falling over a spinning Sky Tempesta Ferrari, and that put both of them out of the race. The Porsche did rejoin, but there was enough damage, plus the flapping front bodywork, to put the car out of the race and be stranded trackside. So Marciello led the way. Aitken was behind him in second. Daniel Serra was third. Christopher Mies was battling hard with Neil Verhagen lower down the order and made his move to go through up into 12th position, and better was to come for the Audi. On track though, it was Marciello versus Jack Aitken after 47 laps. The battle between those two continues. Raffaele Marciello is the race leader here at the Circuit La Castellet. We are looking then at virtually an hour and a half or so done. Refueling time for a few cars being looked at. One of them being the 57 Winward Mercedes. Another is 83, which is the Iron Dames Iron Lynx run Ferrari. And another is the 163 Pavarud Moulin Durbecker Lamborghini. No dramas though for the leader. Raffaele Marciello has done a very, very good job thus far. Let people get on with the race for the first few laps, got into a rhythm and then really started to push nicely.
That from some of the traffic that the lead two cars were making their way through. Jack Aitken has dropped back. He was certainly at 1.3, just 0.3 of a second behind the lead Mercedes. Now is 1.3 seconds, but that is just the ebb and flow of how you deal with the traffic. And on this occasion, it's worked slightly more to the benefit of the lead 88 Mercedes. Further down the field, Christopher Mies has found his way around Christian Klein, but also Giacomo Altwe has found his way around Klein as well. And in the process, Christopher Mies Rossi has been overtaken by Mies and Altwe. So Rossi's dropped 2 places in the last lap. And Mies up to 9th. Altwe, remember that tire going down early in the race, up to 10th position.
Yeah, Altwe getting back into the mix. So as he turns then to the end of the lap, they're going to senior is number 71. That's the Daniel Serra Ferrari. So a number of the leading teams electing to double stint, but Christopher Mies having taken over after a single stint from Lucas Legre's 9th. Altwe stayed behind the wheel 10th. Rossi dropping down to 11th. All good mileage for Valentino Rossi. This staying on the lead lap as well. And in real terms, we're only about 25 minutes off the next round of pit stops now.
I know, I mean, these first 2 hours have gone rather quickly. And we look at the 51 as it comes through with Nicky Team all, well, with how close can he be? What is he, half a second behind the Ferrari? As Nicholas Nielsen has to deal with the Porsche, and that's a little bit of a, what might say, a handicap, the Allied Racing Porsche. Oh, again, look at that, it's caught out on the wrong side of the exit of the corner, and that's going to give Nicky Team the momentum. Well, virtually alongside, but Nicholas Nielsen just about shut the door on the Aston Martin. But shutting the door on Nicky Team, and that's a brave person to do that.
Dominic Fishley in the Porsche doesn't really know which way to get out of the way. As to the inside line goes the Ferrari. That Porsche really ought to let them go. Fishley here is not exactly cooperating them because these are quicker cars that he can't. He's racing. He shouldn't be racing them. He's almost defending. And now, again, Nicholas Nielsen makes his move down to the chicane, and he had to work hard for that. Nicky Team will try to go through as well. He needs to keep out of strife if he can, and he does so round the outside.
Excellent, excellent by Nicky Team. He had to make the long trip to get around the Porsche. No assistance at all from the lapped Porsche. So he'll try and now close down the gap to the 4th place Ferrari, and Nicky Team is on a charge.
So Nicholas Nielsen 4th, Nicky Team 5th. That Aston Martin is still only 17.5 seconds off the lead with 4 hours and 20 minutes still to go. The number of cars still on the lead lap is a very, very long one because we haven't had too much strife, relatively speaking, and Tim is about to go through easy peasy lemon squeezy on the inside into senior. That move just looked like it was made for him.
Looked like he had another 100 horsepower the way he flew past the front. He doesn't, of course. The balance of performance looks after all that. But he just got a good run out of the corner onto Mistral Straight and got the job done up into Scene, and that was a relatively straightforward and easy pass for the Dane.
So having got ahead of one Ferrari, Nicky Team sets off in pursuit of another because the sister car of Daniel Serra, the yellow Iron Lynx Ferrari, is next up the road. But could we be looking at the Aston Martin being a dark horse now? As whoops, Nicky Team gets up the curve and gets sideways. Wow.
Yeah, very snappy. Indeed, the back of the car just broke away very quickly, and that'll just keep Nicky Team honest to think that I can take a liberty, but I've also got to remember that I don't want to do something that might just cause me an embarrassment, and that could have been embarrassing. The car could have rotated so easily.
Well, he managed to hang on to it, but Nicky Thiem is just a joy to watch in a race car, because not only is he fast, he is spectacular as well. And the Aston Martin hustles on. He made a name for himself winning Porsche Super Cup and being a front runner in Carrera Cup Germany races a good few years ago. But in an Aston Martin, well, we've seen how fast he is. This is the battle between Christian Klein and Neil Verhagen and Valentino Rossi and Marius Zug, who's on the back of the queue as they come up to the line. Through they turn. That's another lap in the book, 50 laps done. These cars within a minute of the race leader, still on the lead lap, and a lap time is about 1 minute and 55 right now. There's Verhagen, 12th he runs. And we've had a bit of a shuffle around in that battle pack. Valentino Rossi having dropped to 13th place. We'll try and piece it all together in a moment. As you see the cars now coming through the chicane. Zug there ahead of Klein. There is Rossi. So let's try and work out who did what to which and to whom. We were away looking at highlights, and this was the run along the Mistral. Rossi on the inside. On the outside was Verhagen. Klein in the middle. And Christian Klein was able to dive through, but Rossi got into the back of Verhagen, did he? That was a bit leery.
Well, he got so tight on the entry into scene. You could see the back of the car bumping up and down. Not a very nice part of the racetrack to be. Here's the scene as they come into Busset. Oh, it did come contact. That was into scene, so there was contact with the Audi in the back of the BMW. And Rossi was so tight coming into the corner, really, he was compromised on the entry, and the outcome was he did tag the back of the BMW.
Christian Klein under attack from Verhagen. Rossi with a little bit of damage on that front left corner, and that would have upset the rhythm a little bit, so he falls back. But in real terms, he's got 20 minutes. He's got about 5 laps before he needs to think about coming into the pit lane now.
They're still on replay here, watching cars as this battle that was taking place with Rossi, Christian Klein, Verhagen, and others. So this is part of the entertainment. We did pick up that the man who was the beneficiary of all this was Christopher Mies, who made his way past, and the other one is Giacomo Altway coming somewhere, not yet on screen, but he made his way up pretty quickly as well, and he's now running in 9th place behind the battle of, this is again the replay from some 10 minutes ago.
So through they turn. Christian Klein presses on in 11th place. His target is Juuso Pohakka, but they've got to clear the Piti Bhirombahti Porsche, and the Thai driver does get out of the way. So Christian Klein dived through in that pink and blue Mercedes. Valentino Rossi puts a lap on Bhirombahti as well, and Marius Zug will go through also. Now, Raffaele Marciello has benefited from the traffic because he's clear of Jack Aitken up the road by 3 seconds now.
Yeah, that's suddenly a big gap opening between the first and second positions. And we're still on this replay, just in case anybody wonders why we're following this battle. But ahead it is a 2.9 advantage to Marciello. And I don't know whether that again is traffic related. We haven't been following that race battle at the front. So we're now back to live racing here at Paul Ricard. 4 hours, 17 minutes remaining.
And we understand there's been a spin for the number 10 Carré Audi that has recovered, but did have a spin. It's dropped down to 40th place. So yeah, we're about 16 minutes off the next round of pit stops, so 8 laps or so off the next cycle of stops, and in many cases it will be a fresh driver getting into the car. So that's going to make the next stint very interesting, because you start afresh really. Cars in the same order, but different drivers behind the wheel.
Yes, indeed. So those that double stinted are definitely getting out, and those that are single stinting may continue with that policy. So it will be probably fresh drivers all around, as well as service cars, fuel, and new set of Pirelli tyres.
So there is treble 1. Christian Klein attacking, defending. Neil Verhagen coming to the end of his 2 hours and 10. Valentino Rossi likewise, but this would have been a very useful exercise for Valentino. Not only is the car still on the lead lap, it's still there or thereabouts, but he's had the chance to have a good long stint in the car. Lots of laps gained here, and he's had the rhythm throughout.
Yeah, and he's also been in a learning mode. He's been in races pretty much all the way through his double stint. So he's learning more about racing in a car rather than his background from motorcycles. And all this is just a part of the process to get Valentino to a point where he is satisfied with the performances that he wants to deliver for his team.
So Rossi, then you're on board with the doctor, comes from the chicane, down through Saint-Baume towards L'École. patient on the power, drags the car out of the corner, flick left onto the Mistral.
I wonder what's going through his mind. Does he ever think, oh, MotoGP was a lot easier than this?
Very possibly, but a really different type of racing. Longer stints, hotter, sitting in the car, and with so much more in terms of the strategy. You know, you've got the team from the pit lane talking in your ears all the time, advising about stops, advising which car you need to be battling with because you're in the back markers. Very different altogether as he runs there out of scene up towards Beausset now. Lap 54 we are currently on for the leaders. These are on lap 53 because they're some way adrift of the timing line, and the lead gap is now 4 seconds. Marciello with Junqueira and Gounon still to go, looking pretty strong up the road.
Yeah, the gap between first and second suddenly has taken a bit of a dump for the 63 Lamborghini, now at 4 seconds, and we haven't seen a reason why. We've been following other battles around the racetrack, but Jack Aitken has just lost that contact that he enjoyed for so many laps in the early part of his stint.
So number 46 Audi turns through. Valentino Rossi 12th. Why is he up to 12th? Number 19 has just made another pit stop. So Altway has given way to Leo Roussel. It's a little bit early out of that middle stint. I wonder if there was another reason that brought the Lamborghini in. But either way, it has fallen out of the leading group as Verhagen attacks Clean once again. This is now for 10th, and Christian Clean is just about able to repel him.
Yeah,
it's not Christian Clean, I tell you we're live. That is 112. That's the sister car that's just rejoined after a pit stop.
And they've got sort of identical, except Pink is on the right on one, and Pink is on the left on the others. But seeing the two cars in close, but down the inside, Valentino Rossi. Brave move. Verhagen was slightly, I think, unsettled with the two McLarens ahead of him, and Rossi saw that opportunity, and he pounced. The spirit is still alive.
Absolutely, and not only did he pounce, but so also did Marius Zug behind him, and this is how Rossi saw it.
And, I mean, Verhagen got all compromised behind McLaren. Here he goes down the inside. The McLaren just sweeps across the front of the Audi, but all of a sudden, Valentino Rossi, his instinct as a natural-born racer, there we saw it, absolutely in front of your very own eyes.
And while Neil Verhagen was sorting himself out, so up and past him as well went Marius Zug. Right, yes, the other McLaren is 112 after a pit stop. Joe Osborne at the wheel of that, the McLaren factory driver, so that's the one that's running out of sequence. Christian Clean is there, and off the road, that's a Lamborghini with a puncture.
That's another, that's a high-speed corner. Looks like Saint Thomas to, well, my goodness, that is that coming into Poussette? Open the camera.
I thought that was seen.
It is seen.
It's at the end of the straight.
That, again, is an issue where a car has lost control at the end of the straight, turning in, and that's going to be, I think, a while to get that car recovered because it's buried itself in the tire bales at the very outside of the, waiting to see whether a reaction will come from the race director.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
That's your answer. Full course yellow is called for. That car had one puncture earlier on, remember, when Lapalainen was at the wheel of it, and that's a rather more serious one. Thomas Tuula is off the road with another punctured tyre at a very, very high speed part of the circuit. So we go full course yellow, our second full course yellow period of the race, with 4 hours and change on the clock to go.
Wow. Well, we've had a lot of excitement up at scene with issues developing around whether tyres are picking up. You can see how much rubbish there is on the racetrack, whether that's the cause of all these tyre issues or whether it's something else. As we see the 12 Audi, I think that is the 11.
It's one of the two car collection cars,
anyway,
yeah.
the car collection cars jumping into the pits at the earliest opportunity. That's opportunism by the team, and that's what can make a difference between a result and no result.
So it's all very well bailing early, but you've also got to remember the drive time available the other side of these pit stops. So the strategists need to quickly compute some figures and make sure that they're not going to have drivers going too far later in the race. That is the leader, that's Marciello. I do think, though, that this is going to be a relatively long caution with full course yellow and inevitably a safety car the other side of it. So we're going to have a good few laps at a slow pace here.
Well, I think looking at the image we saw of the Lamborghini, it certainly nosed into the barriers on the outside of scene, and they will need to be, once the car's recovered, the driver's removed from the car, then the work will go on the barrier, and then look at the race leader is in.
Just very quickly, because people are asking about this on Twitter, what are these bullet holes? Is that just damage on the windscreen?
No, well, these cars have a number of tear-offs on the screen, which is a very fine film of plastic in effect, and it gets hit by whatever the rubbish on the racetrack is. There isn't any gangsters in this racing. That is not. Raffaele Marcello hasn't done a bank raid, and that's the consequence.
So in he comes. So it's purely little things peppering the screen, and they don't tear one off this time. They're going to take the time to clean them, keep those tear-offs for later in the race. So full course yellow we are operating under right now here at Paul Ricard. There's a whole list of team managers being summoned up to race control from various teams, I tell you, including WRT.
I wonder what they've all been doing incorrectly. I mean, obviously there are issues on the pit lane that teams have got to answer to. So Juncadello has jumped in behind the wheel of the 88 Mercedes, and he's waiting to be released for the fuel barge to be removed before the car's off the jacks.
Do you know what? All those team managers are from Audis. And we've had an Audi with a puncture. I wonder whether this is to say to them, Pirelli have given us some information about tyre pressures here. This is the information.
Well, there's two issues. Tyre pressures has been one in the past, probably running on the softer side. The other is how much rear camber you run on the rear wheels. And the two issues, what they end up doing is causing the inside shoulder of the tyre to maybe overheat, and that maybe, and I'm careful in the words I'm choosing, be a contribution to some of these issues.
So people cycling through the pit stops. This is Tuula. The tyre's gone. Around he goes once, twice, and even with that paint that's there for extra friction, at that speed, there's not much to stop him.
No, there's not, and that is high friction paint. But in effect, by the time the car nosed into the barrier, most of the energy had been dissipated. It's still, you can see how much it's dislodged the tyre bales, but much better to dislodge the tyre bales than going 20 yards further down and hitting an unprotected barrier.
Very true. So Emil Frey Racing has got 3 cars. One is out, but 2 of those cars have had punctures, and this one that leads, find wood to touch, has escaped without too many dramas thus far. That it has now gone to Albert Costa. So Jack Aitken doing a single stint. Marcello has given way to Danny Junqueira as well. So we've had a driver change in the 2 leading cars now.
Yes, and everybody creeping around now at 80 kilometers per hour under this full course yellow terms and conditions, and the Lamborghini will have to be removed clearly, and then the tyre bale reassembled, and whatever binding is involved in that's all got to be reattached. So it could be a 15-20 minute stint of full course yellow.
Thomas O'Mosca giving way to Casper Stevenson in the Acodis ASP Mercedes. That's Jerome Policon's team. Jerome raced against Casper in Abu Dhabi at the start of the season and was impressed by the pace. So Casper Stevenson graduating from single-seaters to GT3 cars. Big change, but has been adapting nicely. He accelerates away ahead of Christopher Meese's car.
Yeah, and that's a good pit stop for the Acodis ASP team to get ahead of Christopher Meese. That would be a situation, if it was the other way around, that they would have been disappointed in.
And more stops cycle through as well. Daniel Serra has only made 1 pit stop, so the Iron Lynx Ferrari number 71 yet to serve a second stop and do a driver change. Maybe the team thinking, well, it's a long caution period this, we can afford to keep you out there for another couple of minutes so we don't waste the drive time available to others. Away goes the Rossi Ferrari.
The 46 Audi going as well.
Yeah, that's going to have a driver change because he's run out of time. He's done his stints, and Nico Müller will take over. Vincent Abril has replaced Christian Kleen. But the full course yellow period here at Paul Ricard continues as it will for a few more minutes. Yeah, you can see the amount of rubber that's junked on the road there, can't you?
I mean, there's so much rubbish on the racetrack. I mean, whether that's a reason or a contribution. So there is the Lamborghini, and the recovery vehicle is going to now jack it up or lift it up on the hoist, get it onto the back of the flatbed, take it back to the team. And disappointment indeed for Emil Frey Racing to have another, looks like a left rear tyre issue, which caused the car to spin.
So there is Nico Müller. He has taken over now in the number 46 Team WRT entry, and unlike many first laps of a stint, he doesn't have to go Harry Flatters. He can take his time, he can feel his way around the car, he can get an idea of what everything is about. You can see him getting through all his checks in the cockpit there, because he's still got to run at that slow delta speed under this full course yellow.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a frustration because you're pumped up. You know you're going to be in the car relatively soon, and you're ready to go out and nail it. Now you've got to cruise around at a delta time, and when you can fiddle around and check your helmet and make sure your shoulder straps are as tight as you feel they should be. So there's the 71. So red. I mean, for me, when everybody else comes in, as certainly the race leaders did, there's an expression: is everybody out of step? Is everybody out of step except our Willie? And I suspect that the Iron Lynx maybe felt a bit like a Willie, that
Yes.
they were out of step.
Well, they got the lead by staying out a lap later, but the time of the pit stop will just about balance. They couldn't gain in terms of a lap time, because you've got to run at that delta speed. So the time that everybody else had served in the pit stops, they now have to serve. And back into the race goes the Ferrari that Daniel Serra brought in. And we will see in a moment that that car has been taken over by, the car breaks the timing beam at the end of pit out, Davide Rigon. So expect a double stint now from Davide, and then a double by Antonio Fuoco up to the checkered flag.
We just saw the BMW go through there, the 98. That's Augusto Farfus behind the wheel of that, and that's all the way down presently in 27th position. But when this all washes through, oh, red, is that red flag or red? I sort of saw red lights being flashed. There we see. That's taken a long time to get him out of the car, and he looks winded.
I think part of the problem has the car had to be dragged from under the
Yeah.
tyres before the door could open
Maybe,
to
could
really
be.
let Thomas Trulli wriggle free. But he's okay. A little bit shaken, understandably, but strides purposefully away. What sort of speed would that car be arriving at the corner?
Well, arriving at the corner, probably doing 270 plus kilometers per hour. Then whatever occurred with the tyre, then the car would lose speed relatively rapidly, albeit not quickly enough to avoid hitting the tyre bale. So maybe nosed into the tyre bale something like about 60, 70 kilometers per hour. Still enough to wind you.
Yeah.
And you know, to bury the car, the nose of the car into that tyre bale.
Others cycle through the pit stops. That's the Atemto Audi number 66 that Justo Pohaka had brought in. So Arkin Arka's team cycle that through. So Davide Rigon in the Ferrari, number 71. That was the car that led in. Those are yellow lights, I promise you, but they do look rather orange, bordering on red, don't
It
they?
caught my eye, and I thought, surely that's not a red light, but obviously they're not red lights. But just the way the light is being picked up from the sun behind the camera.
And the Audi there very nearly going over the white line, but managed to avoid such dramas. There are all the Audis getting themselves together. Let's next, as we have the full course yellow period, head to the pit lane. Gemma has been investigating lollipops, as you do in the south of France.
Well, yeah, we're down here at the WRT garage, and of course you may have noticed that since the first race in Imola, where one of the drivers had a little bit of a moment missing the box, they've decided to colour coordinate not only the lollipops that you've got and the pit boards that the drivers come in and approach, but also the guys that hold the lollipops. In fact, just behind us you can see in the bright orangey, yellowy green, that is the number 46 lollipop holder. And we've got, so everything's colour coordinated, and of course that's necessary because of the number of cars that WRT are running. It just means the drivers are defined with exactly which lollipop they're looking for and the colour of the race suit, the fire suit that their mechanic is holding. So it's just made things a little bit easier, and it's allowed us to have a few jokes down here in the pit lane about the colourful M&Ms that are now part of the WRT pit crew team. So it's good fun.
Well, so far so good for WRT. And here in replay is Valentino Rossi from an earlier stop making his way in. So he's looking for his distinctive yellow on the lollipop. There it is. There's the stop sign. The car controller is poised. And he knows exactly where to stop on his mark. The red is for 32. The all green is for number 31. And so very colourful pit lane at WRT.
Heartwarming, isn't it, to see the team going to those lengths?
Cheers. Cheers. And no doubt for Spa, they will have comparable neon lights for the nighttime pit stops.
I was going to say, will they do a neon version before nighttime shows, when the car headlights come in, they will pick up those clearly identified. I hope they're not too powerful, the neon, that it sort of bounces back into your eyes. But anyway, it's all a part of making sure you cut out all the imponderables.
You've seen the safety car has arrived on the circuit. We are not yet under safety car conditions, but the safety car picks up the race leader. Davide Rigon, after the stop, has cycled back through in what's going to be third place. And although the car led briefly, has actually lost quite a chunk of time. It's 45 seconds off the lead, but all these gaps will come down, of course, when we are set to go racing. So you've seen the process. Slow everybody down by the full course yellow. Get the car from under the tyres, get the driver out of it, get rid of the car, rebuild the tyres. Then, when the circuit is clear, get the safety car procedure underway, and then we can quicken the pace, ready for the restart.
Yes, so scene has been the scene of a number of incidents this evening.
Sure has, and I suspect we've not done yet.
I think you may be right. One hope we may have is that as the evening gets longer and darker, that the track and ambient temperatures may drop down to a level that takes that maybe peak of the margin of what's working and what's not unsafe, what is unsafe, takes that away from the teams.
So right now, although the safety car is on track, we are not yet under safety car procedure. The safety car will allow them to go at a quicker pace, ready to restart and bring the tyre pressures and temperatures up, but we are not yet under safety car conditions. That's why the lights are not yet on. It's there, it's ready, it can do this, it can go out, it can overtake because it can lap faster than the race cars under the full course yellow procedure, and will get set for the restart because the circuit is almost clear up at Signy. So it is Danny Junqueira who is now at the helm of 88. Albert Costa has taken over 63 in second place. Davide Rigon in third in the number 71 Ferrari. Marco Sorensen is in the fourth place Aston Martin. James Collado fifth, number 51 Ferrari. Kelvin van der Linde sixth. As they're back down the pit lane comes Nico Müller.
And that looks smoky. I don't know why. There's a puff of blue smoke came from the right rear, and I don't think it's a tyre, but I wonder what it is because
safety car procedure. Safety car procedure.
So they're looking around the right rear. I don't know what is that fuel hose. They can't be refueling it. Maybe they have decided to refuel it. Well, just take advantage of it. But
exactly, yeah.
I thought I did see a little whiff of blue smoke coming from that right rear. Second place is now 13.6 seconds. So Albert Costa, when he jumped on board, has lost the car. The team have lost a significant amount of time as a consequence of what has taken place over the last 10 minutes or so.
So we're going to have at least one lap behind the safety car, maybe two. Lights are on now, as you see. So everybody in the race cars can quicken their pace because they can lap as fast as the safety car, and the safety car can lap as fast as it can be driven. So it is there, Danny Junqueira to take on Albert Costa. Very Spanish front of the grid now, front of the field, as the Valentino Rossi fans watch on. Well, their man has done for the day, but the car will continue for another 4 hours yet.
So the light is at the very early phases of getting thinner, and we'll probably have another hour and a half of light before then darkness creeps over the racetrack. And of course the sun now facing the drivers as they come down into turn one and then sweep back through turn two. So it's a tricky time both for those leaving the pit lane and for those that are on the circuit completing and are starting or going on to another lap. And it did cause, as I mentioned earlier, some issues with drivers leaving the pit lane and the demarcation white line, that they were crossing it before they should have done so, and that led to penalties and some penalty points.
We understand that extra pit stop for the Valentino Rossi Audi was because it hadn't been fueled sufficiently on the routine stop, so they had to bring it back in to top it up effectively. The one good thing is that you can at least do that under a relatively slow race pace and lose less time than where we're under a green flag, but it's a very unhappy WRT
Absolutely.
team.
I mean, it's a very rare occurrence for a WRT to have an issue with the fueling rig or a short fuel, so that will spoil what Rossi has done. He did a very good job in his two stints, and that's going to take the 46 well and truly out of the top 10.
But you never know what's around the corner. Well, you saw there Danny Junqueira weaving around to get the warmth back into the tyres, ready for the restart. We haven't yet been told as to when that safety car will peel in, but it'll be probably at one more lap, maybe more. You need to get some of the stragglers away from the leader, because if they're strung out all the way around the circuit, you release the leader into slow cars, then you have more strife. So there needs to be a reasonable gap between the front and the back of the order.
Well, there are 2 cars between first and second, and then you've got the 98 BMW in there as well, but it's well out of position as well, currently in 27th position. And there is the Aston Martin, which has now got Marcus Sorensen behind the wheel. There, 32 goes through, followed by, no, it's not, I'm going to say, McLaren isn't running in 7th place. That's the Mercedes of Casper Stevenson. And there it comes in 7th place.
There it is, the Lumi rank with 007 on is not the car number, it's the position. So it's the overall position of the car, not its class position. It's to allow trackside fans, as well as on television, the chance to work out the race order with all of the pit stops. It's a very, very good invention, the Lumi rank
Safety
display.
car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
So that's the race director you heard, Alain Alvan, saying to the teams, telling us that the safety car will be in this time, and therefore we can go back racing. So that lost us 10-15 minutes or so, but very swiftly dealt with by everybody here.
Yeah, very good prompt work by the circuit to get the car cleared, and obviously first concern was that the driver was okay, and he was, and then to get all the protection on the outside of scene back into place and make sure that it is in secure condition, and we're back at the races at the end of this lap.
And it's going to be Junqueira ahead, with Albert Costa second and Davide Rigon third. So Valentino Rossi has done his first double stint here in the championship. He's with Gemma.
Vale, the stint looks like great fun, and what a manoeuvre towards the end of your stint. That undertake was incredible.
Yeah, it was difficult. First of all, because make the double stint is very long, so the neck is difficult, especially in the long ride. But I was in the P7, so I was together with the top guys, but the top guys are a little bit faster than me. So I try, but after in the second half of the first stint, I start to struggle with the tire, I lose a little bit. But anyway, it was not so bad. I finished that I was P11, I think. That is a good result. Unfortunately, now we have a problem with the fuel, so we lose a little bit of second with Nico. I don't understand. Maybe they don't put the fuel or they don't put enough, so we have to stop another time. So this is very bad for the ranking, but the race is still long, and we have Nico, and after we have Fred. So we hope that we can recover and we can arrive in the top 10.
Do you feel like you're really settling into this now, getting used to working as part of a team and with the other drivers sharing a car?
Yeah. This type of race is
green flag
new for me, and it's a great adventure because it's a big teamwork. And I like also because on the track as always is a jungle. But anyway, I enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Great stint.
I think that's quote of the week, isn't it? The track is a jungle. Right, we're back racing. Green flag, you heard the race director call for it. And there, look, there are 2 back markers between Junqueira and there, Albert Costa in second place. And then the real gain has been for Davide Rigon. He is back at the party. But again, John, it's going to come to how quickly people can clear the back markers now.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an issue. Those that are behind Marcello are going to find the back markers not necessarily being cooperative, but down the inside, Albert Costa, who always is exciting to watch. And he is going to dive up the inside and compromise the Audi, and he's entitled to do so because he is the driver chasing the race leader. And well done, Albert. You made that pass. You were authoritative. Good job.
That was the Nicholas Bart driven Audi that he went past. So Danny Junqueira leads the way. We're on lap 61, and we're not yet at the halfway mark. There is Davide Rigon, who comes up to try and clear some more of that traffic. He's on the inside line. He's going to try and put a lap on the Audi as they come along the Mistral straight. Outside for senior corner, but it was the inside coming onto the straight, and eventually the Ferrari, I think, should be able to go through, but it shows you how evenly matched the cars are. Finally, the move is made. Rigon goes through, so his first target is to catch up to the Lamborghini of Albert Costa. Costa, in turn, is still trying to get through the traffic and go after the leader.
Yeah, and it's all a little bit sort of frantic on this restart lap. There's the 51, the sister car. That's running down in 5th place, James Collado behind the wheel. So it's all a little bit sort of messy still. Waiting to just be patient. I know it sounds silly to say, but still got 3 hours, 50 minutes of this race remaining, and one, you know, maybe overly aggressive move can put you back in the pits and whatever.
Collado then, 5th. This is the one that he's taken over from Nicholas Nielsen. James, we've seen, of course, in the World Endurance Championship, but now turning his attention at Ferrari's behest to Fanatec GT this year, and doing a great job, as you would expect.
Kelvin van der Linde is on the road next up in 6th place, so that's going to be an interesting little battle. And Kelvin is a racer 100%, so he'll be looking to find out. There is the 51 Ferrari in 5th place, and Kelvin van der Linde has got a couple of cars, or certainly one car between us. He's got one car between himself and that 5th place Ferrari.
Well, there is Collado then, as you look at the battle on the road. They're on different laps. 9-11 is the Herbert Porsche that runs in the Gold Cup. That's Ralph Bowen, shown as still being behind the wheel of the car. And behind, in fact, now they are together on the road. Augusto Farfus in the Rover BMW, 23rd, 24th. BMW trying to clear and get through that traffic, therefore. Look how crowded it is there as this long line of cars comes through. 47 still in the race.
You wouldn't want to be in that group of cars. That's going to take a long time to filter its way through. But what Costa wants to do is 1.2 seconds behind the lead Mercedes. He needs to clear as quickly as possible, and likewise Davide Rigo's found himself boxed in a little bit. But look, three abreast coming down the Mistral straight, and who wants to be on the inside, who wants to be on the outside? I mean, that is like a motorway nightmare.
It is. You've got to be brave, haven't you, to commit. Down towards Scenic 33, Audi slots through. Another of the WRT fleet. Arnold Robin having started in that car. Porsches, Audis, they're all running together. There is the recovering Rofco Audi number 30, Jean-Baptiste Simonin in 40th place after the time lost with Benji Goetze's double puncture and that lurid spin. He was lucky not to, if you like, do a two-wheeler and end up in the tyres. 66 there, gets run out wide.
Time penalty at the next pit stop for short refueling. 5 seconds to car 163 and 25 seconds for car 83. I say again, time penalty for short refueling at the next pit stop. 163 5 seconds, 83 25 seconds.
163 is the VSR Lamborghini, 83 is the Iron Dames Ferrari. Doesn't affect things as far as the leaders are concerned, as there Dan Harper blasts over the line. He is in 11th place trying to clear all of this traffic. Crikey, it's crowded at turn 1.
Yeah, it was too tight for Dan to make it through turn 1. He had to brake that little bit earlier and gave those on his right hand side the better advantage into the corner. He still hasn't given it up, and he's trying as hard. Just another little point. I noticed that Casper Stevenson, when we saw that group of cars coming round scene, he actually went the wrong side of the flappy marker code, but I suspect it'll be considered a force majeure. A bit like we're watching down here at the bottom end of the circuit. It's just absolutely, wherever you look in your mirrors or ahead, there are cars everywhere.
25, incidentally, just a bit further up the road from this battle pack, Lucas Legray has got back behind the wheel of it, so it's gone Legray, Mies, Legray. I suspect will be Christopher Mies at the next stop, and then Patrick Niederhauser to double stint to the end. That would appear to be how Sandslock are trying to distribute that, which is another good ruse.
Yeah, Niederhauser has been very impressive all season, and giving him that final double stint in the night time. Well, maybe he chose to do that, or maybe the team felt that he was the best of the three drivers to do the nighttime stint.
So right now, Junqueira to Costa is 1 second. 87 there. Casper Stevenson, he's dropped back as he not on this lap behind Vincent Abril. So the McLaren has got ahead of the Mercedes as well, but Stevenson is still leading the Silver Cup, which is the main target. The Acudis ASP team car turns through in now 9th position. But Casper Stevenson still doing a good job as the field accelerates up towards the end of the lap. Danny Junqueira goes through, and 1 second margin last time is 1.2 seconds this time, so he's creeping away just a little.
Just looking, Marcus Winkelhoff behind the wheel of the 66 Audi in 10th position, so he's also very close to the action to make further progress as the field makes its way again. Again, wipers going, maybe just because there's been a load of muck gathering on the windscreen. Sometimes you get on refueling, get a little bit of overflow coming out of the breather on the fueling systems.
Right, Collado then hustles on through the traffic, but his next target is his teammate there, 95, is Marco Sorensen, who has got now Kelvin van der Linde behind. So that's a good little battle developing for position. It's for 5th in the order, and Sorensen hits the Mistral straight. Now, is this where the grunt of the Aston carries him a little bit further away from the Audi? Let's see.
Well, you've got the grunt of the Aston, or you've got the grunt of Kelvin van der Linde. Both are big grunters, but, you know, which of the two's got the advantage at this part of the racetrack? Again, it'll most likely come down to who gets the traffic in the best or the worst possible positions around the racetrack. Kelvin van der Linde is trying to do all he can to get the Audi onto the rear wing, under the rear wing of the Aston Martin as they go through scene. And oh, Kelvin, stay on the racetrack, don't run too wide. Watch for the undercut coming into Le Poussey. Yeah, the Aston stepped out a little bit, the back end stepped away, but can he make it stick? He's got alongside, but whether he's done it, he did it. And that's because the back of the Aston at the point of entry into the slipped out, and that gave Kelvin van der Linde the space and the momentum to go through.
So good job done. Van der Linde, having gone through, then now tries to get away as the cars power up towards the completion of the lap there. Clearing the Ralph Bohn Porsche goes 111 Vincent Abril and accelerate onto the pit straight now. Abril trying to gain yet further ground. Contact here as Collado leant on. Was that Nicholas Bart? Forced him off the road, and it was Nicholas Bart. So James Collado being pretty merciless in his way through the traffic.
Well, would that be perceived to be a pro driver being a bit sort of ungenerous on somebody who is not as experienced, put it that way?
Maybe.
I mean, it'll be looked at, and we know that pro drivers, they come into contact with anybody other than another pro driver, can suffer a penalty.
Well, Collado's cleared the Audi come what may. Now it is Kelvin van der Linde's turn to have a go. Way up the curve, van der Linde clear of the Aston Martin as John described, and now building that gap. You're on board with van der Linde. So that car ahead is to be lapped, but it's a comparable car. And so, look, that gap barely changes on the run along the Mistral. So even though Kelvin van der Linde is coming up to lap the car that is 24th, he's going to have to work hard, in a sense, to get the momentum to make the move.
And the 26 is sitting right in the middle of the racetrack, forcing van der Linde to go. Well, he's made the pass cleanly and quickly, and not really an issue, but van der Linde wanted to make that pass before they got to scene. He needed to get clear to get again, the Aston suddenly, you can see how unstable it looks as it comes into Poussey. That's twice we've seen it on camera.
Well, there's Danny Juncadella, who is starting to edge away again from Albert Costa. 1.4 seconds is the gap. Comes up towards the end of lap number 65 into the Virage Dupont, and to the timing line heads the Mercedes once again. Let's remind ourselves what's been happening in the race thus far, with Daniel Serra from pole position blasting away down towards turn 1. Klaus Bachler slotting in with him, and then on the inside line Charles Wirtz taking third as Raffaele Marciello was just hung out to dry a little on the outside line, but it wasn't long before the Mercedes started to make progress. The Sky Tempesta Mercedes further back in the queue was being driven by Chris Froggatt, and the Gruppe M car had a busy first lap dodging the spinning Mercedes of Maro Engel. An incident further round the lap, I'm afraid, forced the retirement on the opening lap of the race of the Garage 59 McLaren of Ethan Simeoni out with damage. That called for a safety car period straight away. When the race rejoined, Mirko Bortolotti was on his toes, forcing his way up past Benji Goethe in the Audi. And Goethe, in turn, ended up in a big fight as further up the road you had Charles Wirtz squabbling with Daniel Serra, but Wirtz in the end lost out to the flying Bortolotti. Through into the lead of the race had gone Klaus Bachler. Bortolotti was up into second spot, clearing the Ferrari from Iron Lynx and then going after the leader as well. But Bortolotti also having to squabble long and hard with the Charles Wirtz Audi. Raffaele Marciello was able to make his move and get past the Ferrari, and then Bortolotti dive-bombed Bachler coming into the Virage Dupont, through on the inside line as Mauro Calamia went off the road, rejoined just ahead of the Sky Tempesta Mercedes that gave a tap in the tail to the Porsche. That did some bodywork damage to the Merc, didn't help the case of the Porsche much either. Good battle was raging on within silver as Costa Lapalainen took over the class lead, and then Goethe had a 2 puncture-induced spin. Valentino Rossi pitted and elected to stay behind the wheel of the car as the pit stops cycle through. A punctured tyre brought Charles Weerts in, but he was able to thankfully have that late in the lap and therefore didn't lose too much time. On the pit stops, Marciello jumped ahead of the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini that Bortolotti gave over to Jack Aitken. Marciello double stinted as for third place, Backler tripped over a spinning Jonathan Hui who'd only just left the pit lane. That put both of them out of the race. Marciello then hung on to the race lead. Jack Aitken chipped away, brought down that gap. Christopher Meese was busy squabbling in the meantime with the BMW, and up on the inside line he went to gain a place. Valentino Rossi was pressing on too as he tried to get involved with Neil Verhagen. Bit of contact between Audi and BMW, but a few laps later Rossi committed to a real send up the inside, gained a spot. Marius Zug followed him through in the Atemto Audi. But then a punctured tyre put Thomas Tuller off the road at very high speed at Senior. That was a full course yellow to a safety car while the car was retrieved, while the barriers were made safe once more. And it meant that everybody was able to take advantage of that to make their next stop. Safety car was there to release them. And Danny Juncadella led away with Albert Costa now in number 63 in second spot. Davide Rigon in the yellow Ferrari brought back into the mix, as well as there were some fantastic squabbles raging on all the way through the field, and the variety of lines became ever wider at Senior. James Collado then had taken over number 51 Ferrari, and he too was trying to work his way up through the order. He had some traffic to clear as much as he had positions to gain. Was a bit ruthless getting up past Nicholas Bart, who skipped over the curving, but James Collado through into fourth place. And we've just had more drama out of the back part of the circuit with flying off the road there. Another of the back markers. So we have the James Collado Ferrari, as I've been saying, gaining ground. But now he's under attack from Kelvin van der Linde, who goes through on the inside line.
Kelvin van der Linde has been closing over the last couple of laps while we were in highlights package, and now has finally got ahead of James Collado. So Collado down to fifth, van der Linde up to fourth. Just a little bit of something I noticed when we were in that package. When the safety car came out of the pit lane onto the racetrack, it marginally crossed over the demarcation white line. I wonder, will the safety car driver be brought in and said, oh, throw the pen across the table.
It's heady stuff, this. Right, Ferrari's just taken the back of the Audi, so James Collado trying to get back at Kelvin van der Linde, but I don't think he's going to be able to clear him. Look behind, there's Marco Sorensen, look, in the Aston Martin, so getting closer and closer and closer is Marco Sorensen, the Aston, creeping up onto the back of the Ferrari. But this is a good stint so far from van der Linde, because now he is making progress. Remember, they'd lost time with that puncture in the end of the stint of Charles Weerts. Didn't lose them too much time, it lost them a little. Let's have another look at this. James Collado right on the back of Kelvin van der Linde. Bang! On here.
I mean, I never thought James Collado was a sort of an aggressive kind of chap. And 2 laps he's had contact with 2 cars.
Only Audis though, doesn't like Audis clearly. So he's got roughed up Nicholas Bart, contact with Kelvin van der Linde. Marco Sorensen though in the Aston Martin in 6th place, still looking impressive in all of this as he chips away, tries to get a little bit nearer to Collado there, who's down into 5th. Davide Rigon in the sister Iron Lynx car, the yellow version, that's running in 3rd place. What has happened to number 46 Audi? Nico Müller is 18th after that extra pit stop, but still on the lead lap. And that really these days is key to it. You can't lose a lap and be able to bring it back to you later on in the race. You've got to stay on that lead lap, otherwise you're in real trouble.
Well, we've got 3.5 hours remaining, just over 3.5 hours. So an awful lot can take place as we head into the sunset. A lovely sunset, a lovely evening here at Paul Ricard and the Aston. Now, I'm just watching the Aston earlier in Marcus Sorensen's stint. Saw a couple of occasions where the back end of the car very suddenly snapped into oversteer. I hope that's calmed down and Sorensen has the confidence that he may have felt might not have been there in the initial stage. I hope that's been recovered.
Yeah, Sorensen, who of course had that big off yesterday in free practice, a lot of damage done to the car. You wouldn't think it to look at it. It was a real sterling effort by everybody involved to get the car back race ready for today, and Marco Sorensen aims to repay them with a good result if he can. Up front, Junqueira to Costa, the two Spanish drivers, 2.3 seconds between them being the margin. So things just start to calm down a little now, different drivers on board, and after that frantic period with the full course yellow and the safety car. So you look at Marco Sorensen now getting himself closer and closer and closer to the lapped Audi, ready to put a move against Nicholas Bart. Further up the road, James Collado sets off in pursuit once more of Kelvin van der Linde. And right now, Davide Rigon chipping away at the top two. He's got to make up a second and a half before he catches Costa, but he is lapping quicker.
Yes, and further down the field, the only other interesting battle going on is Marcus Winkelhock is only 0.2 of a second behind Lucas Ligeray in the 25 Audis, but that we haven't had much viewing of as we keep the focus on this battle amongst the top 6 cars. Sorensen is the 6th of those cars. He's chasing down 1.2 seconds behind James Collado in the 51 Ferrari. Of course, a Ferrari, you can just see it there turning into the final corners as we get a lovely close-up view. Ice cream, anybody could do with an ice cream right now.
Oh, I wish you'd not said that, really do. So Vincent Abril doing a really good job in that McLaren. That didn't look all that stunning, did it, in the first stint? It got better in the second, but now, and I know that other people have had problems and lost a bit of time, but that car is looking a lot more competitive now.
Yeah, a long way behind. I mean, eight and a half seconds or so behind the Aston Martin.
Look at the field streaming through. You can see their overall places on that Lumi rank, as there is 87. This is the car leading in the Silver Cup. So Casper Stevenson for the Acodis ASP team, leading overall, leading in silver. And the car is in 10th place overall, but a good effort being done this by Casper Stevenson as he's on the back of the Mercedes number 3 there, the Get Speed entry that Valdemar Eriksson, the Dane, is behind the wheel of. Second of the silvers is 99 Audi. It's now got Nicholas Schürrle behind the wheel, another GT4 graduate, and third of the silvers is the 777 Mercedes that the driver from Zimbabwe, Axel Jeffries, currently drives.
Casper Stevenson trying to say to the sister Mercedes, I'm coming through, don't make my life any more difficult than you need to do. You're a lap down on the leader and arguably now on me as well. So Stevenson has just about done enough. I think he has indeed. So number 3 decides wisely to concede the ground and let Stevenson go through.
So Casper Stevenson 10th on the road, and Valdemar Eriksson 31st there, the former single-seater racer, Formula Renault and the MRF Challenge in India, for example, he competed in. But switching disciplines like so many, realising the long slog ahead if you want to make anything in single-seater racing, divert to GT cars. Number 12 Audi, which was running nicely earlier on with Luca Giotto, now has Matteo Drudi at the wheel of it, and that is currently in 13th place. Number 10 after a spin early on when Karamoje was driving it. That has got Adam Eteki behind the wheel and he's up into 32nd. So that's another one creeping back into the mix. It was effectively on the back row of the grid anyway, after a grid drop for Eteki, who'd totted up the behavioural warning points.
Yeah, just on the subject of Audis, we've got 3 Audis in the top 10, but unfortunately the best placed one is the number 4, a 4th place Audi, and you've got Legeray in 8th and Marcus Winkelhock in 9th. So the hope that they had, you know, basically a good starting position, row 2 for the 32 car, hasn't really so far, and I'll use that cautiously, so far had any real bearing on what's going to happen at the end of 6 hours.
So the field turning through on this 71st lap. We're half an hour off halfway, and there's the Iron Dames Ferrari. Now this car has had a time penalty for a pit stop infringement, but 83 Emil Frey is now into the lead of the Gold Cup because that car has got ahead of Brendan Reeves' McLaren. So 83, with that penalty to factor in, is leading in gold, which has had the lead pass from car to car all the way through this. But that's a good effort because not only is it the gold lead, it's 15th overall.
Absolutely, in 15th place. you know, ahead of Brendan Reeb and only by a tenth or so of a second. So the McLaren is all over the back of the Ferrari, but nevertheless, it's a very good effort indeed from the Iron Dames. I had to get it out of my mind. Iron Dames.
That's right. So the all-female crew, Emil Frey, probably the most experienced of them, with Michelle Gatting and Sarah Bovey completing the team. Number 7, second in the Gold Cup. Brendan Reeb has taken that over. It was Ollie Milroy and Frederick Scharnhoff as the other 2 drivers. So Brendan Reeb back behind the wheel. He did the first stint, he's doing the 3rd stint. And that was a change for 15th and 16th places last time around. Brendan Reeb, who came out of the almost closed doors Gentleman Racing Series, the pure McLaren GT Series, proper races, but at McLaren track days, and had his appetite well and truly whetted. On the back of that, bounced into British GT and then into Fanatec GT. It's gone really well. So the McLaren for Inception Racing, looked after by Bas Linders, turns through once again. And that car, as I say, in 16th place. Another of the McLarens there going through. That's the 188 Miguel Ramos entry. He started, he's back behind the wheel. You can tell that some teams are trying to keep their more experienced or braver driver for the night and also for the end, which here are one and the same.
Yes, and of course nighttime driving is a skill and art that some people embrace and others take it or leave it. I know my view on it.
You're not a fan?
I preferred races in daylight.
Yes.
Because Grand Prix only lasted no more than 2 hours. Simple. I mean, a brain surgeon could work that one out.
Miguel Ramos under attack from Sandy Mitchell in the Barwell Lamborghini. Sandy Mitchell, of course, one of the Lamborghini factory GT drivers, and goes really well in this and in British GT for Barwell. Another driver that started off in single-seater racing, but right now he is going for 28th overall. It's a Pro-Am leading McLaren, losing out there to a Gold Cup Lamborghini, but the place is gained anyway by Sandy Mitchell on the inside line. As up now comes the next of the McLarens. 1-1-2, I think Joe Osborne hustling on after taking that car over on the last stop.
Yeah, brave little move by Sandy Mitchell down the inside in to that Virage Dupont. You've got to be absolutely sure you're going to be able to get into the corner without making contact with the car you're alongside, and Sandy Mitchell executed that pass cleanly and well. So is it me, or is it's all gone a little bit very settled?
It has for the moment, yes. I can't believe it's going to stay that way, but this is perhaps the calm before the storm. There's no frenetic fighting going on in the way that we had earlier. They're going through in 19th, is number 19 Lamborghini of Leo Rousself. Down in 45th, Axel Blom goes out of shot.
I mean, the reason I'm saying this, I mean, watching the battle for 3rd place with Davide Rigo and Kelvin Landa, the gap has stayed around 8.8, 8.9. Van der Linde can't make any inroads into that 3rd place Ferrari's position.
No, 2 seconds to make up, and sorry, 8 seconds I should say to make up. He's 2 seconds ahead of Sorensen. Yeah. 1.7 is what Rigon is trying to gain to Albert Costa. But yes, things are starting to get into a rhythm now. So you're right, things have calmed down. But that's not to say that people aren't trying hard. There you can see the evidence, because behind Lucas Leggeret, that was Casper Stevenson going way wide at Senior.
Yeah, wider than he would want to be, because you get out there, it is dirty, and you pick up whatever the rubbish is on the outside of the racetrack on a nice set of warm Pirelli tyres. It takes a few corners to clean that all off again. So not only do you lose time running wide, you lose time then in the corners that follow.
So towards us comes Lucas Leggeret. Now there, behind Stevenson, is Dan Harper, who already in this stint has done an absolute best in the middle sector. Not on this lap, but very early on in his stint, in fact, when the tyres were even fresher. Comes out of the Virage Dupont, heads up towards the timing line. And Leggeret for 9th, Stevenson for 10th, Harper 11th. Stevenson, the leading silver, up against all of these Pro Cup cars. For 3 turns, Casper Stevenson, who gets better and better every time we see him in GT3 machinery. so not for him coming in through GT4. Steps right into the main game straight away. Lucas Leggeret just up the road ahead, and behind is Dan Harper, who has been chipping away, lapping quicker consistently, and he's almost there now, within striking distance of the Mercedes.
Yes, so all three cars are all battling for that position, and it all looked to me to be in a sort of a calm, as you pointed out, before a storm, David. Maybe this is the storm that we've been waiting for. Audi, Mercedes and BMW, and right now Casper Stevenson looks as if he could maybe make a move on Leggeret on the run up into scene, but Legeret's covering it as best he can. I hope he's not weaving on the straight, but Stevenson sticks it up the inside but wasn't sufficiently far along. Oh, and Dan Harper here could be your opportunity.
Not for the want of trying on Stevenson's part, is it? He is throwing everything at this. Leggeret goes wide. Stevenson tightens the line, goes through. Really nice pass that, because he was able to force the Audi out wide, and because that puts Leggeret off his stride, Harper is crawling all over the back of him now.
Car 57, 5-second time penalty at the next pit stop for short refueling time. 5 seconds at the next pit stop for short refueling time.
Oh, Harper up the inside. Now that's an interesting move. He took a very tight line into that penultimate corner to get the better run off Virage de Pont. He gets alongside Leggeret, and that was good racing thinking from the Ulsterman as he gets. And well, can the Audi come back? It looks like it might come back and sheer straight line performance, and Harper has lost what was. He'll be recorded as being ahead.
Yeah.
But he lost it just simply in straight line performance.
He was ahead by 34 thousandths a second. Here he comes
car
again.
57, car 57. 10-second time penalty at the next pit stop. Gaining 2 positions at the start of the race, cutting turn 2.
So that is 2 penalties heading the way of 57. Jens Liebhauser behind the wheel of it. Dan Harper has gone ahead of Lucas Leggeret. And now, look, also in the mix, number 30. Now that is the Audi that was badly delayed early on. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer is a lap behind these two, so he's not fighting for position. The number 99 Audi is currently the car with the fastest top speed, to its credit, with the Baptiste Moulin Lamborghini second and Jean-Baptiste Simonauer's Audi third, as he comes up to try and unlap himself from Lucas Leggeret. But now that Dan Harper has got past, he's clear off into the distance.
No, often the case, you've got a car that can't find a way around another car. Once it eventually does get through, then it's just this natural pace takes over. Dan Harper, he had to make a big punt to get through, but he made it successfully, no contact, and now able to pull away. His focus is going to be a little bit further down the road. Oh, I wonder will it be in Casper Stevenson, who's only 0.6 of a second as it turns out.
Well, the way currently that Dan Harper is going, he is on a real mission. And with the race with 3 hours and 22 minutes to go, pit stops round about the hour mark, we're only 22 minutes or so away from that next round of stops. That's the leader.
And second place directly behind him, less than a second.
Yeah.
First time we've seen the gap down to less than a second. So both these drivers took over behind the respective cars.
So that means that Albert Costa is a little bit nearer to the back of Danny Jonquedea as they come on to the Mistral Straight once again. It is Davide Rigon in 3rd place, it's Calvin van der Linde in 4th, it's James Collado in 5th, it is in 6th place Marco Sorensen. We're on lap 76. The gap's just starting to creep up a little bit further down that top 10, but right now Jonquedea doing what's asked of him, keep that car up front.
Yep, I mean, the thing that may have a bearing will, as usual, be traffic. But what is clear is that Albert Costa is the one that is, of the top 3, that is making inroads. Davide Rigon is still more or less within the same kind of time zone he was. Kelvin van der Linde is dropping further back, occasionally by a few tenths of a second. But there's nothing that van der Linde is able to do in the 32 Audi to get on terms with the top 3.
They turn through once more, as there is the number 8 Lamborghini that had that big spin a little while ago, the AGS events car, Nico Gomar, Loris Cabiru, Mike Parisi. It was Mike Parisi that started it. It is Loris Cabiru behind the wheel right now. That's Davide Rigon, number 71 Ferrari, who is only 1.8 seconds back from Albert Costa. It's not near enough to think about making a move, but it looks like he might have brought it down a little bit more this time around. Those gaps come at the end of the lap. The leader goes by 1.2 seconds ahead. He stretches that margin, and it's 1.2 to Ricard. So Ricard is the beneficiary.
Yep, Ricard has closed the gap. For some reason, Albert Costa lost, what, 3/10 of a second on that last lap. So there is the second place Lamborghini. We don't know why that time faded away. Whether, well, it can't have been traffic because there is no traffic around the lead two cars right now. So maybe just a little error on the part of Costa, or maybe Yuccadella just found that pace that had been lacking in the previous couple of laps.
So through turns, Yuccadella, lap 77, he's back onto the Mistral straight. And although he's never been miles up the road, he's always just been able to maintain a cushion over the Lamborghini. Frustration for Albert Costa, who in this stint, given what we saw from Bortolotti earlier on, has never found that extra tenth, that extra whatever it is, to get himself right up there and fight. Now, is that part of the plan? To keep out of strife, seeing that a sister car has just had punctures and gone off the road in retirement, the number 14 entry from Emil Frey. Is it a plan to just be smooth and consistent, keep the car in the mix, or is it genuinely not being able to match the pace of the Mercedes? Good Porsche fight going on here as well.
Yes, indeed, an inter-manufacturer battle. So there, down the straight, the Audi will be trying to find a way past, but we know that the straight line performance of the Porsche will probably keep both of them ahead as they come into scene, in spite of the Audi on the headlight flasher to try and say, get out of my way, you're going to hold me up, I want through.
So 91, which is the, if you like, new Allied racing car, brought into the event for the combination of James Dorlin, Ben Barker, Alex Malikin, moving away from Barwell. They get this Allied Racing Porsche. Alex Malikin and James Dorlin race together, of course, in British GT for Redline Racing. They lose track position there to Marcus Winkelhock. He's on the lead lap. The Allied Porsche is a lap down, but still that car from near the rear of the grid. 28th, James Dorlin at the wheel of it. James, British Porsche champion a few seasons back, the first year that the Caymans ran, the 718 iteration of the Cayman in the Sprint Challenge, but he's been a very good peddler in GT4 McLarens as well as in the Redline Lamborghini in British GT this year, so proving his versatility, different types of GT3 car.
This traffic is having a bearing on the battle that's going on, really for 8th place with Winkelhock, Marcus Winkelhock, Casper Stevenson, Dan Harper, and maybe the initial loser was Marcus Winkelhock, but he's made it through one of the two Porsches, and once he's got through one, then he'll get through the other one. I think now the Mercedes and Dan Harper looking to make a move, coming down into the chicane, can't quite get it done. The Porsche takes its entry in the line, but watch Dan Harper, he was brave here a few laps ago. Can he do so with no Casper Stevens? Covers that one off as well, but he's alongside at least the Mercedes and the BMW can now continue their respective battle for 8th position. Winkelhock is up the road, he's now chasing Vincent Abril, but his last time is now 7.5 seconds behind the McLaren.
Indeed so, as the Audi number 99 of Nicolas Scherl gets itself ahead of Lucas Legere. So 25 that Christopher Mees had hauled back into the mix is falling down the order again. There is 66, Marcus Winkelhock, one-time Grand Prix racer, indeed Grand Prix leader in the Spiker days. And way out wide there was that Stevenson. I think he just about survived that, but it was a strange line going into senior, but Dan Harper is ahead of him now.
But I think there was an Audi behind that went well and truly off, and I wasn't sure. I couldn't see the colour or the number clearly. I think it might have been the Gulf.
Yeah,
I think
you're
it was
right.
the Gulf Audi that went way, way wide unseen. So Harper trying to get up the inside of the Porsche, not in the same race, but of course having to find a way around a car that's got very good straight line performance and it can occupy any part of the racetrack that Harper would like.
That's right, but Dan Harper still illustrating the pace of that BMW. And again, you've seen cars that didn't look all that flash earlier on coming good with either a different driver or the conditions helping them, the slightly cooler temperatures now, and the way the car is set up for the tyre, bringing it back into the mix. Juncker leading by 1.6 seconds over Costa, but 8/10 back from Albert Costa is Davide Rigon. Van der Linde is 4th, but he's plateaued a bit. That's Harper.
Yeah, Harper under pressure from Casper Stevenson. He's got caught behind the Porsche. The Mercedes is looking to find a way around the BMW, and it's all beginning to look a bit more exciting again.
It is, isn't it? On board with Ralph Bone now. More bugs on the screen. You can see also now the driver's having to cope with the light as the sun is setting.
And you can see the tear-offs on the screen of Mercedes, so that'll have to be taken, I suspect that'll be taken off at the next round of pit stops, which is going to come probably in about the next 15 to 18 minutes.
That's right, so out wide goes Ralph Bowen, but he keeps Dan Harper behind him. He doesn't need to because they're not in the same race, effectively. They're on a different lap. Dan Harper ought to be able to make that move at the end of the Mistral, but Ralph Bowen sort of hugs the inside line and defends from him there.
Yeah, very, very defensive bit of driving, and frustrating for Dan Harper because he's in a battle and he looks to go up the inside, but the Porsche had sufficient straight line performance. So Harper in 8th place, Stevenson running in 9th. And again, looking a bit messy as Harper has to go one way, then back the other way. Now dive up the inside, Dan, get the job done, get alongside the Porsche, but the Porsche still was quick enough at the exit of the Mercedes to find a way around. Now up the inside, look at the switchback. Now will the Porsche still run around the outside of the corner? It does, and whatever Dan Harper is doing, the Porsche's got an answer.
But equally, I haven't found a blue flag yet to tell Ralph Bowen the man behind you is much quicker. The team ought to be telling him, you know, you don't need to be racing him because you're impeding a quicker car. You're also putting yourself in jeopardy because there might be contact if it all gets a bit leery. Let him go. Dan Harper now, again on a straight, just doesn't quite have the grunt, does he? The Porsche lapped, but able to stay ahead.
Well, we saw the BM, it got ahead of an Audi coming out of the final turn and was actually ahead across start-finish line, but the Audi got its nose into turn 1. So the straight line performance of the BMW at the higher speed ranges now does he get through this time? Finally gets through. But I don't doubt the Porsche. Still
163. 10-second additional stop penalty at the next pit stop for speeding in the pit lane.
So 163 also racking up its penalties.
97, 15 seconds. Time penalty at the next pit stop for short refueling time.
And 97 is Andrew Howard's Aston Martin. Valentin Asclo was doing good things early on, but the governor in trouble.
How will Casper Stevenson deal with the Porsche? Dan Harper has finally made it through, so the Mercedes has got the same issues, same problems. Maybe fractionally quicker in a straight line than the BMW here as they come down into scene, but hasn't got sufficient. His next opportunity will be at Le Bousset, depending how the Porsche enters. But look behind that.
A little bit of something flies there, either bodywork or a floppy marker. Bowen's going to get forced out wide, and Stevenson does it.
And Nicholas Schultz tries to get up the inside as well. So all becoming, well, this is what we want to see, isn't it?
It is. Good battling. I know it might be lapped cars losing position, but even so, the drivers are having to work. And while they get through traffic like this, of course, it does have an effect on gaps on the race order. Nico Müller, by the way, has hauled Valentino Rossi's Audi up into 15th place. Ralph Bowen in the Porsche comes down towards the Virage du Pont. Turns right, gets back onto the power. Well, that's the leader, lest you forget. Danny Junqueira has had a really quiet stint, really, compared to what we've seen hitherto. He was given a leading car and he's kept it in the lead. He's never gone storming away from Costa, nor has Costa cleared Rigon, but he's still there in the lead.
Basically, the gap's more or less been 1.2 and a bit seconds. And, I mean, I think to some degree that these two lead cars have been fairly fortunate with traffic. I mean, right now they've got clear air both behind, but more importantly, directly in front. So Danny Junqueira, who's behind the wheel, 12 minutes or so before we might see any of the lead 3 cars make their way in. The gap between third and second is only now 3/4 of a second. So Albert Costa, thinking that he might be, well, consolidating second place, he's now suddenly got the the yellow peril in his mirrors.
So there goes Costa. There is the yellow Ferrari of Davide Rigon. So you've got Mercedes ahead of Lamborghini, ahead of Ferrari, ahead of Audi. So 4 different brands still within the top 4. And we can throw 6 into the top 7 because you've got an Aston Martin 6th and a McLaren in 7th. And in fact, another brand to add into the top 10 is BMW now because of Dan Harper's efforts up into 9th place. So we're certainly not done yet in this as we approach the halfway mark. But Junqueira goes through.
First, second, third, covered by 2 seconds.
After nearly 3 hours of racing. Right, that is Albert Costa. whatever Bortolotti found in the car, whatever it was that he had for his lunch, as Gemma put it to him, Costa hasn't had or found, because he has been unable, try as he might, to match the pace of Jean Cadet. He's been there or thereabouts. Davide Rigon is still there as well, hustling on.
The Ferrari is making inroads. Again, it's 3/4 of a second when they came across at the end of 81 laps, so he didn't gain anything on that last lap. But again, the gap to me looks like it's beginning to be chipped away. So 7/10 of a second at the end of lap 81. I think by the end of lap 82, it might be, well, maybe down to 6/10, maybe in half a second, as the Italian behind the wheel of the Ferrari, as opposed to the Spanish driver behind the wheel of a Lamborghini.
I thought there was just a wisp of smoke out of the back of Albert Costa's Lamborghini there. It might just have been that he ran over something, but all of a sudden, look, Rigon has got a little bit closer to him, and as soon as Rigon gets close, it gives him even more impetus, doesn't it, to really, really, really push. And also, bear in mind, they're all coming towards the end of this stint.
Yeah, and Rigon ran the very long, long line around Le Passé. I don't know whether that was a plan or whether it was just a consequence of his entry speed, but maybe all the hard yards he's done in the early part of the lap have been slightly lost, but still, well, it was 7/10 of a second 1 lap ago. It's probably going to be down to half a second, assuming he gets off this final turn cleanly, which he appears to have done. So wait for the timing and scoring to refresh. 7/10 it was. Well, the gap's probably about the same.
Over the line once more.
6/10
goes through. Yep, 6/10 second to third. And Costa to Rigon there they go. So another round of pit stops is about 5 laps away, which will get you to the halfway mark of the race. In the Silver Cup, the gap coming down all the while between Casper Stevenson and Nicolas Scherl. Rahal Frey is back into the lead of the Gold Cup in the Ferrari, and Pro-Am being dominated at the moment by Miguel Ramos in the Garage 59 McLaren ahead of Louis Machiels and then Valentin Pierberg. Right, what can Rigon do before he gets the hits? He's actually dropped back a little bit, hasn't he, from where he was half a lap ago?
He has done, and I'm not entirely sure why, but running slightly wide on the entry onto the Mistral straight is probably a contribution to that. So the gap is 6/10 of a second, and of course Albert Costa 1.4 seconds, so he's lost again those 2/10 of a second to Danny Yucadea, who is sort of rather metronomically just continuing on his race lead.
Yeah, if you think back, again, I'm still convinced there's a wisp of smoke now and again from Albert Costa. It might just be a touch of heavy braking, but I thought I'd seen it at Senior. I thought I saw it again there going into Beausset. So he's even now having to work that car harder. Remember that the other 2 Emil Frey Lamborghinis have had strife with punctures. Again, find some wood to touch, but things have been a bit calmer on that front since the stint resumed, with the safety car period having been completed. That's Calvin van der Linde 4th. Now, he equally has never really been able to make inroads against Rigon, has he?
No, he's lost ground. I mean, it started off at about 8 and a bit seconds. It's now up to 11.5 seconds. So, I mean, Kevin van der Linde, nobody will drive an Audi harder than he does, and he hasn't been able to keep in contact with the lead 3 cars, let alone the 3rd place Ferrari. So, I mean, normally we associate WRT with magic pit stops, but we're going to have 3 more pit stops before this race concludes. But you know, never ever discount WRT Audi, because they will, one way or the other, drag probably a podium out of this 6-hour event.
Yes, they know how to win long races, and Calvin van der Linde comes up onto the tail of number 90. That's the Mad Panda Mercedes that Sean Walkinshaw is behind the wheel of, and Sean gets out of the way, goes through.
Yeah, that car down in 39th position is sort of further down than I would have thought Mad Panda would normally expect to be. So James Collado or the Nicholas Nielsen, Miguel Molara, that's James Collado behind the wheel in 5th position. Only 7/10 of a second behind, so he's dragged back the gap between himself and Kelvin van der Linde. So that's a good work by James Collado.
Well, there is van der Linde, who is trying to get himself up through the traffic. Marco Sorensen in 6th. Never really got onto the tail of Collado, did he, in this stint? Because he is still 13 seconds back. Still think one of the real movers has turned out to be Vincent Abril, because that McLaren number 111 didn't look all that flash in the qualifying session, but from the, what was he on, 16th row of the grid, Christian Klein started it, and now 16th row up into 7th place Vincent Abril. So it shows that by persevering, places will come to you, but that's a really good recovery.
Yeah, it was a great drive. I mean, that opening stint by Christian Klein really did the hard yard.
Night signalling from now on. Night signalling from now on. All cars lights on.
Leader is in, and second place is in, and I think fourth is in. Van der Linde I saw dive for the pit lane. So, Juncker, Costa, Van der Linde, Emil Frey, Michael Dorbecker, Giorgio Roda, Augusto Farfus, they're all in the pit lane, and that means that Davide Rigon now is the leader. And as we get to almost the halfway point, 5 minutes to 9, just about local time, we are now, as you've just heard, into night signalling, so everyone has to have their lights on, and there, down the pit road, comes Kelvin van der Linde.
So Albert Costa got out, and I'm assuming it's going to be Mirko Bortolotti get back in again. So that will be a pit stop that will be critical to where Emil Frey Racing is the 88. So has Juncadella stayed on board? I think he has. There's the Beach Dean Aston. Marcus Sorensen came in, and well, will Maxime Martin have taken over, or will that be a double stint?
I would think it'll be a double stint for Sorensen.
Yeah. So status quo with Mercedes, Lamborghini go out in the order they came in.
Pit stop for number 24 is under investigation, and a slow car is on track at turn 10 onwards, we understand. There's somebody slow on track.
Up at scene.
Indeed so.
And
there it is.
A left rear tyre.
And it's number 10 Audi, so that's Kari Moget, isn't it? No, Adam Ateki at the wheel of it now. So again, it's happening late in the stint, isn't it? But again, we're seeing these dramas.
Yeah, and it's all, I mean, essentially that part of the racetrack, end of the Mistral Straight, and then the big lateral load going into the car, into the tyre. So 63, Jack Aiken behind the wheel. So it is Jack Aiken, not Mirko Bortolotti who's got in behind the wheel. Jack Aiken had a great stint when he did his 1 hour, so he's back now behind the wheel. And interesting whether that Emil Frey is placing its drivers.
So I would imagine that means that the next stint would be Costa, and then you put Bortolotti back in for the last hour. Interesting way they've divided all of that. So Davide Rigon stays out, but he owes us a pit stop. He leads, and Juncker second. James Collado has just come in as well. Van der Linde stayed behind the wheel of 32, which you would anticipate before Dries doubles for the end. There is 51 then. That's Collado, who I think is going to stay behind the wheel. And therefore Miguel Molina will do the last 2 hours and 10, give or take, before the end of the race.
They've all come in on the earlier side of the options.
They have.
Now I wonder, is that more to do with not so much making the early stop as where will they go back out, and will they get relatively clear traffic around them rather than getting bogged down trying to make their way through and using the brand new set of Pirelli tyres in a way which is not productive to the car's performance.
So there, the pit stop served. Back out goes 51. Others that haven't yet pitted, of course, gain a little bit of track position out of all of this, but it will all sort itself out once the next round of stops cycle through on that next lap. There is 88 then, which is still Juncker. He has stayed behind the wheel of it. Double stint, double stint, double stint across the three drivers. So what they're doing is leaving Jules Gounod in for the night. And the way that he's gone so far this year, winning races all over the globe, you wouldn't bet against another victory coming here, would you?
No, well, the start of the 12 hours in Bathurst is basically, you're just about got, I hate to use the term, but dawn, because that's it starts at about 6 o'clock in the morning, I think.
That's right. And Jules Gounod coming out on top there. Made his debut at Alton Park earlier on in the season, and in a somewhat contentious way, had a win. Absolutely loved the place. And Alton Park, Bathurst, moderately similar in style. Don't think they're similar to Paul Ricard, but it doesn't really faze him at all. He had a GT win in Germany at the Ossersleben circuit, very different again. Right, there is number 112 McLaren. That car, which is now back to Meshis Blažić behind the wheel of it after Joe Osborne's stint. We nudge our way up towards the 3-hour mark, and there onto the Mistral Straight goes the second of the JP Motorsport McLarens. So Davide Rigon, as I say, still leads, but is due a pit stop. And Marcus Winkelhock has just brought number 66 Audi in. And then you've got the order shuffling around behind with Nico Müller yet to serve his next stop, bringing 46 into third place now, in fact. So I know it's all going to shuffle out again when that car does serve its next regulation stop. But again, the WRT number 46 entry with Fred Verviche to go later can't be discounted. There is Rigon.
Yes, and well, he's yet to make a stop, as Matteo Drudi, but the lead two cars, I would be concerned if I was Emil Frey Racing, because the gap between Juncadella, who is effectively the race leader, and the second place Lamborghini has increased up to 3 seconds. So whatever Jack Aiken is having to cope with or deal with, and I don't know whether it's traffic, I don't think it is traffic, there's the Davide Rigo running into the pits, is the Lamborghini cannot keep up with the Mercedes.
So Rigon is in, and another good stint. Antonio Fuoco will do the last two, I would anticipate, if they doubled with Daniel Serra. I expect that they will double up here, Rigon and then Antonio Fuoco. Again, this is the part of the race where the driver takes the car through the fading lights, from the daylight through the sunset into the darkness. So tank of fuel, 4 new tyres go onto the car. It's new Pirelli for this year. And the Iron Link squad, they of course are operating it. Iron Link's headed in part by Andrea Piccini. The car in a moment will drop down. It's only 2 mechanics per corner, so the 4 corners have to be changed by the same 2 guys, and after 6 hours they know they have done their bit for the team. The fuel has to be connected for 41 seconds, the hose connected, and in a moment that car will be dropped down onto the ground and it blasts away. So back down the pit road goes Davide Rigon. That remains the car that led in, but will lose track position again, serving that last stop, its third pit stop. So a quick reminder of how we got to where we are. We've done now 3 hours of the race, and it all began in the bright conditions with the Daniel Serra Ferrari leading the way down towards the first corner. Klaus Bachler second, Charles Weir slotting in third place. They squabbled their way through turns 2 and 3, where it all kicked off as Maro Engel got turned around by Hubert Haupt. Chris Froggatt's Sky Tempesta Mercedes able to find a way through, and then also avoid the next drama that was just around the corner that eliminated the Ethan Simeoni McLaren. That a retirement on the first lap, and those 2 Mercedes were done for as well. Contact as Benjamin Gerti was given a bit of a hit in the shoulder by Mirko Bortolotti. The Lamborghini pouncing its way through. Charles Wirtz was on his toes to get past Daniel Serra as well, but as the field accelerated up towards the completion of the lap, it was the Audi that was run out wide, and Klaus Bachler was able to pounce and make his way through as well. So as the field turned towards the completion of the lap, Mirko Bortolotti getting himself onto the tail of Charles Wirtz. Marciello in turn got himself onto the back of Daniel Serra, and the fights continued all the way around the lap. Great racing going on for everybody, and Bortolotti's move here on Klaus Bachler for the race lead was an absolute stunner, absolutely dive-bombing up the inside. Mauro Calamia was almost Mauro Calamity. He went off the road and rejoined, only to be given a tap in the back by Chris Froggatt's Mercedes. That shoveled the Porsche out wide, and then Ben Goethe had 2 tyres go down going through Sini, and that flung him off the racetrack. Early pit stop for Valentino Rossi, but he elected to stay behind the wheel of the car. So Valentino Rossi served the first stop, and then there was drama on the second round of pit stops as the Sky Tempesta Mercedes spun ahead of Klaus Bachler, who had nowhere to go. Damage done to both cars, and that was effectively the end of both of them out of the race. Christopher Mies sorted out Neil Verhagen's BMW, went through on the inside. Valentino Rossi found himself in a big battle as well as the cars squabbled their way around the lap. A little bit of contact on Verhagen, but then eventually he dive-bombed him at Saint-Baume. And also going through was Marius Zug in the Atemto Audi. And then off the road with a puncture went Thomas Tuiler. That flung the car off the racetrack into the tyres. That brought out an instant full course yellow and then a safety car. And of course people took the opportunity to pit. As they did so, that shuffled the order a little bit. But on the restart, you had Daniel Juncadella leading the way from Albert Costa, and Davide Rigon in third place. Through the traffic though, gaps came in and out accordingly, and in the mid-pack there was some very, very brave racing as people explored all sorts of lines through senior. James Collado was on a mission, working his way through the traffic. He was elbows out against Nicholas Bart. That ran the TCR racer over the curb in the Audi, and Collado wasting no time as he worked his way through the pack. Also off the road briefly went number 8, the Nico Gomar, Loris Cabiru, Mike Parisi Lamborghini stripe. Collado getting into the back of Kelvin van der Linde, who'd already overtaken the Ferrari. Kelvin wasn't necessarily being given an easy time by the Ferrari driver. As up front, Danny Juncadella continued to lead the race. He made his way up towards the line as a punctured tyre brought a rather frustrated Adam Iteki into the pits. And as he came in, so the leaders all followed suit at the end of the third hour of racing. And what that now gives us is an order slightly distorted because Nico Müller, who owes us a pit stop, he had to make an extra refueling stop so he can go a little bit further for his 65-minute stint lead on the road in Audi 46. But here, look, Davide Rigon has managed to jump both Juncadella and Jack Aitken, and that means that he's second on the road. He's going to inherit the lead when Müller makes his next pit stop. So Iron Link's rolling the dice a little bit on the pit strategy here, Ben Constanduris, and what that means is that we now have a rather different order than we did before that last round of stops.
Which spices things up, doesn't it?
Does it ever?
The beauty of having 3 driver races and endurance races and the variety of strategy in offer for tyres and fuel. Fantastic atmosphere in the paddock and pit lane, and everyone really enjoying what has been a slightly, I mean, it's not actually that much cooler. It feels cooler outside. It's still 28 degrees out there.
Okay.
And it's 9 o'clock in the evening. The grandstands have emptied because the roof terrace has opened.
And there's a party there, isn't there?
And the whole of the top of the pit boxes are full of people having a great time.
Oh, I'm really pleased, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid to tell you, David, because I'm obviously stuck in the box for the next 3 hours, but that is where everybody is. And it's a great atmosphere between that kind of very south of France vibe. There they all are. You know, roof terrace. Normally it's overlooking a marina, but why not overlook a pit lane of GT3 cars? And there's something great about the noise of the GT3 car with the sun going down and people having a great time.
And of course, there's something similar at Spa. I know we're thinking ahead to the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, where you've got that rooftop party as well. Now, this car, number 63, it's Jack Aitken back behind the wheel of it. It's great to see Jack going so well in GT racing again after that Spa accident last year, but I was a little bit worried about it before the pit stops. I thought I'd seen the old wisp of smoke, but it seems to be okay. There is Danny Juncadella, who somehow has lost 3 seconds against Rigon. Well, some of that was in the pits because it was a 1:24 stop for Rigon, and it was a 1:26 for Juncadella. Now, Nico Müller has just pitted, so Rigon will now take over the race lead.
Yeah, curiously, both Aitken and van der Linde's pit stops were quite significantly slower than Juncadella. Juncadella 1:24, which compares pretty equally to the van der Linde car, but Aitken and Juncadella quite slow, 2.5 to 3 seconds slower than that.
Car 20, 10-second time penalty at the next pit stop for unsafe release. Car 20, 10-second additional time penalty at the next pit stop for unsafe release.
And that's the Dominic Baumann, Valentin Pierberg, Martin Conrad Mercedes that is being given the penalty. That is Nico Müller, who is in and steps on the car, does he? Or is that Fred Verviche who's come to have a word?
That's Verviche with the helmet on, but not getting into the car.
Which is similar in a sense to what Müller did to Rossi at the first stop. Went to the car, said, do you want to change? Are you good? There's another drinks bottle. So he needs his helmet on to walk to the car to be part of that team, but isn't required yet. So Fred Verviche can go and watch the data. And in about 65 minutes' time, he will be called upon to bring the car to the end.
And it's in this hour where we will lose the last of the light. It's still just about glowing at one end of the circuit, but of course the camera's starting to get the headlights right in their eyes, and the real atmosphere begins here. But it's been a really good rhythm of a race, hasn't it? It hasn't peaked and troughed too much. It's just been steadily bubbling with action throughout.
Yeah, we've had a few tyre dramas as you've been following, but yes, you're right. And that last hour was probably the calmest of the 3 thus far. There was a definite rhythm there. But Iron Lynx have done a good job on strategy here and on pit stops. The car was a long, long way back before the last safety car brought it back into the mix as everybody closed up. But then they've taken over the lead on that last pit stop. They're lowered down the order. Ooh, that was a bit leery, wasn't it? 188, Alexander West, very nearly getting together with Stefano Costatini, but Costatini goes ahead of him to take over the lead in Pro-Am now. That is the class lead battle. So Costatini out of the Ferrari Challenge, experienced GT racer, gets ahead of another experienced GT racer these days, Alexander West, who of course is part of that Garage 59 team. He's one of the investors, but that's a change of lead, and the Ferrari, I think, now is probably going to be able to build that gap. And again, that's interesting because the 188 McLaren has been away on its own for much of the race thus far.
Again, down to driver changing and different people behind the wheel, and it ebbs and flows, especially when you have the shared driver entries. Of course, that we focus on the head of the field where you have all pro drivers, and in fact they're comparing each other in hundredths of a second between each other, who is the faster of the three. Whereas once you start sharing cars with silver and bronze and AM drivers, then you get that big ebb and flow of a car peaking and then really troughing because it has a driver that doesn't have the experience or the pace to match its pro drivers.
And this is one of the beauties of multi-driver endurance racing, isn't it? That cars' pace is so affected by the differing speeds of drivers. But Stefano Costatini then up into 34th place overall, the lead of Pro-Am. And what else have we got happening out on the racetrack? Well, at the moment, we've got Nico Müller rejoining in 13th spot. So that's kind of where the car was, really. It's up to Müller in this stint and then Fred Vervish to haul it back into the mix. But they've had to make an extra pit stop because the fuel rig didn't fill enough. So it was either a human error or it was a problem with the rig itself. But it's not so much the refueling time that cost them, it was the drive time in and out, which here, and I think you were making the point in GT4 earlier on in the day, it's a long, long pit lane.
I mean, it needs to be a long pit lane to accompany the amount of cars that we've got on the grid.
This is true.
But when the likes of Formula 1 come here, they use half of it. The other half is used by the Formula 2 grid because there is a kink in it, as you will have seen, and only half needs to be used when we have that kind of field. Whereas when we've got a full field of GT3 cars, every inch is needed to facilitate them. And in fact, the GT4 paddock is on the exterior of the circuit because we've got so much with Lamborghinis supporting as well, filling the interior paddock.
Indeed so. Right, there is Müller, who is on his toes already. The next target for him is Alex Arca, and there is the Atemto Audi that goes wide, and Nico Müller eases through on the inside line. That was given to him, really.
And one of the things you can do when you've got really nice fresh tyres, hold that inside line. I mean, Alex Arca obviously has made a pit stop, but is 13 minutes into those tyres, so they're not quite as fresh. They don't have that real bite that the brand new tyre will have. And we've seen so many moves like that at Bose, but it's so much easier when you have that tyre differential of a tyre that's done a bit versus a tyre that's fresh.
Indeed so. Well, Nico Müller, who is on fresher rubber, only by a couple of laps, but fresher nonetheless, running slightly out of sequence. They're going over the timing line, number 25 Audi. Now that has got, interestingly, Patrick Niederhauser behind the wheel. So it's gone Leggeret, Mies, Leggeret, Niederhauser. So are they keeping the single stint strategy and Niederhauser for the end, or are they going to double stint him and then put Christopher Mies for the end? I would have anticipated this would be Mies and it would be Niederhauser for a double in the dark. However, the Santalot team doing things its own way.
Yeah, and there are drivers that prefer not to race in the dark so much because of various different reasons.
John Watson's put his hand in the air as one of those.
10-second time penalty at the next pit stop for car 88, unsafe release.
And that is the Junqueira Mercedes. So Danny Junqueira, a 10-second penalty at the next pit stop for an unsafe release. Now that gets significant, doesn't it now? Because that's plus the drive time in and out, going to drop the car down the order.
It is a time penalty rather than a drive-through penalty, so he doesn't have to make an extra stop. He can just stay in his box for 10 seconds. So in theory, he is plus 10 seconds on the time in which he has right now, which actually would only drop him down into 4th or 5th position with Van der Linde and Collado. So it's not quite as significant as having to do a full drive-through, which is quite a hefty penalty here, but still, nonetheless, takes him out of that lead battle. Although the time between Ricard and Juncadella has grown quite a lot since I started just a couple of moments ago.
Well, indeed so. Yes, you're right. It is the time added on at that next stop. Right, so at the moment, we've got the battle going on here between 32 Audi, Kelvin van der Linde ahead of James Collado, who is back behind the wheel. Those two make their way now up through the first couple of corners. and accelerate their way once again onto the Mistral straight. But significant stuff, all of this, now with the 88 Mercedes having to serve that penalty on the next stop. And John, you do everything you can on the racetrack, and then something like that bites in the pit lane.
Well, talk about bite. I've broken our lap record for having a supper here in the commentary booth, as David's going to slip away and get something to eat, and Ben Constantinos and I are going to take over. And, well, Davide Rigo's got that comfortable lead of 6.5 seconds over Danny Juncadella, and then Jack Aiken. Jack Aiken, I thought at one point was going to be right on the tail of the Lamborghini, but for some reason the 63 has not been able to really match the pace of now the Ferrari leading and the Mercedes in second.
Juncadella has lost a little bit of time since the start of this stint, and his last lap was at about 1.5 seconds, no, 1.5 seconds slower than Rigon and Aiken. So Rigon on a really good pace in that Ferrari at the head of the field, and it does feel as though we could have a battle for second on our hands between Lamborghini and Mercedes with Juncadella and Aiken, and then the battle that we've been watching between Van der Linde and Collado, which on the last timing loop was only 0.2 of a second. So plenty of interest right now as they've gone through the cycle of their next set.
Well, Danny Juncadella right on it as he came through and back into the pit lane. So what should happen this release? Wait and see, an unsafe release. So, I mean, look, the guy on the lollipop can see who's coming down the fast lane. So the car is released, and then it moves at slow and... Well, where's the unsafe release on that? I mean, I didn't see anything there. But obviously there's been some issue that the race director has brought to the attention. Unsafe, 88. 10 seconds, unsafe release.
I wonder whether it was a pit stop before that one. There were certainly no cars around that.
No, not at all. And I don't know. And unfortunately, we can't question the race director because we're not in a position to do so. The penalty is being issued and it will have to be served. Undoubtedly, you know, the team will be looking to address whatever the issues are. You know, AMG team, kudos, ASP, a winning team, whatever way you look at it, are not going to roll over if they think there was any question or doubt.
Yeah, 10-second time penalty, as we say, will drop Juncadella actually into the clutches of Van der Linde and Collado. So it's not all lost there, but certainly dropping a couple of positions is not something you would choose to do. And don't forget, the race control are about half an hour behind real world, because they're always assessing things that have happened in the past. And so it might be that we've only just had pit stops, and that might be the shot of that last pit stop. So they might be an hour behind and assessing what happened 1 hour before, and that penalty might apply to that. Collado on the tail of Van der Linde here through the final turn with a little bit of traffic. Is it ahead, or is that the Lamborghini?
That's what, no, it's the Mercedes.
Yeah.
So this battle for 4th and 5th place, James Collado has closed up. And Kelvin van der Linde, his first stint, I thought Kelvin was going to, again, get onto the tail of the lead 3 cars. Hasn't been able to match them, and the pace that the Audi has had has been the best of the Audis throughout, well, just over 3 hours of this race to date. And we saw a great early run from Dries van Thor, but Kelvin has just not been able to drag the speed and running in 4th place. Now, 2.75 hours or short of that remaining in this race. That's another 2 rounds of pit stops. An awful lot we know can happen, and stupid little penalties like a unsafe release so easily could destroy all the hard yards a team has done.
Kelvin van der Linde in this very unusual position after last week. Tells me that he is fully fresh after the 24 hours last week that he crashed in and took victory in. A very unusual situation, not something you can really do these days, but you are able to take more than one seat in that particular 24-hour race. So he crashed one car and then won in the other one, and feels completely fresh to do another 6 hours this Saturday night.
Well, the one thing about Nürburgring 24 is that most of the top teams run 4 drivers, some run even more than that. So while it is a very tough event because of the nature of the Nordschleife, it is slightly made easier by the fact that you've got 3 other teammates to share the load. But looking back and see what's coming on.
Drive-through penalty to car 27 for repeated track limits infringement.
Well, that's the Ricard Motorsports Lamborghini, so another car getting a penalty, and then these are unforced errors. But easy sitting in the commentary booth as the armchair quarterback saying what if and or but.
Tyler Cook down in 43rd position right now, 5 laps off his nearest rival. It's not been an easy day for those boys, and they get a drive-through penalty that's not obviously benefiting them from exceeding track limits in whatsoever. They're not having a good one, and it'll just enforce their frustrations.
So the gap, the gap between 5th and 4th place, just 0.6 of a second. Kelvin van der Linde running in that current 4th place, got the Ferrari drawing ever closer to it, and of course now into the darkening part of the evening. It's hard sometimes, you know, you get headlights behind you, okay, you rely on the team to give you the information to who is directly behind you, but this sort of kind of a form of disorientation can set in if those headlights start to get either too close, that's a problem, or if they're falling away, you can relax.
Change for 6th position as well. Dan Harper in the BMW Junior car, up 1 position over Marco Sorensen in the Aston Martin, who had a huge accident in practice, and there it is. Aston Martin now behind BMW Junior, number 50 in this particular race. And that actual chassis, that actual vehicle was crashed last weekend. So the boys there at Rover Motorsport have had a huge amount of work to get the car rebuilt and then travel from the northern Germany down here to southern France, set up the garage and get it going for our bronze test on Friday morning. Although they wouldn't have been part of that. Because
no, but I mean, the one thing that teams can do is they've got the spare parts, that's the main thing. And as long as the basic structure, the basic chassis is unaffected by what might have been a superficial accident, in other words, bodywork flies everywhere, but the bare bones of the chassis are in place, then just make sure put it back in a jig if you've got time to do it, get everything squared back up, rebuild it and send it. But, you know, to go from Nürburgring and then come straight down to the south of France in the space of, 4 days, probably more than half, like 3 days, is a pretty good effort by those people at M Sport.
Yeah, they won't be the only ones in the paddock. I'm sure there'll be a couple of other chassis out there this evening that are working hard every weekend, whether it be in the British GT Championship and then travelling over into the Europeans. And there is the other Rover Motorsport machine, the 98 car.
It's up at 11. No, that's not 98. I can't see where it is.
Yeah, down in 20.
There's still Augusta Farfus behind the wheel, but look, again, how the traffic ebbs and flows. So the BMW is out of place. It's not in this battle. The white Ferrari clearly is, and then we've got the 51. I think it is Ferrari in the middle.
But I feel as though Kelvin van der Linde has gained a little bit of advantage through traffic there. I mean, it's traffic, but it's traffic that's travelling very fast. You know, Farfus is one of the very best at BMW. He's lost a position to Ferrari in the 57 Mercedes. All through probably trying to get out of the way of this battle for 4th position. So hard to do when you've got a battle of your own at speed.
Well, the 57 Mercedes has been a very quick car basically all the way through practice qualifying. So it's got good lap time performance, and it's now caught itself in between this battle that's going on between Collado and Collado trying to get up the inside, but no mercy shown whatsoever. So that's a little bit of relief for Kevin van der Linde. He can sort of think, well, let Collado deal with the Mercedes. I managed it relatively easily, but he may not. Oh, and the 97 Aston has spun. Now, we can't quite work out which part of the racetrack we're looking at. Andrew Howard, that's down. I'm trying to recognize where it is. Anyway, he's got it rolling.
Just lost the rear end.
Just the back end, once it's gone, it ain't coming back. So Andrew Howard had to just basically get the anchors on. Hopefully he hasn't flat spotted those tyres too much, because that might mean an unexpected pit stop into the bargain.
Interestingly, race control reporting car 51 spun and rejoined at turn 11, although looking at his lap time, he hasn't lost a huge amount of time by a spin, so that's either misidentification or indeed he just didn't lose that much time.
I think it's a miscommunication, because it's running still behind the Mercedes. So Kelvin van der Linde in sort of clean air at the minute in 4th place. 57 Mercedes running at the same pace as the 4th and 5th place cars are doing, and well, What is he going to do? Is he going to move out of the way? I mean, is that 19th position, that car, Lorenzo Ferrari?
And how do the rules compare here to what you would see in Formula One, where they just jump out the way and basically park up to allow the leaders through? Well, clearly it's not happening here.
No, it's not. I mean, Formula One's got different rules and regulations, and if you ignore a blue flag, I think, on 3 occasions, then you'll get a penalty. So in endurance racing, it's a slightly different scenario, and certainly here this weekend we've seen a number of cars that are further down the order but are capable of running very quickly, getting in the way of those lead cars. And because the balance of performance is such a success, and the performance of cars is more or less, you almost say, it's neutralized any gains or advantages, how do you find a way around?
Very frustrating for James Collado. It's seeing his rival just ebbing a little bit of an advantage. Kelvin van Linden now just over a second ahead. It's not very much, but considering it was 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second when they were locked together, and you felt as though the Ferrari was faster. Now to have a Mercedes, he's got a slipstream to play with, I suppose. He can do various different things with fuel saving perhaps behind it if it's traveling at enough of a speed, but he's got Ferrari ahead of him and Farfus in the BMW just behind.
Yeah, it's a little bit further on the field. We've got that battle for 11th place between Alex Aka in the Audi and Casper Stevens in the Mercedes. So there's only 6 tenths of a second. So that's another little
Well, it's a class lead, isn't it?
It
it's
is.
a Silver Cup.
Yeah, it is. Just watching the Audi running way around the perimeter of La Poussée. And I always think if you get that far out, it's going to be dirty, you're going to have problems. But no, the Audis seem to stick. If you can make it work, you get a good run off because it straightens up your entry from Le Poussée and gives you then marginal advantage in the run up to that little chicane some 200 meters further down the racetrack.
It does seem as though Poussée now basically has rubbered in across the whole track, doesn't it? There's not a racing line much there.
Well, certainly the racetrack looks that point, I mean, against expectations. So many people have run the higher line that they're keeping that part of the racetrack clean, and therefore it's available. But at night time, it's not quite so easy to pick up. Here you can see coming into turn 1 how much rubbish there is. Mostly it's rubber on the racetrack. Now you rely on peripheral vision as well as your headlights to pick all that up. Different racing at night time.
I imagine that reference points here at Paul Ricard must be pretty hard, because we started the race with all these bollards everywhere, but they've slowly been destroyed and disposed of. There's nothing really protruding out the circuit to show you where the track limits are.
Well, Paul Ricard, one of its features is it is relatively featureless. So, I mean, you've got all this multicolored anti-skid or high grip paint. So it's a slightly unusual circuit that I don't know any other racetrack that I've been to that has got the kind of character that Paul Ricard has. But the headlights in these cars are now so efficient, so powerful, that they can pick up the reference points that you may use. Some people use marker boards, some people might just have something that they can see to their left or the right, to the point they know that's where I want to lift off, that's where I want to turn in, that's where I want to brake.
This time of year here in the south of France, we really won't lose the light completely fully until around 11 o'clock. The sun's gone down by now, but it still lingers and we still have a decent amount of light in the sky. Probably more actually than it looks like on television, especially when you've got the lights shining into the camera. But actually there is a little bit of vision and we won't really go fully dark until the last hour.
And then it does, the lights do go out. I mean, it gets pretty dark when there's no additional lighting, ambient lighting around the racetrack, as some 24-hour races enjoy.
Aka's really under pressure here, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's getting a real, I mean, it's a, that Casper Stevenson is all over the back of the Audi. But we've seen previous hours that the Audi has always had that slight advantage when it comes to stop the top speed, particularly down the Mistral Straight and into Seine. So Aka is managing to do a good job. Casper Stevenson is trying very hard to find a way to get the Mercedes ahead and to make up that one position to get up to 11th from 12th position. But again, how hard he tries, and where the Mercedes is marginally better is in these sequence of corners for the lower speed, but on the straight the Audi's just got that little advantage. Gives you that little bit of breathing room to know, another lap I've managed to keep it behind.
this battle is being caught by the Mercedes just at the back of shot, which is Axel Jeffries, who seems to be just slowly chipping away at the gap. So it suddenly could be a 3-car fight, and Casper Stevenson suddenly will find himself in the middle of a battle rather than purely focusing on attacking. And that'll change his mentality. He won't be able to place the car quite in where he would like to do it when attacking and trying to get past the Audi.
No, absolutely, and Alex Jeffries, if you can see just in the background, is closing down on Casper Stevenson, so he doesn't want another car to come into a battle, which is a two-way battle right now, and make it into a three-way battle and have to focus both ahead and behind, where all that Alex Aka has got to do is focus on one car behind me, but keep looking forward to where I might meet traffic that's going to go a lap or so down.
Rigon still leads, the gap stabilizing at around 7.5 seconds. They now then have a gap of 1.8 seconds to Jack Aitken, who has a comfortable margin over Kelvin van der Linde of 8.6. The gap between himself and James Collado now down to less than a second again, so Collado may well have cleared the traffic and will be able to start getting back onto the tail of that Audi. And then the junior BMW team of Dan Harper in his BMW number 50, Marco Sorensen in the first of the Aston Martins, Nederhauser in the second of the Audis, Nico Müller in 9th, Puhaka in 10th, and then this battle that we've been following. There are the ebb and flow of the two Mercedes. Axel losing actually a little bit of time on that last lap.
So still there's, you know, ebb and flow between the Audi and the Mercedes. Look how close Stevenson can get at the far end of the racetrack now into this long right-hand corner which leads into Lake Cole, the left that leads onto the straight. And you know, the Mercedes look to me to have the better sort of mechanical grip, but here on the straight, and you know, you feel you are driving more into darkness because the sun's behind you, so not very much Casper Stevenson has been able to do, and the Audi's just got another mile or two advantage, but this time it's a bit closer. I just wonder whether frustration's going to set in or whether we're going to see a move that might be oh, Stevenson, you're gone way, way wide. That's what I didn't hope to see you do. And that's maybe, one might say, inexperience, and you're trying to be creative and do something that might give you the opportunity, but trying to do it like that was not the right move.
Especially when he's tucked up so close to the rear end of the Audi that suddenly it takes away some of your reference points, doesn't it? And you then have to rely a little bit more on feel as to where you're braking, where you're turning in.
Well, it all gets, when you get that far out entering into scene that early in the corner, it all gets a bit tippy-toey, and you think, oh, and then you think, well, I got away with that. I'll not want to do that again. So I would expect that once Casper Stevenson has had the experience, he'll decide there are other opportunities that will arise, and I hope I'm around to take advantage of them.
Up in 8th position now, Nico Müller passing Patrick Nederhauser on that last lap, so he's now the second of the Audis in that comeback for the 46. He shares with Valentino Rossi, who we saw starting the car, and Vavish due to get into that car in the next stint, which is in about half an hour. Remember, pit stops tend to be around the hour mark, as per regulation, really.
Yeah, so yes, coming up with 2 hours, 28 minutes remaining. So in the next 25 or so minutes, expect to see the pit lane once again becoming the center of activity. And that again, and we've seen it time in memoriam, how many races are won finally by the pit work by the teams. WRT and other great teams have done it so well at victory. They've been out of a victory and they've turned it around and taken the victory.
Davide Rigon was in the pits for 1 minute 24 seconds on the last pit stop. Van der Linde 1:23.9, and yet the guys in between them, Juncadella and Aitken, 26.4 and 27.2. So instantly 2.5 seconds lost.
No, you cannot give that kind of time away. It's just, you know, you work hard on the racetrack, and then I know that everybody works hard on the pit lane, but part of this form of racing is the pit lane is no less important than what's going on the racetrack. And in fact, on many occasions, as I mentioned, it's where a team can take victory. There we see the 46 right on the tail of Marco Sorensen in the
lapping a Mercedes.
Yeah.
It's actually Franco Girolami making his first start for Mad Panda. Brother is Nesta Girolami, who's a world touring car driver, has been for a few years, and very successful Argentine touring car driver. Franco's the younger brother who came runner-up in the TCR Europe Championship last year, interestingly replacing the tall Serbian Dusan Borkovic, who was in that car for the first of our endurance rounds, also ex-touring car driver. But Girolami doing a good job at the moment.
Yeah, on board with Nico Müller. Just listen to the throttle. Can't really get on the throttle as hard as he might want to, coming through the long right handle that leads into L'École. Just all that sort of part, sort of semi-breathing the motor, but once he's on the straight, then the advantage that he enjoys is doing a pretty good job. And Niederhauser behind him is just going to drop back 2.2 seconds already.
And when you're in this situation on a straight like this in a GT3 car, it's an opportunity to relax a little bit, isn't it?
You get it, but there's probably a couple of places where you can have that sort of catch your breath moment. Certainly the straight here is virtually a kilometre long, and it's one of the few racetracks that's got a straight of that length. So it's very nice, and it sets you up for this final sort of more technical part of the racetrack, which you're a lot of work behind the wheel, and then you get your way back on to start-finish straight, where you get another brief moment, nothing like as good as the Mistral straight. It's not a particularly physical circuit as such. Interesting, the comment that we had earlier from Valentino Rossi. They said, my neck. So through your lateral loads. So this is on board with the 46. And so Nico Müller continues on his way, and he's got relatively clear road ahead of him. He's 6.2 seconds behind Sorensen in the Aston Martin. And Jack Aiken 1.6 seconds behind Juncadella. So that in Jack Aiken's first stint, he wasn't able to hold that kind of gap to the Mercedes, but this second session, he's done much better.
And I think that kind of shows that when we're talking about losing 2.4 in the pits and only being able to gain half a tenth here, half a tenth there across a whole stint, just shows how important those pit stops are. Interestingly, Rigon has now extended his advantage over Juncadella by nearly 10 seconds, 9.5 at the last beam, and it is stretching. That Ferrari's doing a great job, as it has done throughout the whole of practice and qualifying as well as this race, but they do seem very much in control. Let's go on board now with their teammate, the 51. James Collado can do a lap of us, and you can have a look at what gear he's in and what speed he's doing into turn one.
Right, so here we go, James Collado. So coming down into entry into turn one, and not particularly quick, and then you have to make that quick switch back to the right, and then be careful not to overrun on the exit through the exit of turn two. Then almost short shifting just to get the gear and get the momentum going as quickly as possible down the hill. It's a shallow drop. Then the first part of this sort of, it's almost like a two-part chicane. Here's the first part. Then the second part we come down to now, and then you're beginning the return of your lap all the way back, about to join the Mistral straight. So James Collado looking forward. He's got Kelvin van der Linde just 2.5 seconds ahead of him. So he will be looking as best he can. And just as interesting, this is the way the light's picking up on all the little marks on the perspex on the windscreen. Just those little flecks. It looks like it's raining, but it's not. It's just the way the light's catching whatever the marks are. So down the Mistral straight. Listen, we went down a gear there to get through scene. The run to, whoa! Hold on, James, what was that all about? Got way wide and got almost sideways on the exit as he now comes through that. And again, the back of the car looks unstable. Suddenly, in this one lap riding on board with James Collado, we're seeing a car that isn't apart with him. It's almost doing its own thing, way wide again on the exit. So as he found himself in a situation where his rear tires are just about at the end of their useful life.
He got out of jail, didn't he, with that save? But like you say, it was quite a moment. But again, you know, they've spent most of the last few days, not all, but most, testing in different conditions. But now we're heading towards, what are we up to? Nearly 20 to 10 local time. And we know from drivers that these tyres have a different feel with even a slight change in temperature. So James Collado may have had the tyres just start to feel slightly different for him. There's a lot of rubber put down on the circuit, and of course also there are things out there that you can't see anymore, where you could see marbles earlier, John. Now you just have to feel.
Absolutely, that's one of one of the skills of racing at night time, is to be able to pick your way through a racetrack that is you know, littered with rubber and whatever else has been dragged on. I mean, fortunately we don't seem to have too many bits of bodywork. Oh, and Collado had the door well and truly shutting them there. And you can see his anger, and the headlights flashing in the back of the McLaren. And that, you know, when you're trying to run down another car, as Collado is, he's 2.1 seconds behind Kelvin van der Linde. That loses your momentum. That's cost him maybe 2 or 3 tenths of a second.
You may have covered this, but the team manager of 88 to race control, I noticed. Now, we've got that penalty, haven't we, for Jean Cadeir's 88 Mercedes?
Well, we saw that we ran a replay of the release, and there's nothing that I could see the release that was done. So it was one of those scenarios that I don't know. I need to hear more from the race director as to what was the issue about the release that we saw a replay of. It. To me, I didn't see the problem.
But if the team manager is now being called as well, that's, you're looking at James Collado here that's just put a lap on Alexander West. That put him slightly offline, and he's fighting the car. If the team manager of 88 is being called to race control, that suggests there's something else lurking in the system. But we'll come to that in due course when more news arrives. Davide Rigon, in the meantime, is nearly 10 seconds up the road. So that last pit stop that catapulted the car into the lead was an absolutely crucial one. And he's been able to build on that as through comes Collado 5th. Jack Aitken 1.8 seconds back from Danny Juncadeir, and in silver it is Alex Arca's Audi ahead of Casper Stevenson. Ollie Milroy back into the lead of gold, and it's Stefano Costatini hanging on to the lead of Pro-Am.
Just looking from the cockpit of Collado, you saw an instrument on the right hand side which was counting, and it looked like it was counting the number of minutes and seconds that he's been behind the wheel of this stint. And something I would say when it gets to around 60, it was 42 point whatever. When it gets to 60, that's the point when they'll be looking to bring. And there's a lot of other instrumentation in the cockpit of these cars. The clearest one, obviously, is the gear selector, gear change. But lots of other instruments giving you temperature readouts and other information.
You see also, we talked about the lollipops in the pits. Well, for night time, not only does the driver need to see the car, the pit crew, the driver needs to see the pit crew need to see the car. So you'll see these little lights on the aerial. So the 88 Mercedes has its little blue, almost like a Christmas tree. There are others with different colours. They're the green you see adorning the car in 12th place, the Casper Stevenson Mercedes. So as the car comes down the pit lane, the team know what light they're looking for as much as the driver knows where the pit crew is with what they're showing him, their lights in the pit lane as well. So this Silver Cup battle getting really toey now, because back on the inside line goes Casper Stevenson, and Alex Arca in the Audi loses out, so the Mercedes goes back ahead, and in fact the Audi gets stuck in traffic there behind the Boutsen Racing car at the same time.
Yeah, so that was a lot of hard yards by Casper Stevenson to get that pass. Now he's made it. You can see how quickly he's stretching the gap between himself and the Audi, so his focus is now going to be on Bahaka in the Audi number 66, who is a further 3 and a bit seconds up the road. So the beginning of a little bit of a charge with some 17 or so minutes remaining before he'll probably evacuate the seat of his Mercedes.
Indeed, so that'll take us to the end of this next hour. So Casper Stevenson doing a very good job here, because again he's taken this car from daylight through into the darkness, hasn't he? And this is something, again, for a young driver, he's learning about it. He's got to know for Spa, but here's another opportunity to learn.
Well, it's that bit before daylight ends and darkness descends where it's quite difficult, because everything sort of becomes almost a sort of a monotone rather than a color. At night time, headlights are fantastic. They give you illumination, they can show you where you are on the racetrack. But it's that sort of bewitching 15, 20 minutes when you're caught between daylight and nighttime, and the headlights really are, while they are effective, they're nothing like as effective as they are when they're now in full darkness. And how quickly has the light just dropped away?
Absolutely so. I think we say this pretty much every year, don't we? Sort of coming, gone. Suddenly the light disappears. Right, so there the cars pour over the line. This is where headlight spotting becomes a thing. There's 99 Alex Arca, having lost that Silver Cup lead to that car, Casper Stevenson. But this is a fight that potentially can go down to the wire. They're still running very closely together, those two. And also you've got Patrick Niederhauser's Audi a little bit further up the road. So how many are on the lead lap? Certainly the leading 16. How did Vincent Abril lose out while I was grazing?
We didn't see any of that.
16.
We didn't see where that drop in position for the McLaren came from. In fact, is that the McLaren just coming onto the straight? Certainly one of the two JP Motorsports.
Number 46 Audi still at the races, isn't it? Nico Müller is pretty much on the lead lap. He is, in terms of time, not that close to the overall leader, but still has the potential to gain more places before the end. Through the traffic comes Stevenson then. That's to put him up alongside 112. So that will move him up past the Maciej Blazek McLaren. Round the outside he goes. Casper Stevenson tucks the car in, gets the line there, going into senior.
Yeah, because the car is coming down the straight, of course, going into darkness. So finding your way into scene, you can see just how dark it was from those onboard shots. I mean, literally, there's no light other than the light from your headlights.
And there is 112. That is Blazek, who is now passed by Alex Arca. So it is a real test, this, for the drivers. And again, you were talking earlier, I heard with Ben, about the lights filling your mirrors. Well, yes, they still have those mirrors. Of course, many of the cars, if not all these days, have that rear-facing camera. So you've got that little television screen, which acts as the mirror inside. That suddenly becomes very bright as those lights loom up behind you as well.
And the power of these headlights, when that hits, when you see hitting the camera lens, it just bleaches the camera virtually. But that hits your mirror. I mean, it can be so sudden that it just literally, all of a sudden, there's a flash of light in your mirror, and it's a distraction. It's something that, you know, you could be unnerved even by it.
Driving standards flag there you saw going out on the neon light. 33 of Maxime Robin, down for the WRT squad in 26th place, that car at the moment. But up front, Davide Rigon is leading by 10.9 seconds as we approach the end of the fourth hour. This is number 7, Ollie Milroy at the wheel, having taken the car back from Brendan Arieb. And Ollie Milroy, who we've seen racing in GT cars quite a bit over the last few years, but spent quite a bit of time racing out in Asia, successfully too as well, but good to have him back on a European stage, and accelerates now back onto the Mistral straight.
And that is the leading McLaren,
yes,
as we talk. So Milroy in 14th and Vincent Abril, who had been much further up the order, into 16th position.
Yeah, Abril will give way to Dennis Lind for the last couple of hours of the race.
That would be fun.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Dennis in the dark.
Oh, I love Dennis in the dark on a wet racetrack. Absolutely compulsive viewing.
Well, you've got 2 out of 3. I'll try rain downs for you. But Dennis Lind, who we know is always a star, former Lamborghini factory driver, Super Trofeo champ, he will get on board treble 1 for the last stint there. Talking of McLaren's, is 188. Alexander West, having lost his lead at the start of the hour in the class, he's never really been able to fight back against Costatini. He is now 5, no he's not, he is just under 5 seconds adrift, so he's in touch but not able to strike against Costantini. Well, Ferrari of AF Corse are leading the way then in Pro-Am. There is Alexander West for Garage 59, the Swedish driver, who, along with Andrew Coddy and Chris Goodwin, is effectively Garage 59, and fitting perhaps therefore that the boss's car is the one still surviving the rigours of the race.
So you see a busy entry into scene, and Alexander West, the third of the 3 cars, looks to dive up the inside and gets the job done. So a good pass from Alexander West. Maybe it wasn't the toughest pass, but every pass is a good pass.
The team's messaging app is putting out another urgent call, as it were, for the team manager of the 88, Danny Joncadea Mercedes. It's been on the timing screen, this request, for a few minutes, but he's still not made it up there. So race control need to speak to a representative of Jerome Policon's team, and they need to do it now.
Well, it's strange where they haven't responded. Or maybe they feel that.
Well, there is that.
We'll sort it out when the race is finished.
Will the problem go away if I ignore it? Well, no, is the short answer. There you can see what John was talking about the lights bleaching the cameras. They all come pouring down towards the first corner. And Patrick Niederhauser has just pitted number 25 Audi, so that all of a sudden gives us a wave of places being gained. Casper Stevenson then breaks back into the top 10. But right now, Alexander West here pushes on for the second place in the Pro-Am battle. Costantini still up the road ahead, and then Martin Conrad is behind in that class.
Although we're not focusing on it just yet, we're still looking at Alexander West, but Jack Aiken still holding a very close third place, just 1.6 seconds behind the second place Mercedes. Kelvin van der Linde further, just under 6 seconds behind Aiken. So although the gaps are there, you know, the next round of pit stops, we saw maybe a couple of seconds between the quickest of the three leading manufacturers. It very quickly can turn around.
Very true indeed. And you never know what might happen late in the race with all the stresses of the best part of 6 hours having gone through the cars. That's Davide Rigon's car up the inside of the traffic. So the overall race leader goes past the surviving Porsche. That's Giorgio Roda's car. We saw it off the road early on with Mauro Calamia at the wheel of it, but no dramas for the moment. Davide Rigon goes by and tries to stretch that margin then, as we are just under 10 minutes now off the end of the hour. The Iron Lynx Ferrari looked good early on, didn't it, for the first, what, half an hour or so, dropped away a little bit, but this hour, the race really has come back to it.
Very much so, and Davide Rigon has done a great job behind the wheel. The gap between second and first is up to 9.4 seconds, third to second up to 2.1 seconds, so second and third place cars respectively have lost ground to their principal challenger.
Nico Müller at play here, and he's getting himself on the back of Marco Sorensen. This is for position, this is for 7th and 8th. On board with Müller then, trying to work out where the best place is to make a move against the Aston Martin. Down to the Virage Dupont, second gear approach, drops it down to first gear to drag it out the other side.
Yeah, and the big danger is you're using those low gears, getting back on the throttle and making sure you don't break traction, but there is a traction control facility available. But most drivers prefer to use the thing that God gave you to control traction, that's your foot.
So far so good for Nico Müller. But again now, as he gets third gear through turn 1 out of the S's there, you start to see where the Audi is strong and where the Aston Martin is strong. Marco Sorensen running then in 7th place, but about half a lap now away from the race lead, if not more.
Car 21, 5-second time penalty at the next pit stop, short refueling time.
21 is the AF Corsa Silver Cup Ferrari that is currently quite a long way down the order, but it will lose a little bit more time on that next stop. So 8 minutes or so away from the hour, that's when you can anticipate most people to be in, although Vincent Abril is in already. So Dennis the Menace is about to be dropped into the 111 McLaren.
Early start, early. I don't know why they've come in so early, but obviously they've got the reasons.
Well, Dennis is allowed 2 hours and 10 minutes. There are 2 hours and 8 to go. Maximise him. Simple as that.
Very simple. So that's the answer, and it's the right answer to the question too. Get him in, get him behind the wheel, and see if he can drag that car up from its, well, it was up to 11th position. It's dropping down as it's in the pit lane.
But this battle between Nico Müller, hard at work in the Audi, and Marco Sorensen behind, this is getting equally leery because Nico wants to be a place better off when he brings the car in for Fred Verviche to double stint it to the end. Sorensen, a wide exit there from Virage de la Tour, and that brings Nico Müller right back onto his tail. So onto the timing line they come now. Break the beam. In the inset box there, you've got Müller hard at work. With the lights all around him. Goes screaming past the pits, down towards turn 1. Heads into the braking zone.
Well, he thought about a pass, certainly.
Car 88, 5-second time penalty at the next pit stop, short refueling time.
So that's the concern for 88. There was already the unsafe release 10 seconds to factor in, and now a further 5 for 88. So
right, so the penalties are racking up, and that is not good. That is not good for the 88. So again, little errors creeping in, which will all add up to the potential to take you off the podium, let alone drop just one place down to third place. Because Jack Aiken is only 2.4 seconds as we stand right now behind second place, and Kelvin van der Linde is only a further 5 seconds behind Jack Aiken. So add those two together and you can find that Yucadero, it could be at best only fourth.
That's right, so he's got a 10 and a 5 to add on to the pit stop. So yes, he's going to be coming out fourth or fifth at worst, I would suggest. And that stop is imminent. So what it also means is that Jules Gounon is going to have to drive the wheels off the car for the remainder of the race. But of course, you never know what's up the road to bring the gaps down, as there Muller attacks Sorensen and he gets squeezed up the curb. Coming out of Beausset. Didn't work for him, but here you can tell that Nico Muller is on a mission, very, very definitely. And he does make a move. Great stuff.
Yeah, that was a good move up the inside. The Aston hasn't had the mechanical performance that the Audi's had, and that's where that pass was worked out by Nico Muller. Did a good job on the exit of Le Bousset and saw the opportunity to launch it down the inside. And once he got alongside, then he could work with what he had just created and sort it out, and there was nothing that Sorensen was able to do.
So, good effort this, good stint by Nico Muller, bringing that car back into contention. Remember, they've had an extra pit stop with that fuel flow drama, so 7th overall that car now is. And there, going through, is the overall race leader. Confirmation that as Jules Gounon gets on board, he's going to have to sit and wait for a further 15 seconds. Those 5 for the short refueling and a further 10 for an unsafe release. 32, Kelvin van der Linde, according to the message line on the timing screen, does not have working rear lights, and that is something I suspect might need addressing on the next pit stop for the scrutineers, and that could be another loss of time.
Absolutely. I mean, having no rear lights is a big no-no. So the time it takes to find out what is the problem, it might be just simply a connection is disconnected. Might be something more time-consuming. It might be push it back in the garage and that's sorted out.
Well, there up towards the line comes 88 then. So it's running second on the road, 6.6 seconds back off the race leader, but I fear that it's going to be quite a tough 2 hours, this, for Jules Gounon when he gets on board to bring the car back into contention, overcoming that 15-second penalty that is heading his way, the 10 and the 5, 2 separate penalties, but to be served at the same time. Now, this is number 32, we think. Remember, it got a tap in the tail from James Collado earlier. It wasn't a massive hit, but it's enough to have only one light working.
Yeah,
so there's a brake light.
One brake light, but no road lights, and no brake light on the left. So whether the tap has been sufficient to dislodge. I don't think it's broken all the bulbs. I don't think they use bulbs these days. They use LEDs. But whatever it is, only one brake light is functioning, and that will have to be addressed.
Can they just put on a complete rear section? Or a GT car's not quite as modular as that?
They could, if that's what they thought the problem is.
Yeah.
But they have to determine what the problem is, but they will have no doubt the bits ready to do that change if that's what's required.
Kelvin van der Linde is now being given the meatball flag, the black and orange mechanical warning flag, and that means that the scrutineers are advising you of an issue that you may not be aware of with the car. Well, there it is. That is effectively a black flag with the flashing orange disc. Mechanical warning, the meatball flag, and effectively the scrutineers want the car in now for these lights to be working. Now, there's a replay from earlier as to what may have been the issue. This is when into the back went James Collado. It wasn't the biggest of knocks.
No, but it's not the knock per se, it's just where that contact occurred. It could just be enough to make a move. I mean, it may have moved the rearwards facing camera likewise. So those are small little details that manifest themselves. Now, it's only we've become aware of this because we've now into night time.
Yeah.
So only once the rear lights were picked up that they weren't working, the one single rear brake light might have been picked up, but certainly it's the running lights that are the principal concern.
Well, the team, I suspect, will be getting everything ready so that when the car does come in, they'll try and combine the black and orange flag at pit stop with a routine stop, maybe at the end of this next lap, because that'll get you to the end of the next hour, and then go to work. But this could be number 32 dropping down the order as a result. This is James Collado.
Is he coming in? He's in the pit lane. I was going to say, is he coming to a stop? But it shows you how dark the pit lane is.
Well, he is coming to a stop, but a pit stop. You're quite right. This is James Collado. He's just pitted, and that was him having a lose coming out of senior. So a spin for Collado. Did he hit anything? He didn't, but oof, that was a big old moment.
It was a moment that he didn't need, and that set of tyres will be flat spotted, so it doesn't really matter. He's in the pits, and there's a driver change taking place. So Antonio Fiuco is going to take over and do the remaining 2 hours. That'll be a bit of fun because he is a little hot rod.
He is, but he won't take over that one. He'll take over 71. That'll be Miguel Molina in 51.
I'm getting excited.
Quite rightly, because for Oko, we know he's a gun. He'll take over the Rigon leading car. Yep. But Miguel Molina replaces James Collado.
Oh, look at the way he closed the door. He's an unhappy chap. That was certainly not, well, to me, he didn't need to slam the door quite like that, but he's unhappy about something, and no doubt a part of that will have been that spin coming out of scene.
Well, Molina sets off down the pit lane. And this is the replay, John, of the spin.
Yes. Oh, and the back end stepped out just at the apex, and then he ran wide off what would be the racetrack, and just around and round it went, and ended up pointing in the right direction. So, but that was an unexpected moment, but it was the very abrupt snap oversteer just again at the apex of scene that caused the car to spin.
Well, he didn't need that set of tyres again. Jean Cadea is in then for this long stop. Jack Aitken is in to give way to, where are we up to on that car? It's going to be possibly Costa again. And Kelvin van der Linde is in for what could turn out to be quite a long stop to get these lights working.
Yeah, I think van der Linde is the one that's going to have the biggest problem, because they've got to find out the problem there is the 88 Mercedes.
Yeah.
So it's sitting there waiting for those 15 seconds to pass. Now they can go to work. So out gets Juncadea. And this is going to be Jules Gugnon's stand up and deliver time.
It is indeed. He also nearly delivered in the Bentley. Remember the last lap when he got caught up behind traffic at senior and the Emil Frey Lexus pounced for the lead. That was one that got away, but Jules Gounon, well, he needs a safety car really to help him out here, but you never know what strife there might be up the road. It's late in the evening, of course. The teams have had a busy day. This is where little errors can come in the pits as well. Too many people working on a car we've seen in the past, or a rogue wheel just straying across into the fast lane. That can be a penalty. We've had that for the Castle Ferrari team in years past. So everybody's got to remain focused and remain drilled. Away goes Gounon, but he's lost out, of course, now to 63 Lamborghini on that stop.
Yeah, he's probably lost about 10 seconds net. So he'll go out, and so the Albert Costa's gone. Looks like he's back behind the wheel.
Yeah, indeed. For
this 5th hour. Again, cars pulling out now. Just again, this whole issue about that demarcation line there. Be very careful that you don't go over it. There is Jules Gounon on his out lap, and he's have to readjust all his senses. He's not driven in the dark this weekend until now.
They had that pre-qualifying session yesterday evening where there might have been a little bit of fading light, but nothing dark like this. There's 32, but it's back on track, and
still doesn't look like it's working, but it's difficult. The headlights from the car following might be confusing. It's hard to tell whether those lights actually are functioning or not. But didn't look to, well, maybe they're.
I think they are now. Yeah,
you can
there's
see
a glow around it, isn't there?
Yeah.
So whatever it was, they've sorted it pretty swiftly. That hasn't cost them too much time, which is good. And so that car remains in the mix. Dries Vanthoor behind the wheel of number 32 now.
Yeah, so Vanthoor back behind the wheel. Up again at scene, and the scene of lots of excitement over the previous, 4 hours really. Down into the Bucea scene of also a lot of overtaking. So Dries Vanthoor, that's right on board with the Belgian driver. Wants to get through the traffic as quickly as possible. And Dries will not take any prisoners, that is guaranteed.
We're on lap 119. Last year's race ran to 182, which was a record, 1,050 kilometers. But right now, this is Jules Gounon, who is going to cross the line slightly out of sequence, not only because of that long pit stop, but also with Nico Müller owing as a stop. Number 46 Audi is currently in a rather elevated 2nd place overall.
Well, the gap between Gounon and 4th and Vanthoor in 5th is half a second. And you see Vanthoor already looking to stick the nose of the Audi down the inside in the hope to try and find a way around. Jules Gounon didn't work.
97 there is the delayed Aston that we were hearing about Andrew Howard's dramas earlier on. So Rigon is leading at the moment from Muller, who owes us a stop, but has actually just done a personal best in a sector, Nico Muller. He's finally got some clear track space. Then you've got Albert Costa ahead of Gunon, and then Vantor right on his tail. Yeah, and his last lap was actually his fastest lap, so a good run here for Nico Muller coming up to the conclusion of his run. And amazing that even after that time, the set of tyres are still delivering a performance to enable him to do his best overall lap. The fastest race lap down to Danny Juncadella, 154.8. Nico Muller's last lap, his best lap, 155.0. So almost within 2/10 of a second of the fastest race lap to date. I'll tell you what is becoming a sleeper, and that is number 50 BMW, because it's now got Max Hesse in to take it to the end. And that car is in 6th place on the lead lap, and within about half a minute of the leaders. The BMW, the best of the BMWs now, looking pretty strong. Just watching here, sorry, what is Van Thor doing? What does he want to do? And you can see what his intentions are. So Gugnon takes the more traditional entry, and Van Thor's trying to sneak the nose of the Audi up the inside. So coming up to conclusion of lap 120. Davide Rigon still in the lead, Nico Muller in second. Costa third, Gugnon in fourth, and Van Thor, who we ride with, in fifth. Over the timing line goes the Audi. This is where the Mercedes breaks away just a little bit. You can see that gap extend as they go through. Down towards turn 1. The leader is expected, and into the pit lane comes Davide Rigon. So that is Antonio Fuoco. He's got his little seat adjustment ready. He is a different frame to that of Rigon. The board is waved, the driver waves to make sure that Davide Rigon knows exactly where he is meant to stop, and stop he does. Fuoco leaps around the car, helps with the belts and the cabling to get those out of the way, so it's a clearer entry for him. He hops in. Davide Rigon also stays by the car to help strap in his co-driver. You've seen some get out and walk away, but here it's proper teamwork. Brian Links, the driver that vacates, helps strap in the incoming driver. The mechanics rush around the car, go from corner to corner to corner, just the two of them to do these tyre changes. The fuel crew get on with their work as well. Yeah, what Rigon's doing is reconnecting the radio. There's a safety net inside the car. That's got to be reattached. And any other accoutrements that a driver might want. Some do have drink bottles. Didn't see a drinks bottle being placed into the car for Fuoco to finish this race. He's got an hour and 54 minutes to go out and enjoy himself. So good run from Rigon, very good. Impressive, really an impressive race, considering, you know, I shouldn't say the struggle he had after a Spa accident, but the time he took to ensure that when he did come back that he was fully fit, and there was no questions about whether he would be a little bit off colour. Absolutely, I mean, he certainly proved that he's as good as ever. So there is 71, Antonio Fuoco on track then in the number 71 Ferrari. So with 2 hours to go, let's have a look at what's been going on thus far. It all began with the 71 Ferrari in the hands of Daniel Serra on pole position, and it led down towards the first corner with Klaus Bachler's Porsche being in second spot and Charles Weert's Audi number 32 just grabbing third ahead of Raffaele Marciello. There was drama for the Sky Tempesta Mercedes further back as it had to avoid a spinning Maro Engel, who'd been tagged into a spin by Hubert Haupt. There was damage to a number of cars as a consequence. We also lost Ethan Simeone's McLaren with damage as Serra led from Bachler, Weert's in third. Mirko Bortolotti was soon on his toes, rather aggressively moving his way up past Benji Goethe. Weert's made a move on Serra, but to no avail. By this stage, Klaus Bachler had put himself into the lead of the race, and Bortolotti sorted out Weert's as well as Raffaele Marciello came into the mix. Bortolotti round the outside of Serra for second. Next target was Klaus Bachler in the Porsche. Marciello was also looking to find a way up past number 71 Ferrari. And Mirko Bortolotti's dive for the race lead was an absolute peach into Virage Dupont, charging up the inside of Klaus Bachler as the sister Porsche of Mauro Calamea went off the road, rejoined just ahead of Chris Froggatt, and got a tap at the tail for his pains. Big drama for Benji Goethe, 2 punctures firing him off the road at Senior. Valentino Rossi ended his first stint, but was good to go for a second. Nico Muller came to offer a drink, but staying behind the wheel was Rossi, a puncture for Wirtz as well, and then drama for Backler, who tripped over a spinning Sky Tempesta Mercedes that had just left the pit lane of Jonathan Quee, and he had nowhere to go. Christopher Meads charged through the order in number 25 Audi, picking a place off the Neil Verhagen BMW. Valentino Rossi was involved in a big battle with Verhagen as well, and there was a brief brush between them coming out of senior. He eventually made a dive at Saint-Baume, through he went. Marius Zug followed through. He was able to nip up the inside and take a place away as Thomas Tuula went off the road up at senior with a flat tyre, and that pitched the Lamborghini into the tyres. That brought out the full course yellow, followed by safety car elements to the race, and it meant that everybody got a free pit stop in a sense under the slow race pace. On the restart, the race would go from daylight through dusk into the darkness. Change of driver in many of the cars, as those that had double stinted earlier on finally got to the end of their drive time. James Collado was pressing on, working his way up through the traffic, and more dramas as the number 8 AGS event Lamborghini fell off the road again up at senior. Kelvin van der Linde got past Collado, who fought back rather aggressively and got into the back of him. Didn't do him much good because the Audi stayed ahead to the end of the stint. 71 Ferrari in the hands of Davide Rigon continued to lead as into the pit lane came the number 88 Mercedes. But penalties would soon come its way. One was for an unsafe release, another was for being short on the refueling time. 41 seconds the hose has to be connected for. Onto the pit straight under the glow of the lights from the pit buildings, and those lights would glow brighter as the natural light disappeared over the course of the next section of the race, bringing them to the end of the fourth hour. And at that point it would be the number 71 Ferrari that led, as a big spin came from the James Collado Ferrari. He brought it back to the pit lane and handed the car over to Miguel Molina. Antonio Fuoco took over the leading 71 Ferrari, and at the end of 4 hours it was Nico Müller yet to stop ahead of the queue. So Nico Müller leads on the road. Jules Gounon with the penalties, trying to fight his way back into the mix. He's dropped behind Dries Vanthoor, has he not? Because there is the Audi just up the road ahead. So Vanthoor has done it. He's jumped ahead on that lap of the race while we've been away looking at what's been happening earlier on. Significantly, Vanthoor is up ahead of Jules Gounon now. So that place that he was itching to get, he's finally done it, John.
It always looked like it was going to happen. It was just a question of where or when. So let's just have a little look back and see, actually, now that's on board with the Mercedes, and you've got the Audi directly behind. You can see the Mercedes, the wing struts. That's how you recognize it. The wing struts flexed. And there he goes. Dries Vanthoor got the run down the straight. He got a good run, and he managed to get himself up alongside and ahead. Coming into scene, here's on board from the 46. 32, beg your pardon. The 32.
So he gets a draft along the Mistral straight. Goes to the outside line. On the inside is the Mercedes. To the outside line goes Vanthoor. So he's got the job done, seemingly, before the corner. Does he get across to take the apex? Where's the Mercedes out of all of this? There it is, back on the inside. So Gounon at that point hung on to the place. But elsewhere, the Audi did get through, so he's managed to do it. So Dries Vanthoor now fourth, and Jules Gounon tries to get the place back, if at all possible. The Audi, though, starting to look strong. And remember what a good job Vanthoor did in the qualifying session earlier on.
Yes, he did a strong run from Vanthoor.
Müller comes into the pit lane. So Nico Müller to give way now to Fred Vervisch. Remember, this car, after an extra pit stop, because of that fuel flow drama, slightly out of sequence. But this now, if you like, puts it back into the mix. And however they divide this now, Vervisch can go to the end. So he will need to make a final pit stop, but he will be in the car to the checkered flag now.
So all the attachments, also Vervisch running one of those helmets that's got an air pipe on the top of the helmet. It doesn't seem to have anything attached to it. But anyway, just going through the function to getting the car prepared to start it up. So the car off the jacks now, he can roll. And Fred Vervisch in for the remaining hour, 47 minutes. So let's wait and see where that car, it came in fourth Vervish came in the lead and will go out after Nico Müller did a great job. So Fred Vervish will go out having made the penultimate stop of this car's 6-hour race.
So there is Fred Vervish then, who is on track in number 46, but of course will drop down the order accordingly. Now, he can, as I say, go to the end. He will gain places back at the end of the next hour, but of course lose them again when he serves his last pit stop. So that car is still yo-yoing a little bit. We've got another car slow on track with a puncture, I understand. So 25 is being shown as having a punctured tyre, and that's the Santalock Audi. That's the Leger Mies Niederhauser entry. Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel. He's just come into the pit lane. So Patrick Niederhauser a puncture. They've largely affected Lamborghinis and Audis, haven't they?
They have, and I mean they're mid-rear engine cars, and the issues that have in the past had a bearing on the tyre issues. The tyre issue's gone away now because track and ambient temperature have fallen down. But just simply, I think it's a lot of it's been caused by overheating of the inside shoulder, on particularly the left rear, and so whether that's to do with tyre pressures, which is basically governed by Pirelli, and a strong recommendations, if not more than that, on the amount of appropriate rear camber, the degree of rear camber that you're running, so you don't put a load of unnecessary load into the inside shoulder of the tyre.
Well, right now, the situation is thus. There, Antonio Fuoco leads with an hour and 3/4 to go by 14 seconds from Albert Costa, and it is Dries Van Thor in third place, ahead of Jules Gounon fourth.
Time penalty 5 seconds to car 50 for speeding in the pit lane. Time penalty 5 seconds for car 50 at the next pit stop for speeding in the pit lane.
Car 50 being the 6th placed BMW of Max Hesser. I said it was a sleeper a few minutes ago. Well, it's about to have a doze of 5 seconds. So Miguel Molina, number 51 Ferrari, 5th, Hesser 6th, and Fred Vervish then, number 46 Audi, is 7th. He's about a minute off the lead. He'll gain places back on the next round of stops, but hand them back again when he makes his last pit stop.
Yeah, it's going to be, as you say, it's an ebb and flow. So there is the Mercedes, Jules Gounon stuck in 4th position.
Whoops.
Oh, contact, and was that a...
That's a Mad Panda Mercedes.
Mad Panda. Was that a contact that caused that? I suspect it was.
I think you might be right. Who would we got behind the wheel of the Mad Panda Mercedes? It's kind of a long way down the order, isn't it?
There we are, in 27th place.
It is Franco Girolami. So it's a very grumpy Panda, that, having had a spin. Call for the RSPCA. One dives to the pit lane there. And let's see who it was that has just made a dive in. I think Patrick...
Van Thor. Oh, it's
Van Thor. So Dries Van Thor is in. And did he get caught up with the spinning Mad Panda Mercedes? I think he may have done.
Looks like it.
So Dries, yeah, down the pit road. 32 Audi has picked up some damage. And so big drama. Van Thor out of third place down the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. You get coming up to back markers, you sometimes have to roll the dice to try and find a way through. So will this be a quick effect repair? Or will it have to be on the dollies and put it back into the garage? So this left rear is going to be replaced. So, and also they're topping up the fuel at the same time just to give that 32 Audi an additional. Well, they're going to put it in. It looks like they're going to. Well, they haven't put the left rear on. They're going to put the dolly. Yeah. They are. So it's going back in the garage.
Right, that's race over effectively, isn't it? Even if it rejoins, it would have lost so much time. That is therefore big, significant drama. Right, let's piece it all together. The Audi is what, in the middle of all of that?
Yeah.
To the inside. Bang.
Well, I mean, that's just two cars came together. Van Thor drifted up high, and the Mercedes was coming down low. So I put it down to a racing incident, but because Van Thor is the pro driver, he might be adjudged to be. And to me, the back end stepped down.
Yeah.
And that's really the cause of it. So it was something that, just too much load on the left rear, and Van Thor was a passenger.
This is Gounon's view, look. So he's right on the back of the Audi that goes to the inside. The slide happens just out of shot, but that's the contact. Turns the Mercedes around, but the bite a bit because there's damage to the Audi, and straight away Gounon is looking for a way by.
Yeah, I mean, Van Thor knew immediately there was an issue, so the left rear has come off, but it's the car itself is back in the garage.
Well, they've been stuck behind the Mad Panda Mercedes for a lap or so, and eventually Vanthor committed to a move, but as he sits there, he knows that any chance of a good result is just ebbing away.
Yeah, I mean, having to put the car back into the garage is never going to be a good outcome, and they will have lost certainly already a lap, and maybe it'll be more. We don't know what the damage is, whether it could be as much as a suspension either bent or maybe broken, a toe link or something of that nature, and that will just take a certain length of time. But the team very quickly, when they took that left rear wheel off, they went to put another one on and said, no, back in the garage. So something in that left rear corner is clearly going to need to be replaced.
So I'll have another go at this order. It is Antonio Fuoco leading. There's the Mad Panda Mercedes in to sort out its damage. But Fuoco is 14 seconds, nearly 15 seconds ahead of Albert Costa. Jules Gounod is up to third, Molina fourth, Hesse fifth, but with a penalty coming, and Verviche now sixth. WRT goes to work to try to salvage what it can out of all of this now, but the car's going to lose a lap. That's from the rear camera on the Audi. You can see the mechanics at work. We've got the tape out. That's the great one thing you need in your toolbox. That solves every problem, doesn't it, sticky tape?
Gaffer tape.
Gaffer tape, yeah.
Whoever invented it should be a squillionaire. So many race cars of one race is bandaged, whatever.
So the lights at the front.
I don't know where the gaffer tape is being. It certainly looks like around the left rear quarter of the car. So the team looking all around it to see if there's any residual damage from that. It wasn't a massive impact, but it doesn't have to be. It's the angle as much as anything else that could do the damage.
Riding on board with Fred Verviche right now. Frederic Verviche is sixth in the number 46. Valentino Rossi, Nico Müller, Audi. And he's only 1.4 seconds behind Max Hesse, who's got a 5-second time penalty looming on his last pit stop. So there's another place to be gained come what may for Verviche, as long as he keeps out of strife. And I'm afraid the Panda is going back into its cage.
I mean, it didn't look to me to be a particularly big impact, but as I mentioned, it's more the angle as opposed to the weight of the impact. But both cars involved in that incident are now pushed back into their garages, and whether one or both reappear, we wait to see.
So that's Max Hesse for Rover in the junior car, if you like. The sister one, 98, the Rover oil delivery car, has got Nick Yellerly at the wheel. That's just up into 15th place now. Remember, it had a drama with a puncture for Nick Katzberg early on in the race and lost a big chunk of time, like 2/3 of a lap of the limp home. We've lost Niederhauser in his Audi into the pits and damage. And I'm afraid to say that Vincent Abril, I mentioned coming in, never went out again. So we've been denied Dennis Lind in the car because 111 has retired from the race. A real shame that, having been going well early on. Dries van Thor out of the car, and that means out of the race. It was a very short stint for him. And one clang up against the Mercedes means day over.
Might mean a drive shaft. Yeah. A suspension component can be changed relatively quickly. A drive shaft's a different deal because it also then can go into the gearbox if the impact is sufficient, just at the wrong, again, angle. And whatever it is, that looks like it's all over for the 32. Disappointment for WRT. They'd hope that would be the car that would have given them at least a podium.
So that now means that your best placed Audi is the Valentino Rossi, Fred Verviche, Nico Müller Audi that was quite a long way down early on. Valentino, by his own admission, was losing places early on.
Yeah, but Valentino was up on the roof of the hospitality having a party. No one said we might be in the podium.
He's a breath of fresh air, Valentino Rossi, and Fred Verviche behind the wheel. Now, forgets about parties. He's got one mission, and that is to push, push, push. There is the party going on top of the rooftop, and we've got the incident between 32 and number 90 incident under investigation. So the Dries van Thor and Girolami Mercedes drama under investigation. Right, a lot going on in the pit lane. Gemma has news.
Yeah, I'm down with WRT at the moment. Obviously, Dries has just got out of the 32 car. His head hanging very low, very disappointed. I've tried to have a chat with him, Kelvin and Charles, none of them want to talk. They've all gone back out into the back of the garage. A very, very disappointing end of their race, of course. And just to catch up on a few other bits that have been going on down here in the pit lane while all the action's been happening out on track. The McLaren, the 111 McLaren, came in behind the sister car, in fact. It looked a bit of an absurd stop, and it turned out that the fire extinguisher had gone off both inside and outside of the car. Vincent's fine. He had some medical attention just to clear his eyes, which were suffering a little bit of irritation, but obviously a very disappointing end of the race for the McLaren as well. And further down the pit lane with Santalog, the 25 car has had to retire. They had the puncture on the left rear, which actually caused quite significant damage to the wishbone, which can't be repaired. And again, another very disappointing race for the Santalog team. So just a few updates for you, and back over to the commentary.
Gemma, thanks. I suspect that's not the last of the dramas in the pit lane, because we've still got 96 minutes to go. And John, there's always a sting in the tail to this race.
Oh, yes. Just 96 minutes, and it could all kick off. We thought we'd seen enough in the last, what, 10, 15 minutes, with penalties for pit lane infringements and then on-track action. This part of the racetrack we're looking at right now. And there is the 46 Audi, Fred Vervisch behind the wheel, trying to make further progress to catch up to the 50 BMW.
Now, I mentioned a lap or so ago that Fred Vervisch's car, or the so-called Valentino Rossi Audi, was the best placed Audi, so it's bought its way back into the mix. And it ain't done yet. There's a place on offer for when Max Hesse has to make his stop with a time penalty. But look, Vervisch has caught him anyway, and he goes through on the inside line. So ignore the penalty for the moment. Already on pure pace alone, Vervisch goes 5th. Up towards the line now. Miguel Molina will be the next target for Fred Vervisch. The margin between the Ferrari and the Audi is 9.8 seconds. That lap from Vervisch was a 56.7, so a bit slower than the Ferrari. But now he's got clear road ahead of him. I reckon another place could be on before the end, especially given that we've still got an hour and a half to go.
We have. I mean, certainly he's not going to cut into that 9-second advantage with ease. There's going to be a lot of hard work and a lot of good fortune, just how you find the traffic ahead of you, particularly the cars that are going to be once again going a lap down. So Fred Vervisch, a lot of experience, a good old hand, and a proper race driver to boot. He knows there's an opportunity to get a podium, and he will certainly look at that as a possibility.
On to the Mistral once more, then goes Vervisch. So let's have a quick look at sector times. He is a 10th quicker than Molina on this lap, so clear of traffic. Vervisch is on a mission. Look, the Mistral straight is virtually as clear as he would wish for right now. So this is a lap on which he can make a little bit of headway into that deficit.
Yes, I mean, he's got clear air for, I don't know how far up the road any other car might be, but certainly he's clear, and that's all he can ask for. He's got the BMW still in close proximity, but having made that pass relatively easily in the final corner onto pit straight, I don't think there's any chance that the Hesse-driven number 50 BMW is going to make an attack to regain position.
No, that car now needs to sort of keep out of trouble, but also preserve its gap over the Aston Martin that's 7th of Maxime Martin. In silver, it is now Fabian Schiller who leads the way in 777 Mercedes. Now, that car we've barely seen all evening, but all of a sudden, there it is, happily leading its class. Good effort has been done there to put that car into the lead ahead of Marius Zug in the Atemto Audi. Marius Zug down to 2nd now, having led early on. And 3rd is 87 Thomas Drouet, who's taken over from Casper Stevenson in the Mercedes. But again, that's dropped down the order on that most recent round of stops. So Fabian Schiller leading the way in the Mercedes that is shared with Al-Faisal Al-Zubair and also Axel Jeffries. That's Marius Zug, 99 Audi, pressing on. Onto the pit straight. This will be the end of its 130th lap. So it's still on the overall lead lap, and 9th with 10th, incidentally. The sister car out of the Atemto stable, Dennis Marshall, has taken over 66, and he is just 4 seconds further back in the queue.
Yeah, Marius Zug's got a bit of work to do. He's just under 6 seconds behind Schiller for a possible 8th position. Let's look at Thomas Drouet in the 87 in 11th position, but more importantly in his own category. there is the 87 of the green light, identification light on the top of the hood or the roof of the car.
So Drouet coming back into the equation here. He was lapping quicker last time than one or two of those ahead of him, so not given up yet in their quest to win silver. But Dennis Marshall is in a different category. That's one of the Pro Cup cars against the silvers. What's happening in gold at the moment? It is number 7 leading there. Frederick Schandorf has taken over from Ollie Milroy, so the Inception Racing McLaren doing a really impressive job here. It's kept out of trouble, it's delivered the goods, and it's 12th overall.
Yeah, what you do in the R1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is irrelevant. Only what matters is when you take the checkered flag and work your way slowly in the way of, for example, in the good old days of 24-hour races, it wasn't a sprint as it is today. It was you'd maybe have a race for a couple of 3 hours and then you drive to the finish. And eventually reliability or driver errors would see you elevate yourself up into the final rankings.
Well, there is the McLaren, the Inception Racing squad. Bas Linders oversees all of this as the team manager. Vast experience both from the pit wall and behind the wheel. And the car 12th overall and on the lead lap, heading towards the Virage de la Tour. And then onto the Virage du Pont to round out the lap. In gold behind Frederick Schandorf is the Iron Dames Ferrari of Michel Gatting. And then third, Lucas Auer in number 57 Mercedes. So again, pretty much, whether it's been silver or Pro-Am or gold, it's shuffled on the round of pit stops. Okay, you could argue that overall has shuffled, but the constants have been the 71 Ferrari, 63 Lamborghini and 88 Mercedes, who've rather traded the lead throughout.
Yeah, and another car that's slightly out of position from where we saw it earlier in the race is the 30 Audi with Thomas Neubar behind the wheel down in 19th position. That car has had its problems, we've seen them. But I mean, at one point that was a car that was running more, I couldn't say, not comfortably in the top 6, but was running in that top 6 for a period.
Yeah, it was really only one drama, wasn't it? The spin with the 2 punctures, but it was such a slow half an in-lap that was where all the time was lost, partly as Ben Goethe had to get his heart rate down, and then the limp home. There's Michel Gatting doing a good job for Iron Dames. That car had a spin in qualifying, but it's kept out of trouble in the race and has gone nicely. There was a pit stop infringement that was looked at earlier, but other than that, that car's gone really well.
Well, again, it's about being metronomic. Just you go out, set yourself an objective, i.e. a lap time, and don't necessarily try to exceed it or don't drop below it. Just keep within that sort of whatever the lap time might be. Might be a 2 minute or a 1 minute 58 second lap time. Just keep sticking to the lap time as best you possibly can, taking into account traffic and all the other issues that are to be dealt with. And normally that's where you will find yourself at the end of the race, up the rankings.
So there is the Ferrari that is 17th overall, chasing after the Silver Cup Mercedes of Jordan Love, the Mark Blundell managed driver. 16th overall, Jordan Love. So the leaders currently work lap 133. As I said earlier on, the race last year got to 182. That's the target, which will be a new distance record. Lucas Auer, nephew of Gerhard Berger, former DTM racer. He is aboard the Winwood Racing Mercedes. That is the third of the cars now in the Gold Cup. And we've just had a change in the top 10 because 87 of Thomas Drouet has cleared Dennis Marshall's Audi, and that means that 87 then is getting closer to Marius Zug, and in turn closer to Fabian Schiller for the class lead. So silver could go down to the wire here.
Yep, there's battles going on, whether it's for race wins or for your categories. So the silver looks like it's going to be a competitive finish with an hour 28 to go.
For the drivers that are doing this stint, is it easier to be thrown into the car in pure darkness, or is it better to be, is it easier to ease yourself in by being in the car as you go through the different stages of the light?
I personally would prefer either to be in light or in darkness. I think that that middle light it can be tricky. Depends whether it's you've got a background of a blue sky just getting gradually darker, or whether it's a heavy dark kind of day. But that period in our 4-ish, where it's not quite light, not quite dark, I always find was never the easiest of lights to enjoy. And whereas at night time the effectiveness of your running lights is so much that you've got very, very good degree of visibility. And at parts of the racetrack down here at the far end, you can see just there is a bit of additional lighting around, so that gives you another opportunity to see precisely, A, where you are, but more importantly, where you want to place the car when it comes to turning a corner.
We started with 54 on the entry list, 52 started the race. The Lamborghini of Benji Heites was withdrawn just as the race was getting underway. We'd lost the Bentley with an engine drama this morning, and out of those 52 starters, 43 are still shown as circulating, although I rather fear that another couple have lost so many laps that they're not really in the race anymore. But I don't know, make that, yes, I can count 2 more that we've lost, namely Van Thor and Girolami. So yeah, make that about sort of 39.
I think if we get 39 walking, hobbling or whatever, I think that'll probably be about the maximum number. So Andrea Bertolini behind the wheel of the 52 Ferrari knows these cars. I mean, he's probably built every single Ferrari that's come out of Maranello. He's been there since he was probably a boy.
Yeah, the ultimate test driver for them, but seconded to Maserati, won the FIA GT Championship, won the FIA GT1 World Championship, and has been a mainstay of the Ferrari team. Again, Andrea Bertolini, no longer the fastest driver, but what he doesn't know about racing these cars isn't worth knowing, and comes second in class out of Virage Dupont. This is senior, and there is a spinner in all of that, around and around and around. That is number 11. That is Lorenzo Patrese, who's gone around. He was way, way back in 43rd place, but still circulating despite all the trails.
Well, we don't know why he lost control, but certainly he did. But he may need to go into the pits because his rear tyre, well, his all 4 tyres will probably be flat spotted, so we don't know whether he made it to the pits. Have a look down and see if there's any indication on timing and scoring. If he did, well, in fact, he's running 43rd, so he's still out circulating. But that was a big spin and a scary spin at night time. It's up there at scene spinning. You're going around like a Catherine wheel, and all of a sudden, where are you going?
And of course, also with cars around you, they have to check up their pace, and then there's a risk of a secondary incident as people try and take evasive action. So 25 minutes before we get to the end of the 5th hour. Looking therefore to the next round of stops in this second round of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. Next stop for the teams will be back to the Sprint Cup in 2 weeks' time at Zandvoort. Another Sprint Cup round in Misano, and then at the end of July it's the biggie, the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa. Right, the first time I think probably. So right now we're on lap 136, and Antonio Fuoco clear by 15.7 seconds from Albert Costa. But totally different the way that the calendar works out, that you have 6 hours here compared to the 2 one-hour races in a fortnight around the dunes.
Yeah, different disciplines, but great preparation for all the teams for Spa. I mean, Spa itself it'll be a revised Spa that we're visiting this year, with all the work that's been carried out from La Source all the way down the hill through Eau Rouge, particularly at the top of Raidillon, and other elements of the racetrack to create safer racing, trying and avoiding the kind of incidents that we saw last year, that momentous accident that took place at the top of Raidillon.
Yeah, Speaker's Corner looking different with the motorbike element to the track that's been put in, and revisions again to Eau Rouge. So we've got that to factor in as we get to Spa at the end of July, the week after the British GT Championship. Another SRO series will have been there. But 71, Antonio Fuoco right now is making this look pretty easy, because the margin is, if not being maintained, it might even on a given lap be going up, and the Iron Lynx Ferrari has had a really good race here.
Yeah, and Fuoco, his laps are maybe a tenth here, a couple of tenths there quicker than the pursuing Albert Costa. It's going the wrong way for Costa. The gap's up to 15.7 seconds. So whatever Albert Costa is trying to do, Fuoco can respond by just having another 2 or 3 tenths of pace available, and he's not under pressure. And all he needs to do is just maintain the kind of standard he's been driving at for the last, 20-odd minutes, 25 minutes since he's been in the car. And it's his race to lose.
So Fuoco down to the chicane. Works his way then up through that right-left sequence down towards Saint-Baume, and the Ferrari then now accelerates towards the Mistral straight. But again, with the number of retirements, it means that the road is that little bit quieter, and so fewer dramas perhaps for Oko to have to cope with here.
Well, there are the top speeds. Nicolas Scholler and the Audi 289 kilometers. And then the Porsche 163, 288.
Time penalty, 15 seconds at the next pit stop for car 32, causing a collision.
Well, it's all rather academic because it's out of the race, but the Dries Van Thor Audi being given a penalty.
Well, it was always going to be Van Thor would have to carry the liability and responsibility for the contact, and it was his, not his action per se, but the car stepped, the back end stepped out, and Van Thor could do nothing about it. There wasn't any, wasn't road rage on the part of Van Thor that caused the contact between the two cars. Wide coming out of scene again. Just the 88, Jules Gougnot runs way, way wide. As he now comes into Le Bouzet. Again, caught up with some of the tail enders, wants to get through as quickly as possible. The Lamborghini not really being cooperative, and that'll be frustrating for the young Frenchman to think that I'm sitting here in third place. I'm some 16 seconds behind the race leader. And what's going to do?
So 88 Mercedes up towards the end of the lap. It's a Ferrari that leads. Last time a Ferrari won a GT World Challenge Europe race at Paul Ricard 2020, the end of the season, which also gave the championship to Alessandro Pierguidi. He won that race with Con Ledegaard and Tom Blomqvist. So it's been a happy hunting ground of late for Ferrari teams, and another win could be heading Ferrari's way.
Absolutely, looks very much set that direction. But 88 is not so, it's 18 seconds behind the second place Lamborghini, but it's 32.5 seconds behind the race leader. So any chance of victory on pace, you can forget about it, it's not going to happen. Trying to run down second place Albert Costa, very difficult to see it happening, unless, again, we see issues during the round, the final round of pit stops, where one team
slips up,
gets a penalty. Yeah, slips up.
Or indeed, if there's an incident ahead of the leader, or there's a bit of debris that's run over, because out of nowhere came that Van Thor and Girolami incident. You think, right, Van Thor's in the car, watch this, but one slide up alongside a back marker, two cars out of the race on the spot, effectively. You never know what's around the corner. It's always one of the fascinations of these races. So a 15-second time penalty for number 32 for causing a collision. Irrelevant as it's not circulating, but it does apportion the blame to the pro over the silver.
Yes, absolutely, and the pro was always going to be blamed if there's contact between a non-professional driver and a pro driver. That's just within the general sort of rules and regulations that all competitors have to run with.
So in terms of a speed through senior, number 57 is the car with the top speed to its name. It is the Mercedes from Winward Racing. Lorenzo Ferrari was at the wheel of it at the time. Lucas Auer is driving it now. He's also just up into seconding the Gold Cup once more. Nico Müller, when he was driving 46 Audi, was the second bravest, 235 kilometres an hour through senior. I suspect on the lap that Ferrari did 244. He may have run a bit wide to carry all that speed through the corner.
It depends whether the speed has been taken, because most drivers are coming down into scene, they're going down a gear. If Lorenzo Ferrari is doing something slightly different and he's going that little bit further when he clips into the speed trap, maybe that's why you don't get a 9-kilometer speed differential in a corner like Scene.
Exactly.
It's more to do with where the actual monitoring of the speed is, and he's just going that little bit later than everybody else.
Well, there is the Mercedes in question, and Lucas Auer bringing it to the end of the race now. So that car currently 16th, but there's another place to be gained, I suspect, before the end, especially given that there's another round of stops still to cycle through. So Fuoco is getting away. He's 17 seconds up the road now. But again, it seemingly is just not the Mercedes day. If you took those 15 seconds of the penalty off the car, it still wouldn't even gain terribly much at all, because it's now 33 seconds off the lead, and Gounon is struggling for pace now. So as the race has settled down into this last couple of hours, although Gounon we were hoping for great things from, even Jules can't stem the tide.
No, there's just the pace isn't there. We don't know the reasons why. You have to take the driver out of that factor, because I don't think you can ever reflect a driver's performance and a lack of performance within the car. So maybe it is a tire issue, maybe just the overall balance of the car has gone away in these cooler conditions. Certainly in the warm conditions, we saw Raffaele Marcello, just drive as we always expected to see him to drive, and that was imperialistic.
Well, there is Verviche going through. He is still chasing after Molina. Verviche 11.8 seconds back, slightly slower last time, but that was, I think, because of the traffic.
But he's got the BMW all over the back of him, having found a way around the BMW. Suddenly, there we are. It looks like the BM might be the quicker of the two cars at this stage.
But here we go back to what we've been seeing in different stints. A car seems to have good pace, and then you get to a given point and the tires seem to change in the way that the car reacts to them. And the pace that the Audi has had disappears. The BMW comes back into the mix. So Verviche comes up towards the line. That lap that he has just done is a, wait for it to arrive on the screen, a 1:56.7. So he's only hundreds quicker than Max Hesse, but yeah, it needs to be in the 55s, which is what actually Gounon and Fuoco are both capable of doing. So it looks as though the pace of the Audi / combination of Audi and tyre is going against Verviche now.
Yes, it is, and it's once you allow a competitor to get the sniff of maybe you're carrying a problem or you haven't got the pace that you had early in the stint, you have to disguise that. You do not want to give that information away to a competitive car such as the 50 BMW, because it could very easily find in the next few laps, as the Audi makes its way onto the straight, that its lap times are just going to basically get slower and slower as we come up to the last 15 minutes of the 5th hour.
But didn't we see this, for example, in the first stint? Charles Weerts started to drop away. This is Robert Renard in the Porsche number 911, and Renard in the Gold Cup having a bit of arm twirling there as he sorts the car out of the Virage du Pont. 21st overall and currently 5th in the Gold Cup, chasing after the Barwell Lamborghini of Sandy Mitchell. No, make that 6th in class, chasing after Raichi Tomita, because the Audi has darted past on that lap as well. The timing page we have is the update at the end of the lap, so confirms it now as he breaks the beam that Renard is down a spot, 22nd, and in fact the Audi, having got up and past him, has scarpered up the road. Robert Renard threads his way out of the chicane down towards Saint-Baume. Whenever we've seen Robert Renard within Fanatec GT, it's always been in a class car rather than an overall car. So although his speed is good, he always gets overlooked because he's got customers with him. Him and his brother Alfred, the two twins, very, very quick, but they kind of get forgotten about with the customers.
Play to your strengths.
Well, there is that.
If your customers are your strengths, play to your strengths.
Fair play. They've won the Dubai 24, for example. So this is Renard on the Mistral. Chance to have a quick look at the dials. If you're brave enough, just keep your foot on the boards all the way up towards Signes.
Just listen for the throttle. And a massive lift. So the idea of going through Signes flat out in darkness,
no
forget about it.
Yeah.
Forget it. It ain't going to happen.
It's wide there at Beausset. Cuts across, gets the apex. Very, very wide, firing across. Up now towards Bendor. Again, a bit of arm twirling as the back tries to wag.
There's an adjustment on the steering wheel, just one of the adjustments in the middle of the wheel. He just made a small change. I don't know what that would be for. I don't know how much sophistication there is on the steering wheel of a GT3 race car these days. So a little adjustment, maybe to try and limit the way the back end is becoming a little bit of a handful for the German as we come across straight. Let's see what speed he does up into turn one, 253, just 253, just over 150 miles an hour as he gets onto the brakes. And then swing left, then swing right, and watch you don't overrun on the exit. And then this sort of slight decline down to one of the two chicanes. There we go, into the first. Use a lot of curb and entry and exit. then a short sprint down to the next right-hand corner onto the beginning. You try to make those two curves almost one big sweep rather than making it two individuals. And then the final bit onto the straight through Lake Call. And here we go again. You can sit back and just relax a little bit, check your instrumentation, and if you want to speak to the team via your radio, this is the best time to think about having a chat.
260,
yeah.
Building. 265, any advance on that? Can we get to 270? Yes. Can we get to 280? 275, any advance on 275? No. Lifts, turns in. At certain corners, he does have to work the car very hard, doesn't he? We saw, for example, there, big slide. We've seen it on the Virage du Pont.
Maybe that's why he's been making small adjustments on the steering wheel, because that sudden kind of snap oversteer can catch you. And you, again, coming into Le Bousset, you'd see the back of the car, so I suspect maybe this set of Pirelli tyres on the rear of the Porsche have reached the duration that they were intended, and not an awful lot of grip there when he puts a load into the back of the car.
No, you're right, that looked a real handful, didn't it? This is 46 Frédéric Verviche, best of the Audis. Now, where is he in relation to Miguel Molina? He's 13.8 seconds back. That means he's been dropping away. And Verviche, in the first sector of this lap, had managed to get away from Hesse by about half a second. But Max Hesse trying to catch back up, and does catch back up at the end of the Mistral. So, again, the beauty of GT3 and the BOP here, cars with differing strengths working well at given parts of the circuit. Here comes Hesse on the outside. Same time of which Verviche is trying to get up through the traffic, look.
So the BM is still stuck to the back of the 46. And now Verviche having to try and find a way around the Ferrari. And that ain't going to be an easy task unless there's cooperation from the Ferrari. It'll be in a different class, so there's no reason for the Ferrari to be, let's say, oh, in the BM, what's happening there? Very strange entry. So I don't know what Verviche thought he was doing there, because he took a, whether he thought he was going to get a run down the inside of the Ferrari or not, but it's actually hampered his acceleration and exit out of that final turn.
So Max Hesse comes up on the outside line. Down towards turn one they go. The Audi claims the line for the corner, but of course, for as long as Verviche has to defend, he can't really think about going after anybody ahead, and Hesse is good out of the first sequence of corners. He's almost level with the Audi. He's got the line for turn two. He's going to get this done, isn't he? He's on the inside. He's up the curb. Verviche just about fends him off, but Hesse stays alongside him. This is brave stuff. He's going to go through on the inside at Saint-Baume. Excellent bit of driving by Max Hesse, and Verviche gets rattled out wide over the curb.
Yeah, no, that all started on the entry into the first and second turns, but on the exit of the second turn, the BMW clearly was quicker, and that's what gave them the momentum to get alongside Fred Verviche, and went through those two corners side by side, and Verviche eventually had to concede the position back to the BMW, so the BMW's up to fifth, and Verviche back down to sixth.
So again, there's something in all of this that means that the Audi is losing pace late in the stint. And bearing in mind that he started this after the likes of Hesse and Molina and Gounon and Costa and Fuoco, he's got a few more laps to do yet. Now, granted, he doesn't have to wait to the end of 65 minutes. That's the maximum you can do. So he could come in, if he feels the tyres are going off, could come in sooner, as long as he has got 65 minutes, but no more the other side of that pit stop, if you're with me. So if Verviche's tyres are going off, he's only really got to wait for a further 3.5 minutes, so let's say 3 laps out of this to be safe, and then he can pit.
Well, I think that would be the smart call, because whatever Verviche has got, it isn't working.
No.
And I think the car has begun to deteriorate over the last 10 or so laps. And to let the BMW, which you passed with not relative ease, but got past anyway, have that come back and find a way around, and you're struggling. You know, Fred Verviche is struggling right now. He's got no more pace in the tank, and he's dealing with a car that's giving him a difficult time.
So through they turn. There is 46. That is Frédéric Verviche, then down into 6th place, where in all of this is Maxime Martin, too far back to really be a threat for the moment, as Fuoco leads by nearly 20 seconds now. That gap is going up and up all the time. It's closer to 20 than it is to 10, for example. 17.6 is the margin between Fuoco and Albert Costa. Costa to Gounon is 19 seconds. So, as I say, even if you took that penalty off, the car still wouldn't be in 2nd place.
No, and you have to say that Aaron Links looks like, with an hour and 7 minutes remaining, they've got this pretty much in their control.
Looks that way.
Antonio Fuoco just sitting there driving last lap on 155.2, which is a pretty impressive lap when you consider the fastest lap of the race is a 154.8. So he isn't hanging around. Albert Costa, who's chasing him in second place, was just about half a second a lap slower. And then the rest are in the 56s.
We now have 40 cars shown as still being in the race, with the likes of Van Thor, Girolami, Niederhauser, Abril all confirmed as recent retirements. And of course for Emil Frey Racing, they've lost one car, the number 19 entry, a legacy of damage. That accident for number 14, it's Albert Costa's 63 numbered car that is upholding honour for the team, but right now, well, I was about to say, unable to do anything about Fuoco. Costa has just done a personal best first sector and taken half a second out of Fuoco.
I mean, how to explain it? I mean, clearly, there's a reason for it. He must have found an element of grip that he has not really had, but to find a half a second, as you look at this battle for 24th with Aurelian Panis and Enrique Chavez and the McLaren in 25th.
Yeah, Panis onto the Mistral straight, so that's another of those in the Silver Cup. Aurelien, son of Olivier Panis, onto the Mistral they now come, and we are imminent for pit stops because, to make the point again, 65 minutes is
drive-through penalty to car 52. Drive-through penalty car 52. Improvement and the yellow flags.
And 52 is Andrea Bertolini, who is second in Pro-Am. So, again, just when you think it's all gone quiet, there's something in the system that leaps out at you, and so it's going to be a penalty for number 52 Ferrari, Andrea Bertolini. Right, 65 minutes is the maximum you can do in a stint, and we have 65 minutes and change, as you can see, as the clock ticks on down, left in the race. So as soon as we trip over the next minute, you can expect people to be in, because then they can, without fear of any dramas, get to the end of the race. We've got a car off the road with a puncture. That is the 163 Lamborghini that's had a tyre go bang. It's Marcus Pavard at the wheel.
Again, a left rear, and again on a Lamborghini, so there's going to need to be a little bit of understanding as to why all these incidents have occurred. Both Audi and Lamborghini have suffered most of all the cars so far.
But the one out of the Lamborghini stable that's pretty much unaffected is 63. Again, find me some wood to touch in all of this. There for the pit lane goes 52 for its drive-through. 97 Aston Martin comes in for its last regulation pit stop. But whatever they've done on 63, they've been able to, so far, avoid dramas with that car.
This is true. A great question for Gemma to ask.
Well, there you are. Whether the team has an answer, we'll wait and find out. But down the pit road comes Andrea Bertolini to serve this penalty for improving under a yellow flag. In other words, not respecting the flag signals to slow to a significant degree. That car then will rejoin the race. This is the walk of shame past all the other teams, some of which, to be fair, have got troubles of their own.
Some of them have actually packed up and preparing to go home.
Some are in the bar. Down the pit road then comes the Ferrari. And Dominic Baumann, number 20, third in Pro-Am, is in the pits anyway, but ought to be able to get ahead when 52, Bertolini, serves his last stop. That's going to drop 52, I would have thought, behind number 20. So the penalty, as it all unravels, I think you'll find will actually put them down to third in the class. Right, Fabian Schiller has just come in out of the lead of the Silver Cup number treble 7 Mercedes. So again, we get this last round of stops. The order shuffles accordingly. And out on track, there is the leader on this lap, finding himself in traffic.
Yes, and he needs to be patient, needs to be careful, because he's got a comfortable advantage, 17 seconds over the second place Lamborghini, and you don't want to see a repeat of what we saw half an hour ago now, whatever, of Van Thor and the 90 Mad Panda Mercedes. It's so easy. You think you're clear, and all of a sudden a snap oversteers to the Ferrari, pulls out but cannot sweep past. It should be able to. So it's on the racing line, entering into scene. Yeah, it gets through with relative comfort.
And Fuoco dancing that car out of Senior, up over the curb, onto that runoff area, back onto the circuit, claims the line for Beausset, turns through the right-hander now, and with a margin hovering around the 17.5 seconds mark. He's not going up much, but you've just seen why, because there's the traffic there. That's number 99 Audi of the new silver leader, Marius Zug. So that car that jumped ahead of 87 on the last round of pit stops is only just ahead. Drouet, if anything, is fighting back and bringing the gap down. This has become the lead battle now because 777 has just served its pit stop. So when they pit, it's going to shuffle again. But Drouet in the Mercedes, not for the moment, able to go after Zug, partly because, of course, they got the overall race leader splitting them. There is 71. That goes through. So through he goes. And Antonio Fuoco starts lap 148. So Zug versus Drouet currently on track for silver honours. Oh, I do mean silver honours, but they owe us a pit stop, whereas Treble 7 that was leading has just served it and will be ready to pounce, of course, when they come into the pits for their last stop.
Well, all our anticipation of the 46 Audi coming in and doing the earliest opportunity to get in and out for the last hour hasn't come to anything.
There's a reason why I don't run a team, clearly. But yes, that's
no, I think it was very good because clearly Bavish was struggling and he lost that position to the BMW a few minutes ago. He's got Maxime Martin. Well, Martin's 29 seconds.
Yeah.
So he's relatively secure in his present 6th place. But we've still got an hour as the clock ticks down with this race remaining.
We have an hour in 15th place as well. Lucas Hour currently second in the Gold Cup, but he's a long way back from the Inception McLaren of Frederick Schandorf, so I don't think that's going to change, barring a drama before the end. We're almost into the last hour, as there, the leader dives up the inside of traffic that oh so nearly got in the way. That was close.
I mean, that was a high-risk manoeuvre.
And 99 Marius Zug there given a bit of a hit and shoulder, and that's your on-the-road silver leader being forced off the racetrack, and I think he might have picked up some damage. That car has got, yeah, toe link's
rear
gone.
suspension.
Oh,
look at it.
So Marius Zug,
right rear.
Yeah, he's trying to drag it back, but that car now does not handle. That's it, that's gone. That's effectively the race done.
I mean, I don't know who started that little moment, but the dive by Fuoco, I thought, oh, why are you doing it? Something's going to go wrong. He got a heap. Fuoco got away with it, but Zug was the one that didn't.
Well, is there any residual damage to the Ferrari? Here it is, look. So Fuoco goes to the inside, then Zug commits to get through the traffic. Fuoco was already there, in fairness. And where did the contact come? It was there with the Mercedes. So that was with Drouet. That was the silver-on-silver battle. So actually Fuoco had a charmed life out of all of that. The contact's already been made, but you'll see as it comes back onto the circuit that there, it does not want to turn anymore. So the Atemto Racing Audi, I fear, is going for the garage. That's another one gone.
I mean, if it's only a simple tie rod or something of that nature, they can replace that quite quickly, but I suspect the heart might have gone out of the team. Yeah. The car's got the dollies underneath it. Driver is out of the car, and I fear that that's the last we're going to see of the 99.
You're right, yeah, sadly.
We never found out what was the cause of the retirement of the 32, because again, there was a contact, rear contact, and we didn't know whether it was a suspension, whether it was a drive shaft, maybe both.
Yes, from what Gemma was saying, nobody at WRT seems terribly keen to talk. I think there was more communication from Anne Frank, but for the moment, the team remaining pretty tight-lipped about that. You can tell the disappointment is there, but Dries van Thor brought the car in. There it has stayed. He did see the team working on it, sort of try and repair it. Might as well do it here while they've got the garage space rather than do it back at base. But, of course, many of the WRT team, whether it be mechanics or whether it be the management, jump on a plane in the morning, dash down to Le Mans for the test. They're there for the week, ready for the 24 Heures at the end of the week. Very different proposition, but WRT winners of LMP2 last year thought they had a 1-2 until the last lap of the race. But things, as we have seen, can bite in endurance racing right at the very end. Over the line there goes number 71. Fuoco puts 149 laps in the book, and we are now into the last hour, 57 minutes of the race remaining. I'm surprised, though, that they're going relatively late on this stint.
But everybody appears to be doing that, not just one or two.
No, it's true. It's
so
true.
the race leader stays on into the final hour, 3 minutes into the final hour.
Now, Thomas Drouet is into the pit lane in number 87. He had taken over or taken back the silver lead. I wonder whether that's a routine stop or whether in the course of it they're finding any residual damage after the clash with Marius Zug. Let's keep an eye to that. The incident between the Mercedes and 99 Audi has been noted by race control. Well, have a look if needs be. Oh, a drama there, because that is the second place Lamborghini, is it not, that suddenly has a tyre go down, and Albert Costa is off the racetrack down at the exit of turn 3. It's got to be that car because it's the only Emil Frey car still circulating.
Yeah,
so that from second place is in strife.
Yeah, that was coming. Basically, he was about to enter onto the straight. The left rear has gone down. He needs to slow down. He's got a rear tyre shredding itself. Here we go, and that's when it's. So that's what. This is on board the Mercedes. So I'm getting a little carried away. So Albert Costa, just literally that long right-hand curve that leads onto the Mistral straight. The tyre just let go. And we were saying that was the one Lamborghini that had not any issues.
Yes, well, you never
shouldn't have said it, David.
You never gave me the wood to touch, you see, for good luck. I'm afraid it's happened then to the final of the Emil Frey racing cars. That's punctures across all of them, and he's got to limp back without doing more damage. He's off the road to try and keep out of the way, but oh dear.
And one of his tail lights isn't working either.
Right, well, Gounon is about to gain the place, isn't he? He's going to go second then. The only good thing about this is that we knew that Costa had to come in anyway. There he goes. Got to say, Albert Costa's still going at a fair pace. He's not limping.
No, he's not, but in the process of going at the fair pace, he's probably doing even more damage, but looks as if the rear bodywork has been pretty well shredded around where that tyre, I don't know whether it disintegrated or not or whatever it did, but certainly the bits of rubber that would be flaying around would have done a lot of damage to certainly even wiring, that's maybe why that left rear running light is non-existent.
Well, in he comes, so bitter gall this for the Emil Frey racing team, and having taken second place, Jules Gounon is in for his last pit stop. Now, is there anything they can do now to try and undercut number 71? The gap is too big, surely, but this will be the last pit stop for 88 Mercedes. Jules Gounon stays behind the wheel, and they only need enough fuel in it now for 55 minutes.
Well, there's nothing that they can do. It's not on, I mean, they've got a certain amount they can control. There we see Costa getting out of the 63 Lamborghini. There is bodywork. Is that part of the Lamborghini's bodywork? Was that
drive-through penalty to car 39? Drive-through penalty car 39. Improvement on the yellow flag.
Well, that was a while ago, I suspect, but anyway.
Yeah, well, that car's down in 36th place, so they've researched it, they've checked the data. Yes, that bit of bodywork was off the Lamborghini, you're quite right.
But that is actually before he went into that long right-hand curve. So the bodywork, or whatever had detached itself prior to when we saw the car suddenly sliding all over the place.
Okay.
Don't know what the coincidence might be, but...
Right, away goes Gounon. So let's just keep an eye to this pit stop time. He'll break the beam in a moment just to measure it against the last stop for the Iron Lynx Ferrari when we get to it. It's been actually quite a longish stop for the Mercedes. 1 minute 25 and a half it was. So we'll see what the Ferrari nets when that goes out. Albert Costa's pit stop, only 1/10 of a second slower, but of course time lost on that lap coming in. The lap time was a very slow one as he limped to the pit lane, but actually he will rejoin not that far behind Jules Gounon. So there's a battle still on the cards for second place. And look at this, the Mercedes, a lap down now, has rejoined right on the tail of the Ferrari. So anything that Gounon can do here on fresher tyres to get ahead, he's going to give him a little bit of a gain in terms of the deficit for when that Ferrari rejoins after its last pit stop of the race.
I know what you mean. I don't know. I mean, it's just ironic that we've got the race leader, and what would normally be, or is effectively still the second place now, the Mercedes. So for Uku, when is he going to come in?
I suspect it might be this time. Right now, he's got Jules Gounon behind him. They're not that close in real terms, but the pit stop has put the Mercedes. You take the original gap, add a pit stop to it, and you drop off the lead lap. So he will gain back effectively 1 minute and 25 on the next lap. Fred Verviche staying out as well. So again, despite our expectations, Verviche going long on these tyres. And there is Gounon hustling on behind Fuoco.
Yeah, in theory, by my calculations, not very accurate, but I think that assuming the Ferrari has a trouble-free pit stop and it returns, it should have about a 20-second advantage over the 88 Mercedes in second place. Still, the Ferrari stays out another lap.
Does indeed, does indeed. They've got to be careful that they don't go over those 65 minutes for Fuoco. Now, it did come in slightly later than everybody else, but I must confess I didn't log the time at which the car came in, but hopefully the brains trust on the pit wall will be on top of this to make sure that Antonio Fuoco does not do more than 65 minutes before he gets to that pit in line. If he does, then there's going to be a penalty.
Interestingly, Mirko Bortolotti has been slotted back in to the 63. I just picked that up.
But he'd only done that one stint right at the start, hadn't he?
Yeah, but I don't know how they replaced the rear tail light that was knocked off, knocked out or whatever. Or has that been sort of given a bye and off you go?
Or maybe they just sent the car back out and they'll wait to see whether the scrutineers want the car in like they wanted the WRT Audi.
Exactly.
Just press on. Look the other way, sir. So right now, Fuoco yet to stop, leads Verviche yet to stop, leads Gounon, who has stopped, leads Bortolotti, who's done his last stop. Miguel Molina, I think, has done his last stop, and then Max Hesse comes next. There is Bortolotti then, charging on. Best lap of the race, still claimed by the 88 Mercedes when Danny Juncadeo was behind the wheel of it. The leading gold is Frederick Schandorf. The leading silver is 777 again, Fabian Schiller. He's taken over that car ahead of Thomas Drouet. And the leading Pro-Am is 188 of Enrique Chavez. And there is Bortolotti, who can do only one thing, go flat out.
He's just going to drive the wheels and tyres off the Lamborghini to try and resurrect something. Oh! Well, that is the lead Ferrari and the what will inevitably be the second place Mercedes. And that again looked all a bit too close for comfort for me.
Well, here Gounon is trying to unlap himself, and finally into the pit lane does come Fuoco. But of course, by being defensive there, holding up the Mercedes, he was able to make sure that Gounon's lap times weren't good enough to make any real dent into that margin.
Well, that's a bit of gamesmanship on the part of the of course, the team. Sorry, the Iron Lynx team, and that would have probably frustrated Jules Gounon because he wasn't able to do anything to challenge Fuoco. But it was a bit close. The two cars did get closer than they really ought to be.
So, in for its last pit stop. You can, under the regulations these days, as you will have been seeing, do the tyres and the fuel and the driver change all at the same time, not the two-part pit stops of years ago.
The tyres on the Ferrari look, is that a little bit of, I was going to say, no, those tyres look immaculate.
Yeah.
So the Ferrari has been kind on its tyres. We've not seen any issues to date with the Ferrari having a tyre, or particularly a rear tyre issue. So just wait for the refueling to finish, then they can take away the earth. So as if there is any sparks, the car's not going to ignite. So off we go. So Fuoco with 49 minutes remaining.
So down the pit road he goes. His last stint, I know I was getting a bit concerned about the amount of time. It was 63.5 minutes, so it was the right side, obviously, of 65. That was all fine. He leaves the pit lane, and as he does so, 1 minute 24.7. So actually, it's a quicker stop than Gounon's last stop. So that further cements the lead for Fuoco. Quicker on the pit stops.
Yeah, he's just got himself trapped behind a group of cars, and he had hoped he could maybe slide ahead. So, well, he did manage that actually on the exit of turn 2, so already Fuoco back charging, and he's got a comfortable, he will have a comfortable gap to second place, but just getting hung up on a group of cars like this is where the danger signals start to flash up in front of the driver's eyes. And we've seen just one moment with Fuoco and Gounon where, to me, too close for comfort.
Well, Fuoco managed to swerve all that Silver Cup drama. He's into his last stint now. 48 minutes of the race remain as the cars hustle on. There he makes the run up the Mistral Straight. Remember that, as I was mentioning earlier on, the record number of laps, 182. We're on 154 at the moment, so we might be heading for a new record, even though we've had those interruptions. more traffic always a factor around here. There are more battles still going on, so everybody that's out there is still pushing hard, and Antonio Fuoco needs to be mindful of all of that as he threads his way through, and increasingly to go offline, especially in the dark. That's when you're going to find bits on the road, chunks of rubber, maybe bits of debris dropped as well, so there are still things in the darkness ready to catch you out.
Thomas Drouet's made up another position. Maxime Martin's dropped down one position, so the Mercedes in 8th, Aston Martin in 9th. So as we look through the running order, so Ferrari, Audi, Mercedes and Lamborghini top 4.
Right, Fuoco through onto the first flying lap of this last stint, goes down towards turn 1, and Fred Verviche 2 seconds behind him, but he owes us a pit stop, so Verviche out of sequence, so really it's 88 Mercedes. John was predicting the gap would be around the 20-second mark between them, and it might even be more than that. Gounon, I don't think, can do anything, barring a drama for the Ferrari. Try as he might. Comes towards the line. We're still waiting for him, in fact. So it's a big gap now.
It's a large gap
between the top 2 in real terms.
Well, there's 20, no, it's 2, I'm looking down the wrong person. It's
40 seconds.
I can't believe that.
Wow.
I thought 20 seconds.
Yeah.
But that's just double it, 40 seconds. That is, well, there is Jules Gounon, and he's just got to drive now to the flag. He's not really going to be challenged by Mirko Bortolotti.
Yeah,
well, it's 8.1 seconds, but I wouldn't sort of say he's not going to be challenged, but it's unlikely he's going to be challenged, put it that way.
Yeah, on the last lap time, Gounon a 55.6 and a 56.1 for Bortolotti. So quite a chunk of time lost by Mirko Bortolotti, but again, that could be down to the traffic in the darkness.
Yeah, I think it's the traffic primarily. As you're getting groups of cars that's sort of all circulating, then you get out of that group of cars and it's relatively clear for a few more laps.
Well, Bortolotti to still be in effectively 3rd place despite that puncture, that was quite a result. That could have been a whole lot worse. So yes, they've lost time, yes, they lost a place, but they're still in the race. They're still good for a possible podium. What's really going to be interesting now is where Verviche slots back into this. He's going to drop him quite a chunk down the order. I think he will actually drop behind Hesse once again, because if a pit stop is round about the 1:24 mark, a good one, then he will drop behind the BMW. Having said all of that, even if he's in the top 6, that's still quite a decent outcome, given that the car was, what, 13th towards the end of Valentino Rossi's second stint earlier on.
I mean, anybody who can get into the top 6 after a 6-hour race will have done a sound job. And for Valentino, it was a big learning exercise doing a double stint. And then Nico Müller taking over, and then now Fred Verviche for the final 2 hours. This is where it gets a little bit tricky with traffic just down at the far end of the racetrack, just finding a way around some of these slower cars.
How much of this you want to put down to the pace of others or the traffic, or how Verviche's car is performing is up to you, but his last lap was a 57. Others are doing on their fresher tyres 55s and 56s. So net, he's losing time against the opposition anyway as he stays out there.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect it's come to the end of the tyre life. The car, just the performance is falling away as a consequence. Temperatures are dropping again, and ambient and track temperature, so he's hanging in there for his final stop.
I don't think Verviche can do another lap looking at his stint time. He's on 63 minutes now. Another lap would tip him over the edge, so this has got to be the last lap. So as the pace of the car starts to ebb away yet further, he's running out of time anyway. I'm still slightly puzzled as to why you would leave him out to the bitter end if the tyres are going away. Presumably Fred Verviche can report back about them. So if he says, I'm struggling, well, the answer is to bring him in. If he's not struggling, you could leave him out there. But if the tyres are okay, what is it that's caused the lap times to go up other than the traffic?
Well, there he is into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So it was a no-brainer, he had to come in this time. So the policy, the strategy the teams have, I mean, WRT is an umbrella group.
Yeah.
Each car's got its own engineers. I don't think they have a uniform plan as to when each driver team combination will make the pit stop. So Fred makes his way down the pit lane, 50 kilometers per hour, seems interminably slow, and looks for the lollipop man and that bright fluorescent yellow. So he's got his drinks bottle tube, he's just reattaching that to the outside of the helmet. I don't think he's got a drinks bottle on board. Sits there. Well, yes, he does. He has a drinks bottle. It's being replaced.
It gets plumbed in. Fred's okay. Door closes. I tell you who else got pretty close to the edge on that last stop. Sandy Mitchell. His stint was 63 minutes and 51 seconds, which was about the same as Verviche, 63 minutes and 52 seconds for the Audi.
And that's cutting it fine. So there is the BMW, which has dragged itself up into the top 6.
So there's the car that Verviche is fighting, number 50 Audi. The fuel goes in, the car's about to be dropped down. I think the BMW will claim back its place here, even though Max Hesse is in traffic. Here comes the Audi down the pit road. Let's see. Max Hesse will come down towards turn 1. It's going to be close between them. I think Verviche just drove over the white line there, coming out of the pits. And as he turns in, he will just be ahead of the BMW. But Max Hesse got traffic to clear. You know, Verviche has kept the place, but that shot we had of him coming out of the pit lane did look as though he chopped the white line.
It's difficult in the daylight hours to see just whether the white line was transgressed or not. I mean, it would be a foolish thing for Fred Verviche to do, to think I'll do this now to give me an advantage to get ahead of the BMW. But if he has done so, no doubt it'll be noted and there'll be a penalty as a consequence.
So Max Hesse is a bit stuck at the moment. That's going to put Verviche then in to 5th place, and Max Hesse stays 6th. So Fred Verviche on a new set of tyres, and he knows what the car feels like anyway because he's stayed in it. Accelerates along the Mistral straight once again here. So 40 minutes of the race still to run. Fuoco is absolutely miles up the road now, having really since the halfway point taken the race by the scruff of the neck. Daniel Juncadella with the fastest lap to his name, and Max Hesse trying to get through this traffic then and do something, if he can, about Fred Verviche.
So Verviche is going to have his hands full with Hesse and the BMW. So hopefully with that fresh set of rubber on the car's handling will be restored to a level where Verviche can push and drag himself clear of the 6th place BMW, as Fuoco's got a 36-second advantage in the lead over Jules Gounon, who's got a further 8 seconds advantage over Mirko Bortolotti. So Bortolotti's not been really able, in spite of having a car that was a bit of a walking wounded some half an hour ago, not able to dig into the 2nd place advantage.
Although Gounon's last lap was nearly a second quicker. He did a 55.8 against a 56.7 of Fuoco. But again, if you've got over half a minute in hand, you can afford to relax. You can be a little bit more cautious in the traffic, because right now, I think you made the point a few laps ago, it is Fuoco's race to lose.
It's a terrible thing to say, but you know, we've seen so many moves by drivers, you know, of different categories, where you have to put your hand across your eyes and think, what were they doing?
Yes.
So it's so easy to sit back and sit as a broadcaster and, you know, be a sage about what drivers should or shouldn't do. You've got to judge it at the point you're behind the wheel, when you've got all the information and you make your judgments.
Well, right now Fuoco just has to keep ticking off the laps, doesn't he? Gounon is behind him in sectors now. In fact, Fuoco fractionally quicker on the next lap that he does. That's the run up towards Signet, and Verviche and Hesse go toe-to-toe. This is 4th position, remember. This is 5th and 6th. Verviche on the inside line, and he just staves off the challenge of Max Hesse.
Yeah, Hesse got the run onto the straight, got alongside, but he couldn't quite have enough left to get his nose ahead and pull in front of the Audi, so Fred Verviche was able to get into scene and not be particularly troubled by the pace of the BMW, but around the rest of the lap, the BMW is looking very useful.
Well, Max Hesse, had it not been for that penalty on the last stop, would be ahead of Verviche. So now the BMW has got to try and come back into the mix. We've got another one being looked at for a short pit stop, which is number 22, which is the Joel Sturm Porsche. That's a long way down, the Allied racing car in 31st place, but it's being looked at for being short on the pit stoppers. Across the line goes Verviche, across the line goes Hesse. Under half a second, that margin between the two of them, but as we've seen, it's still not easy to claw back even that amount of time.
So we've seen Hesse have a go the last time coming onto Mistral, so he just has to get himself once again into position. Quicker in the initial part of the straight, but not quick enough at the end of the straight, and that's where it really counts.
Down through Saint-Baume they come. Lead gap 37 seconds. It's gone out again because that time Gunon had the traffic get in the way and lost another second and a bit. So Fuoco just needs to keep out of trouble. No argument about that now.
But Bortolotti on that last lap was quicker, and he's now only 6.9 seconds. So whatever the ebb and flow is with the respective top three, some getting a better run than others. So I need to keep an eye on Marco Bortolotti to see whether that is a trend that's going to continue for the remaining 36 minutes.
Indeed, yeah, Marco's not given up, has he? So as you say, quicker last time. That's Verviche, that's Hesse. This is the battle that is going on for 5th and 6th places. The best of the Audis versus the better of the BMWs. The sister car, Nick Yellerly, down in 13th place. But the juniors here, Hesse, Harper, Verhagen, have all done a really good job.
Sign of the times, David. Sign of the times.
Well, what do we put Fred Verviche as? One of the old guard or still young enough to deliver? I reckon he's young enough to deliver. So last week's Nürburgring 24-hour winner comes through up towards the completion of lap 159 down to the Virage du Pont, and approaching the last half an hour of the race now. Fires the gun, comes out of the last corner and heads up towards the line.
One of the good old boys, but still enough left in the tank to win races.
Okay. Well, he's certainly been a very, very important part of the way the car has delivered this year for Valentino Rossi. That very distinctive 46 on the side of it. And Fred Verviche has probably had recognition greater than ever thanks to his association with Valentino now. Down into the chicane they go. It is still Audi versus BMW, 5th and 6th. Hesse clambers up and down the curb there in his efforts to get onto the back of the Audi. Look up the pit straight. Again, you can see all of that rubber junked on the road. And we wait for their going through in 7th place, Fabian Schiller. This is the car that leads in the Silver Cup now. But Thomas Drouet is 11.6 seconds behind. Fabian Schiller's last lap was a 56 and a 57 from Drouet. So I think he should be clear now to run to the end there.
Yeah, I think Schiller's probably got enough pace available. There he is. So running first in silver category and in 7th place. Drouet 11.5 seconds behind. You know, in my book, that's a sufficiently comfortable advantage over your principal challenger. But David, you know, we could still have a full Courcelles, we could still have a safety car deployment. You know, 34 minutes to go. It's not unknown for incidents to occur in the closing half hour.
Well, we had a lead change on the last lap, didn't we? A few years ago when the Emil Frey victory came at the expense of Jules Gounon. There going through is Fabian Schiller. And again, this Mercedes just now needs to keep out of trouble because Thomas Drouet behind is quick, and he's certainly not giving up. He's not settling for 2nd place. In the Gold Cup, Lucas Auer still chasing after Frederick Schandorf, but I know we keep saying it, but the Inception Racing McLaren, I think, has done a very, very impressive job here. Frederick Schandorf, another Lamborghini champion. Ollie Milroy, very accomplished British driver, even though perhaps because he's raced under the radar away in Asia for a time, people have forgotten about him a bit. And Brendan Aribe, who's only really done 2 seasons of what you might call proper racing. He's done a lot of miles as the American in that short space of time, but very, very committed driver. It's all knitted together really nicely.
Yeah, the Inception has done a very good job. As we look at the number 7, Inception. McLaren kept out of trouble, which is the first priority for a team that is not likely to be going for an overall victory. Just focus on your own championship, your own category, and don't take the unnecessary or the high risks.
The steadying hand of Bas Leinders coming from the pit bunker has also, I think, had a part to play in this. So the leaders in gold are Schandorf in that McLaren. He goes through ahead of then Lucas Auer and Michel Gatting, still 3rd in the Iron Dames Ferrari.
Car 22, 15 seconds time penalty added at the race time for
okay, copy 15 seconds for car
too short refueling time. Refueling time too short.
So So Alain Ardon giving us the information. You can hear in the background the information going to the team as well. But that car is quite a long way down in 30th place, but potentially will lose yet more ground when that penalty is added on post-race.
Yeah, and it's a real sort of gut-wrencher to, you know, towards the end of the race to hear you've already got you've got a further penalty. You think, you know, 32 minutes remaining, we're done and dusted, and then you get slapped with a penalty for an infringement in the pit lane.
So race leaders right now are on lap 162, and this is the man that leads in Pro-Am. Enrique Chavez seems to have done the bulk of the work in that car, but it is another good effort by the Garage 59 squad. They are ahead of Dominic Baumann, who did indeed take second from Andrea Bertolini after Bertolini's drive-through penalty for improving under a yellow flag.
So, coming up to the witching hour very shortly. Checkered flag will be unfurled, and there will be joy in the pit lane for some, and there'll be, well, whatever the opposite of joy is for the remainder. Bortolotti still 6.7 seconds behind Gugnos with that little run he had when he got below the 8 seconds where he'd been running for a long time. Gugnos got that back in control, so he's not being challenged in reality by Mirko Bortolotti for that final podium step.
So race leaders come through. Again, now that the headlights are working so hard in the darkness, they pick up all sorts of things, makes you slightly fearful. I wasn't sure, I saw some smoke a moment ago, but no, it is. There it is again. That is 188. The first time I saw it, I thought it was just the headlights picking up
I saw something a lap ago, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it might have been, oh, look at that, there's running out wide there. I thought it might have been bodywork rub on the tyre, but maybe it's something more concerning.
Let's have a look at the lap time. 188 Enrique Chavez goes through then. That was a 58.3, which is okay. It's into corners, isn't it? It's when he brakes. Now, does that suggest it's a mechanical problem, or is there a load that's causing bodywork to touch a tyre to generate smoke as the car loads under braking?
I mean, ordinarily there shouldn't be, but it's not to say that there isn't, because over a 6-hour period, a lot of stuff on a car can, you know, maybe get dislodged. It's not serious, but just you get the odd little puff of something that looks like tyre smoke rubbing against the bodywork, or as a consequence of rubbing against the bodywork.
Well, Dominic Baumann, who is second in Pro-Am, is on the same lap as the class leader. So they can't really tell him to back off the pace and be overly cautious, because the danger then is that the car might be caught in this last half an hour of the race. So for now, certainly, Chavez is going to just have to keep on pushing. Let's have another look as he comes up towards Senior this time. Okay there, but Enrique Chavez, yeah, there's definitely smoke as he, or a definite wisp as he turned into Beausset. Behind is number 8, which is the delayed Mike Parisi Lamborghini after a spin at Senior earlier on in the race. But Enrique Chavez, the sector times are okay. There might be a 10th away from comparable cars, but it's not suggesting that he's gone into nurse mode, is it?
No, I mean, you just see there. I know that there's a little pipe, which I think is an oil feed pipe to the gearbox, which has proven on the McLaren to be a bit of a, oh dear.
Mike Parisi goes way wide there, doesn't
Mike, one way of getting on TV, I suppose.
That's true, yeah.
Anyway, there is a little pipe, and I know that a couple of cars have had issues with it, and something that McLaren have attended to, or are attending to. And I wonder, is it something as simple as that little pipe maybe beginning to basically break down, and as they're just maybe the littlest, smallest weep of oil just catching on something hot under the hood, and that's maybe why we're seeing a little bit of blue smoke. Why not?
Well, indeed. This is the overall race leader, lest we forget. Dominating things now, Antonio Fuoco for Iron Lynx and the Ferrari. Well clear, and looking to give Ferrari its second Paul Ricard win in 3 runnings of the event. So different drivers, but the Ferrari brand looks as though it's going to score a win here in France. Over the timing line goes Fuoco, 27 minutes on the clock. We're lapping at just under the 2-minute mark. Do the math.
My brain's gone to sleep. I can't do the maths.
I reckon we've got another 18 laps, 19 laps or so. So there is the leading car down through the chicane. And Fuoco, last time, still doing a proper pace. The best of the race in daylight, a 54.8. We're in the mid-56s now. But every lap is round about the same mark for Fuoco. They're not up and down. They're at a good, constant pace. Frederick Schandorf has managed to get himself up into 9th. Marcus Winkelhock 10th. That's both of them have gone at the expense of Maxime Martin.
Yeah, and I just noticed the Aston's falling away, and I wonder whether that's carrying, you know, a legacy of the big shunt that it had here yesterday.
Possibly, yeah.
You know, there's just no obvious reason why the car
Black-orange flag to car 63, no rear lights.
Oh, well, there we go.
That's Bortolotti.
Yeah, well, it's taken them a while to identify that. And Bortolotti's been doing a great job trying to run down Gugno, but the gap's way, way too large.
Well, that now will give Miguel Molina a chance to inherit 3rd place. Can Vervish get 4th? It depends how long it takes them to sort out the light problem, because if the car is due in, then 3 seconds is the gap Bortolotti to Molina. That's going to change if it serves a stop. There is 63. Looks okay at the front, the side, but it's as dark as anything at the rear.
Yeah. I mean, at one point it was only the left rear that wasn't functioning. It looks like the right rear has also now gone out. So how the team will deal with trying to light that rear panel. You can see, you know, the redness at the back is the exhausts.
Yeah.
So I can't see any lights at all on the back of the 63. So whatever their solution is, it ain't going to be quick.
No, I fear not. So this is late race, going to drop that car after so much hard work down the order into the pit lane this time. Will he come? Yeah, no, stays out. So Bortolotti given this mechanical warning flag, but staying out for the moment. There it is above the clock and the temperature on the pit straight. 25.8 degrees is the ambient now. Over the line goes Bortolotti once more.
24 3/4 minutes remaining. Gap first to second down to 33 seconds. So Gugno's been chipping away tenths of seconds here and there. So it was 34 and a bit a few laps ago, down to 33, but no sweat at all for the lead Ferrari. It's got a very comfortable position. The only thing that could interrupt that would be, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, the full course yellow, where that would bring pretty much everybody back together, except that there'll be a number of cars between the lead Ferrari and the second place Mercedes.
Well, there is Molina, who is closing on Bortolotti anyway. 3 seconds has become 2.7, so he's on pure pace, getting closer to the Lamborghini all the time anyway. And if the car is forced to come into the pit lane, then the place will be his. So at the moment it's a mechanical warning flag, which means there may be a problem with your car that you're not aware of. Well, Bortolotti will be aware of it now, because the team may well be saying, okay, another couple of laps and we need you in so we can do X amount of work.
What the team might be doing is saying, we have a problem, stay out until we call you in so we can prepare any parts that might need replacing, rather than having them dive into the pits before the parts are in place.
I'd love to see what they do, actually. I know we didn't with the Audi, but the question I posed to you about how modular are these cars, did they have to look at wires, or do they replace a complete section of the car? Well,
I think the replacement of a section is the smart way to go, because you put on a section with brand new lights, all you have to do is make sure the connections are all, and that's getting a bit tight up around coming onto pit straight.
Yeah, who's in the midst of all of that? Not the leader, thankfully, but some of the other cars in the race having their own battles, trying to not get involved with the wrong car. Up towards the line they all come now. So over the timing line pours this little battle pack, including 911. That is Robert Renauer. They're number 12, Audi, Mathieu Drudy. They're on different laps. So Drudy, number 12, is 12th. His next target is Maxime Martin, but he's about half a minute behind, so he's not going to do that before the end, I don't think.
No, I think it's probably unlikely. Whatever the problem with the 95 Aston is... that
was bold, that was Drudy.
So that was clumsy.
Dives up the inside, leaves the door open, and so there, look, Nick Yellerly gets up the inside. That's for position. The BMW tried to get past the Audi, couldn't quite do it, but Yellerly now totally inspired as he hits the Mistral straight.
Yeah, and he's got good speed on the first half of the straight. And the second half, the Audi normally manages to stay ahead. So if Yellerly can get up and get his nose, get the car, well, he looks as if he's got about a third of the car ahead, but doesn't think the Audi is not going to concede as they come up into senior. The only thing is he's going to have to lift off fractionally earlier, but he doesn't. So Yellerly concedes, tries to make the undercut, but hasn't got enough speed at the exit of Scene. So now down into Le Bousset, but too far back to make anything work.
Yeah, but again, not for the want of trying, but he very nearly sees the opportunity coming out of turn 3. Again, in the traffic is the Audi. Back markers are up the road, but again, that car collection run Audi has just quietly got on with the job all day, all afternoon, into the night, and there it is, breaking or trying to break into the top 10 before the end of the race. Right, Fred Verviche having dropped back behind Max Hesse on the tail of the BMW. We've had that change for 5th place. BMW through. As over the timing line here goes Drudy, goes Yellerly.
Black flag to car 63. Black flag car 63.
Right, so they've had the warning. Mechanical problem come in. They haven't. So now in the car comes. Now, black flag means come to the pit lane and report to the clerk of the course. Doesn't mean exclusion. It's up to the clerk of the course to decide what to do. But ultimately, it does mean whatever. Come into the pits. There's the message.
Yeah, so that's... what can you say? I mean, it's inevitable that by not coming in with a meatball flag being shown, that yes, is that I couldn't quite mistake those. A Mercedes or not?
There's a car off, but I was also going to say that there's a light flashing on the back of the Lamborghini now. There it is. So that's some sort of rear light, surely.
It may be a hazard warning light, but it's certainly not a rear light.
Now, who's that?
That's the 57 Mercedes.
I think you're right. It's the Winwood car, isn't it, that was second in gold. Lucas Auer was at the wheel of it.
And is that a tyre mark behind it? There's a big black mark just behind the car, and I don't know if that's a tyre mark or whether that was there before the car stopped. Not on a particularly great part of the racetrack to stop either. So that may well lead to a full course yellow. 19.5 minutes remaining.
Interesting. Could well be. So if we're right about it being 57, yeah, that car's dropping down the order.
Yeah, you got now marshals working with the car to pull it to safety, and that is not ideal. Having 3 people there, plus the driver in the car, they're going to try and put a snatch rope around the front of the car and drag it to safety to the left of the circuit. Here we go. They've got the snatch, so a bit sort of. Is the car, was it locked up or was it about to move? So
right, this is Bortolotti in. So let us now see what they do. Is it a rear section? The team have said to race control, acknowledge the black flag, we're bringing him in. There the car stops and they go to the rear of it. You can see the SRO scrutineer in the background having a look at it. Team talks to Bortolotti on the radio. This must feel so frustrating for Mirko Bortolotti sitting behind the car. Well, it's not modular, is it? It's not a rear section that they can fit on.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
And a full course yellow. Okay, full course yellow is coming. Now that means that everybody will have to remain at their delta pace here.
Yes, and I suppose that for Iron Lynx, that's a relief. But of course, then once that full course yellow is rescinded, will it be then a safety car where everybody can catch up? So last moment drama, 17 minutes. So the car, I think the back of the car is locked.
Might be right.
When they put the snatch rope on it, they tried to, the car didn't move. So
Yeah.
I think there's an element of either transmission or something has caused the car to stop on what I'd call unnaturally.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Bortolotti back into the race. Double check the order for him in a moment. There he is. So Mirko Bortolotti is rejoined. Now, the length of this full course yellow period is going to dictate whether we end up with a safety car, because the longer the cars are circulating, yeah, I see what you mean about that black line. Yeah, I think you're right.
That looks to me like something is locked.
Yeah.
Whether it's an engine or a gearbox or a transmission. And that's why they weren't able to pull the car. They put a snatch rope on it with a little buggy, and it wasn't going anywhere.
The longer this full course yellow period takes, if that car is harder to move, the more likely we are to get a safety car with relatively little racing time remaining as well.
But how quickly can they remove the 57 Mercedes from that position? I mean, they've got to get a vehicle, recovery vehicle, because they can't tow it away. They've got a vehicle to lift it up. We've got 16 and a half, well, just under 17 minutes remaining. Dread the thought we finish under a yellow flag.
Well, I would think we're going to end up with a safety car because, as John was suggesting, it's going to take a little time to get a recovery vehicle there. It's going to need lifting. All that the team will say is that it's a technical issue, but here's the recovery vehicle ready to move it.
So they got the vehicle there relatively quickly, so I think 5 minutes this can go back to green flag racing. So we're going to have about 11 minutes or so of green flag racing before the checkered flag comes out. And I wonder what the Iron Lynx team is going to make of that, but I don't know whether Jules Gounon will be in a position to, even if they got within a sniffing distance of the Ferrari, to do much about it.
Well, he was hit by the full course yellow being called long before he got to the line, so the lead gap has gone up for the moment to 1 minute and 20 seconds. So that's the best part of a lap that the Ferrari has in hand. Even if we do get a safety car to bring them together, I would think there'll be some traffic between them anyway.
Well, there will be, yes.
Foyko should be preserved in the lead. Molina is third, and I'm waiting to see who's going to be fourth over the line because we've had that change. So full course yellow, no overtaking. Continue at this slow pace while 57 is retrieved. And it does give a slightly false pace to the race, of course, as everybody goes slowly around the circuit to make sure that everything is safe. There's the safety car. So the one with limited lights, that's the safety car that is ready on track for the restart. That answers another question. We will be going safety car.
So the field will bunch up, but not necessarily literally in the order they are in the standings. There will be cars between. So we still haven't got, I thought they might have had the car lifted by now, but whatever the issues are, is it about, there we go.
Elevate.
Wonder where the weight distribution is in the Mercedes. Why would we look at the moon? I want to see where the weight distribution is.
Oh, that's a lovely arty shot, though.
Exactly. Let's see where the weight distribution is. It's more important. It tells the teams exactly where weight distribution in the Mercedes is.
We have a very upset director now who was absolutely loved his moonshot. The front left wheel is either at an angle or something has broken, but you can see that the front left protrudes slightly. It could be the way the car has got the steering lock on, if there was any. Either way, ain't going any further in the race.
And whatever the car, they couldn't tow the car, so whether that's just the steering lock is on that particular way, he may have come to a screeching halt with lock on. So again, it's one of those mysteries that will only be explained when the cars return to the team.
Right, it's out of harm's way just about. Now you've got to get that recovery vehicle to a place of safety so it can go through the nearest access point all the way around the outside of the circuit, under the track into the paddock, rather than have to go find a gap in the traffic and drive across. All these options for the team here. So full course yellow continues for the moment. The safety car, they're going to get 1, maybe 2 laps of use just to get ready for the restart. There is the safety car. And it has picked up Fuoco, of course. This is the good thing about a full course yellow as well. You don't have to do an instant scramble and risk not getting the right car. The safety car can be out there. Everyone goes slowly. You can find the leader, slot in ahead of him.
And of course, the safety car driver will be in touch with race control, and they will say you are, because there's a circuit tracker that they've got access to, so they know where the lead car is in relation to where the safety car is. So they just tell the safety car driver to get a bit of a move on, a bit of a shuffle, and make sure you catch up to the race leader. As we see, 12 minutes to go.
Right, Bortolotti 6th after that pit stop for the lights. So what we have now is Fuoco from Gounon from Molina, Max Hesse's BMW 4th, top job that, 5th Fred Verviche in 46 Audi, another good effort, and Bortolotti down in 6th. So it could have been a whole lot worse.
I think they've done very well. I mean, I don't know how they've managed to get all the lights to work, but whatever they've done, they would appear to be more or less working, but can't quite see that left front as the wheel askew. Doesn't look right, but it can't
Safety car procedure.
So here we go.
Right, that's now swinging off the circuit behind the barriers. Safety car procedure. And really this is to give them 1, maybe 2 quick laps. We're going to have about, what do you reckon, 8 minutes of racing?
Yeah, maybe 9 at most, but they're going to do 1 lap, and then the pace of the safety car is going to be somewhere, again, the region of 2.5 minutes. So if they do 2 laps, that's 5 minutes, so it's going to be down to, probably around about 8 minutes or so. Oh, no, sorry, could be 6 minutes.
Got to give those.
It's probably going to be near to 8, I would have thought.
Yeah, give those stragglers a chance of catching up at least. And you can see the amount of weaving that goes on. So there is Antonio Fuoco behind the safety car, but I reckon there's going to be so much traffic between him and Jules Gounon that it's almost academic, really.
Yes, I think it is. But it was the only hope that everybody else had. So the way the safety car falls when it picks up the race leader. So in this case, Iron Lynx have been lucky as well as being good tonight.
So they are heading to the end of this lap, so we're certainly going to get 1 more. Big challenge now with 10 minutes on the clock is for everybody else to try to catch up, and some of the teams asking others to be respectful if they're not racing the cars around them, to get out of the way of those that are in a big hurry. So what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, back markers 6, back markers 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 back markers between the leader and Gounon.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
Yeah. It is the best part of the grid, I think, that separates the top 2.
He's so far behind the race leader that it's his bigger concern might be having Miguel Molina.
Yeah.
Depending where he is in relation to Jules Gounon, that could be maybe the highlight of the last 8-9 minutes of this race.
Well, they are about to be unleashed at the end of this lap then, ready to go racing once again. Fuoco, Rigon and Serra. It'll be Daniel Serra's first win in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, be it endurance or sprint. There is Jules Gounon. Well, the gap in terms of time is 11 seconds, so certainly helped in one respect, but there's so much traffic between them.
The cars between him and Fuoco, they're not just going to step aside and say, after you, Jules. And it does not work like that. He might make up maybe half a dozen places if there is cooperation, but we've seen meager cooperation all through the race with some of the back markers. Some have been very good, but a lot of them have just stuck to their lines.
And 46 Fred Verviche is still on the tail of Max Hesse, but he's struggled to be able to overtake the BMW. Well, I was suggesting 8 minutes. It's going to be just under when we go racing.
Good guess.
Not too bad,
Good guess.
So here we go then.
So Foucault slows the field down, and then he'll make his jump to sprint away.
Behind him is 87, Mercedes. Now, Thomas Drouet is second in silver, but because he's trapped behind the overall race leader, it means that treble 7 Fabian Schiller has got a clear ride to the back of the
Green
field.
flag,
back of the
green
queue,
flag.
And therefore gains a lap virtually over the second place
Drouet.
car.
Okay.
So Drouet in the wrong place relative to the race leader. That's gone against him. So here we go. 7.5 minutes on the clock. Up towards the green flag we go. Last roll of the dice for Sam to gain ground. We are back racing at Paul Ricard then. 7 more minutes into the night. And through goes Foucault straight away to build that gap. And Jules Gounon goes through 6 seconds behind now, but still with an awful lot of traffic to make his way past. There he is with that little blue light on top of the car. So Gounon is close, but he's not going to get there in time, I fear.
But David, to quote you many, many times, safety cars breed safety cars. Is it conceivable we could have, with what, 6.5 minutes or so to go, we could have a further safety car?
Certainly possible. You saw 98 there, Nick Yellerly making a move against Maxime Martin, and Fred Verveech coming under attack as well as they all scrabble their way out of Saint-Baume. Yellerly was up the inside. There is Gounon, so you've got cars squabbling for position. You've got cars out of sequence on different laps. Look, Gounon has got Molina right up behind him, so never mind thinking about the win. He's got to preserve second place because Molina in the Ferrari, you're riding with him, is right on the back of the Mercedes now. This is lap 173. We're not quite going to get to last year's 182. Won't be far off, but this is Molina. He's on the back of Gounon. Up towards Senior they come, and all of a sudden the Ferrari looks like it might be set to gain a pace.
Certainly got the speed to get up alongside. Whether he's got the speed to carry him forward and get in front of the Mercedes as he goes into scene. Where is Jules Gounon? We can't see him on the inside. Well, there is where he is. He was on the inside, but Mullen has managed just by the, well, but down the inside goes Gounon. No contact.
It's the last thing they need so close to the end, but Molina has done it. He's gone round the outside. He's taken second place away, so Gounon loses out on the restart.
But Molina came so close to getting that right rear tire cut down. That little bit of contact could have been enough to see the 51 Ferrari have to go into the pits with a cut down right rear tire.
Could indeed. Now he's still stuck in traffic. Darts to one side. Gounon tries to go with him, so it's up to Molina to open the door. And Jules Gounon is right there on his tail. 5 minutes on the clock as the leader goes by. Antonio Foucault then breaks the beam. Starts lap 174 now. This is Gounon's view. The Ferrari just up the road ahead. So now we're looking at a 1-2 for Iron Lynx, which will be quite some result. And it's all come about largely thanks to that safety car. But Gounon is staying with the Ferrari as best he can.
But I think when we get onto the straight, the strength the Ferrari has got, we'll see it draw further away from the Frenchman in the 88 Mercedes. So he did the hard yards and got that pass on the restart into scene. It was a bit ugly going into Le Posset, but there was no damage to either car. And now Miguel Molina looks set to make it a Iron Lynx 1-2.
Here they come then on to the Mistral once again. That 174, 4.5 minutes on the clock. So yes, a 1-2 result does beckon, as we've been saying, for Iron Lynx. Gounon is there still in third, doing his level best to fight back. He's 13 seconds clear of Hesse, so that I don't think is going to change. But Gounon there seems to suffer bad luck late race, doesn't he, here? Losing a win a few years ago, losing second this year. Heads now up towards Signe, turns into the corner. And he's staying with Molina, but is that enough to give him an opportunity to fight back? There is the blue lighted Mercedes. Looks like a police car, comes back onto the racetrack. Good scrap going on behind as well, as there the Audi hustles up the inside. That's the 26 Santalot car of Aurélien Panis trying to wriggle through the traffic here.
The big problem Gounon has is if he does get ahead, he knows that the Ferrari has the pace to outrun him down the Mistral straight. So there we are. You can see the gap between the two cars was a half a second. Traffic coming into play again, an opportunity for Gounon if he reads it right, reads it correctly, and down into the final turn onto start-finish straight. So Molina gets through and just frustrates Gounon once more. He's got to find his way around another back marker before he can even think. With just over 3 minutes remaining, you're looking at this lap and probably one more, and that'll be the checkered flag.
That was the Porsche of Alessio Picariello he was trying to get past. The Singapore entry, there's 88 then, so that's Gounon. So he's lost half a second. He's also lost out in the traffic, and Molina then looking so racy now, given this lifeline. He's seized it, he's away and gone. And what are we going to have? It'll be one more lap at the end of this, won't it?
Yeah.
Just under 2 minutes for a flying lap, 3 minutes on the clock a moment ago. And so the last lap beckons this time around. Through there goes 83 Michel Gatting. Now that Ferrari has got itself up into second in the Gold Cup with the demise of 57 Mercedes. That car now takes second in gold, which again is quite a result. And don't forget, that's another car out of the Iron Lynx stable. Badged as Iron Dames, but it's an Iron Lynx car.
Well, I'll tell you what a happy day for Ferrari at the minute.
Yeah. A 1-2 overall, a second in class. What can we offer in Pro-Am? Only third there, but they're on the podium pretty much everywhere you look. Race leaders swoop through senior once again then. 1 or 2 still running way out wide as drivers tired late in the race, miss the odd apex here and there or miss a reference point. And then we do this all over again in the dark for the next round of the Endurance Cup. The Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, the last weekend of July. 88 then is Gounod, and he's still on the back of Miguel Molina. He's being given a hard time by traffic behind, but Jules Gounod has certainly not given up.
No, he's not. There's every reason not to give up because there's still racing to be done. We're coming up to the final lap. We'll go across the line one more time under racing conditions. You never know. Look how close he is coming through that final turn, but the sort of seesaw of getting on the throttle first gives the advantage to Molina, and the run down into turn 1. I don't think Gounod's got the pace to be able to get up alongside and consolidate that overtake and get back his second place.
Well, as far as Iron Lynx is concerned, it is the day of days, isn't it? Spa was impressive with that win by Alessandro Pierguidi, Nicklas Nielsen, Conrad Edgar last year, but different drivers representing Iron Lynx here, but a 1-2 finish is going to be a very good result indeed. And on this evidence, would you bet against them having another win at Spa? Well, right now, there is Fuoco. He's on the Mistral straight for the last time, and I'm struggling to find something that they've done wrong in this race. The pace has been good, the pit work has been good, the reliability has been good, the tyres have been good.
Well, the only thing they might be disappointed in, they haven't had the fastest lap. They got pole position.
Quite.
They've won the race with a 1-2, but they didn't get fastest lap. So maybe they can improve next year, but I think they were going to be very happy team indeed. An outstanding result from Iron Lynx, and both in terms of overall success and in different category.
So this is lap 176. Despite all the interruptions, we weren't too far off last year's record distance and mileage and number of laps completed, but it's going to be a 1-2 for Ferrari. It's going to be a 1-2 for Iron Lynx, and the car of Antonio Fuoco, Davide Rigon and Daniel Serra will be the first one up towards the line, because Antonio Fuoco has a clear road ahead of him. The only thing that he's going to be looking for now is a checkered flag. The clock has hit 0. The last corner of the last lap then of 6 hours of Paul Ricard honours in Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, go to Ferrari to Iron Lynx. Antonio Fuoco brings the car across the line. Fuoco wins with Davide Rigon and Daniel Serra. A great effort. A race that lasted for 6 hours and 24.9 seconds is a 1-2 for Ferrari, 7.8 seconds, the margin at the end of the race. Miguel Molina comes home in second, and Jules Gounod can feel frustrated, certainly, but third is the result for the Acodis ASP team. And in the end, you bear in mind that they were 8.6 seconds off the lead. Well, take off that 15 seconds that they got for the 2 penalties. That could have been a win. All these ifs and buts, but well, there you go.
Unfortunately, motor racing is made up of ifs and buts, but the only thing that really matters is the results, and the results are pretty emphatic here that Iron Lynx have done a superb job to take a first and second overall, as well as a second place in the gold. Is it the gold category? It is the gold category.
Yeah. And we've had a change in Pro-Am on the last lap, because Dominic Baumann has got ahead of Enrique Chavez on the last lap of the race. So it is a win for Mercedes in Pro-Am, but on the very last lap, that change happens. So we didn't see it, but the timing screen confirms Dominic Baumann jumped ahead of Enrique Chavez and went through on that last lap.
I suspect it was a traffic-related situation.
There's the McLaren limping over the line.
Well, maybe it was more than.
Yeah.
Certainly, it's coming to a standstill. I think just at the end of the pit lane exit. So whatever the problem was, that well, it arose appearing on that last lap. But look at the joy in the Iron Lynx team. They've done a magic job all afternoon and all evening, and entitled to be absolutely chuffed.
Absolutely so. There's a very happy Davide Rigon. Welcome back to Fanatec GT. He and Daniel Serra celebrate. We've seen lots of Daniel in world endurance races, but not so much in Fanatec GT events. I mean, World Challenge, but it's really good that he's here and has done that great double stint to tee the car up nicely. The provisional results then look like this. A win for number 71 Ferrari, a win for Serra, Rigon and Fuoco. Daniel Serra, Davide Rigon, Antonio Fuoco defeat the sister car of Nicholas Nielsen, James Collado and Miguel Molina, and third in the end, Raffaele Marciello, Danny Junqueira, who took the fastest lap, and Jules Gounon. Really good effort from Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen and Max Hesse for fourth. Valentino Rossi fifth with help from Nico Muller and Fred Verviche, and after another pit stop with the light drama, Bortolotti, Aitken and Costa. Mirko Bortolotti, Jack Aitken, Albert Costa are sixth. Seventh, the winning silver car of Al-Faisal Al-Zubar, Axel Jeffries and Fabian Schiller. Ninth, the winning gold entry, Ollie Milroy, Brendan Aribe and Frederick Schandorf. And down in 24th place is where you find the winning Pro-Am on that last lap then. Dramas hitting 188 McLaren, and it means that Dominic Baumann, along with Valentin Pierberg and Martin Conrad, come through to score honours within the Pro-Am category. And 30th, first time out in the Allied Racing Porsche, Alex Malikin, James Dorlin and Ben Barker. Dramas costing them 4 laps, but useful experience in anticipation of Spa. And then where do we draw the line to those that actually made it to the end? 38 took the checkered flag in the end, the last of them being the Lorenzo Petresi, Hugo Valenta and Axel Blum driven Audi. We lost the Atemto car, we lost both of the JP McLarens, number 32 from WRT Audi, number 25 out of the Santaloc stable, and of course 2/3 of the Emil Frey Lamborghini entry as well. Perhaps the most significant retirement, certainly early on, was the Maro Engel, Lukas Stolzstein, Schrotthorst Mercedes, out effectively on the opening lap of the race. And of course, we lost the VS Racing Lamborghini even before the race began. So hard luck stories abound. There is Antonio Fuoco, who is about to be given his winner's cap from Ina Pfiffner of SRO, the championship manager. Fuoco helmet off, earplugs out, hands device will come off. There is the car second in silver, Thomas Drouet. And what really went against him was where he was in relation to the overall leader and getting trapped behind it when that safety car came out. There's nothing he could do. That cost him the best part of a lap against his class opposition. So safety cars quite often make things interesting up front, but if the traffic has staggered further back, then it can play an important part, and it went against Drouet for that battle. Antonio Fuoco then race winner, very happy man indeed. Faultless double stint then to round out the race for Iron Lynx, and Antonio Fuoco can reflect on a great drive and a great win with Gemma.
Antonio, congratulations. I know we're waiting for your teammates to arrive here in the pit lane for you to celebrate, but what a race from that pole victory, and so dominant.
Yeah, I think it was really good race. I mean, we managed really well, all of three of us. We did a really good job. We have good pace today. Even the guys on the pit stop today, they did an amazing job, and I'm super happy for this race. I mean, we started from pole position, we scored the maximum points, so I'm really happy at the moment.
You seem to manage tyres very well as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some car, they have some issue with the tyres, so we tried to manage it, we tried to avoid the curb. At the end it was working, so I'm really happy at the moment. So I would like to thank all the team, all the guys, because today they did an amazing job.
A fantastic result for the team, a 1-2 for Iron Lynx, well done.
Thank you.
Very happy Antonio Fuoco then takes the race win. But a 1-2 in a 6-hour race, John, that is, I'm scratching my head to think if we've ever had it in this race, the equivalent when we had it at the Nürburgring. But either way, with a level of opposition, that is quite a crushing display from Iron Lynx.
Emphatic, I would say. I mean,
yeah.
A superb job across the board. Interesting, he mentioned it there. He kept off the curbs, and just wondering, thinking back to all those incidents we saw with tyres and most of them are up at scene, but if you do run curbs, it's not so much as running them, it's the way you run them. And of course, all the curbing here is virtually flat because of the nature of the layout of the circuit. And that can cause a problem. So they were aware that there were problems, and whether the team discussed it, instructed drivers not to run curbs aggressively, I don't know. But you know, it's a good story because they didn't have any problems with either car.
Well, there the celebrations begin because Antonio Fuoco, Daniel Serra and Davide Rigon are reunited atop the winning Ferrari 488, and great effort by them. In the end, a winning margin of 7.8 seconds doesn't really tell the whole story.
No, it doesn't. But I mean, I tell you, you can see with Antonio Fuoco how he looks so, he's not even sweating. So he wasn't even pushing.
What about the Mercedes 88 crew? They're all with Jen.
Boys, I know it's a difficult result for you there in the end, but a fantastic race, and again, showing the strength of the team. Let's come to you, Lello.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point for us in a track where normally we're not so quick. It's a pity some cars overtake out of the track, and I mean, I think the standard of the championship should be higher. There is no blue flag, some yellow flag, no one slowing down. Track limits, they don't check, so I mean, it's a pity because it's a high-level championship, but the standards are not so high, especially when the ducks coming. No one is checking properly, but for sure Ferrari was quicker, so I mean, it's okay for the championship, so we can be happy for P2 or P3, whatever it is, yeah.
Well, it's unusual for you to be so outspoken, but that's absolutely fine. I know frustrating for you there at the end as well, Jules.
It's not frustrating. I just, like Celelo, I am for fair racing, and when you get to overtake outside the track limit, outside the floppy, which is 15 meters outside the track, for me, this is not racing. Like Lelo said, I expected a bit more, but that's the way it is. We are happy with the pace. We are happy with P3. I think the team did a good job, Lelo and Danny also. But yeah, it was a bit disappointing to see how stuff are going on and the race director doing nothing. That's the way it is.
Thank you very much, lads.
And Danny Juncadea's face says it all as well. He looks decidedly unhappy about a result that, as Raffaele Marciello makes the point, it's good for points, but a frustrating result, or disappointing result, nonetheless.
Well, you consider the way that Marciello went in the opening stint. We could have thought, well, maybe this is going to be a Mercedes day or evening, but they're aware of where their car stands here at Paul Ricard vis-a other competitors, other brands, so they're probably not unhappy with third place, but would have liked a higher place.
What about Alan Lynx's second car, number 51? Let's hear from those drivers.
We've got our second place drivers down here with us. Miguel, you finished that race, that final overtaking move. Are you pleased with that? You felt it was a just move?
It was one of my best moves in my career. I was pushing from the first lap to the end to try to score points. This morning we struggled a bit in the qualifying, but we turned over the car for the race, and the last two stints were really good, and just enough to catch the guys in front. Really good move, and P1 and 2 for Ferrari and Iron Lynx.
It's a fantastic result for Iron Lynx. James, Nicholas, a quick word from the pair of you. James, to see the team there 1 and 2 and to get from 9th on the grid up to 2nd is fantastic.
Yeah, weird one. It was strange. I can't believe we finished 2nd. I had a blowout in the fast right-hander, which caused me to spin, and we struggled on pace compared to our sister car. But we'll take it. We'll take 2nd, and it's a great result for the team. So yeah. Mixed emotions, but first podium in this championship. So yeah, happy for everyone.
Congratulations to all three of you. Well done, lads.
Just going back to the Mercedes crew for a moment, you heard from Marciello and Gounon reflecting on being overtaken off the track. Well, of course, they'd lost 15 seconds with assorted penalties, which also was part of the result, though. That wasn't really being addressed.
No, I mean, you're selective sometimes in the way you want to express your emotions. So, I mean, look, you know what my views are on track limits, and funny enough, Jules Gounon mentioned my my views on that, and they said, but you know, so, you know, you win some, you lose some, and understandably, they felt they had a better outcome than getting the 3rd place.
Well, the teams start to pack cars away and equipment away. Some drivers make the dash first thing in the morning to Le Mans, and we will head to the podium very shortly. But before that, let's just remind ourselves of some of the best bits of a very lively 6 hours of racing that began with number 71 Ferrari surging away into the lead of the race. Cars accelerating down towards turn 1, and it was Daniel Serra that headed the pack with Klaus Bachler's Porsche right up behind him as they made the run into the first turn. Everybody got through the first corner safely. It wasn't quite so easy down at the bottom of the circuit, because that's where Mauro Engel was tagged into a spin. There was a second incident round the corner, and that did for the Ethan Simeone McLaren out of the race with big damage, and the Hubert Haupt and Mauro Engel Mercedes were also retired very early on. Up front, Klaus Bachler managed to go around the outside of Serra and take over the lead. Mirko Bortolotti was charging his way up through the field, as well as Mauro Calamia went off the road in the Porsche, came back on, but got a tap in the back from Chris Froggatt Sky Tempesta Mercedes. Valentino Rossi served his first stint, stayed in the car as Charles Weerts had a punctured tyre. Then we lost Klaus Bachler, who collided with a spinning Sky Tempesta Mercedes, and Valentino Rossi's battle with Neil Verhagen ended in a sense with Rossi diving through on the inside, and also Marius Zug nipping past as well. Thomas Trujillo had this big off at senior, the car pirouetting into the tyre barriers and into retirement. Hugh, full course yellow, into safety car, into pit stop time. Drivers cycling through the next stop, and in a number of cases, different drivers getting on board. It's a good battle between Kelvin van der Linde and James Collado up to the next round of pit stops as the light started to fade, and different battles up and down the order started to emerge as pace of cars started to change, as gaps opened up, as other gaps came down, and the race took on a different complexion. But up front, having jumped on the pit stops, we had the 71 Ferrari taking over the lead. A punctured tyre put James Collado into a massive spin coming out of senior. He was lucky to get away with that without damage, brought the car to the pit lane, and ultimately to second place overall. Dries Vanthoor took over number 32. He was also pushing his way into contention until he slithered into the side of number 90 Mercedes, both out with suspension damage, and a hugely disappointed Dries Vanthoor, head bowed, trudged away. It was therefore left to Fred Verviche, number 46 Audi, to uphold the brand's honour. He was busy battling with Matt Tessa. Antonio Fuoco dived through traffic, managed to avoid drama, but behind him we had the clash between two Silver Cup entries. Mirko Bortolotti had a puncture in number 63 Mercedes, limped that back to the pit lane, and the net result of that was that it took out the rear lights, and a further pit stop was called for, dropping 63 into 6th position by the end of the race. As ever in these races, it was all about keeping out of trouble. It was all about surviving to the very end. And the last interruption came when 57 had a transmission failure and stopped trackside so close to the end. Another safety car period called for that bunched up Jules Gounon and Miguel Molina. The two of them ran together. There was contact between the two, but Molina had already gone round on the outside to gain the place, and with it, second position, making a 1-2 for the Iron Lynx Ferraris, with a win for Antonio Fuoco, Davide Rigon, and Daniel Serra here at Paul Ricard in the second Endurance Cup race of this Fanatec GT season. Let's go to the podium then, where the drivers are going to be called forward in reverse order. They're the third placed pro team. Not looking overly pleased about life. Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon and Danny Jonquidea will step forward. Raffaele Marciello leads his co-drivers, Danny Jonquidea and Jules Gounon, up onto the podium. And the smiles are almost returning here, John.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say that was a smile, that was sincere. But anyway, listen, you get over all these disappointments, and you get, as Marcello said, we got more points, and those points are valuable when it comes to the end of the year to tot up the scores each respective driver team combinations of golf.
Indeed so. For second place on the podium, Miguel Molina, James Collado and Nicholas Nielsen. And then for the top step for Iron Lynx, which is represented there on the podium as well, the winning drivers will step forward. Those winning drivers being Daniel Serra, Antonio Fuoco and Davide Rigon, who make their way out as winners of the second Endurance Cup race of the season. Congratulations to others on the podium. The Mercedes crew gracious in defeat as well. And it is a win then for Davide Rigon, Daniel Serra, and for Antonio Fuoco here at Paul Ricard. So congratulations to the winning drivers, the top 3 teams then on the podium, and now the trophies will be presented. And good result for Ferrari, good result for Iron Lynx, and there from Matteo Braga of Pirelli, the trophies presented. Matteo Braga, who is Pirelli's racing activity manager, he will present the trophies to third. 2/3 of third. There's the third trophy that is handed to Raffaele Marciello. Both he and Danny Junqueira are Formula 3 Euro Series champions of seasons past, but together, of course, as a partnership with Jules Gounon, who's had a very good start to his season. There for the second-placed drivers, the trophies go to James Collado, to Miguel Molina, and in a moment, Nicholas Nielsen. There's the third trophy being brought forward. This is going to be Roberto Rossi of Fanatec, who will hand over the trophy to the winning team. Iron Lynx, absolutely no question about that winning team. There is Roberto Rossi, who presents the trophy. He's the head of esports at Fanatec. And then the winning drivers await their trophies. And once more, Roberto Rossi steps forward with these huge trophies for the winners, for Daniel Serra, for Davide Rigon, for Antonio Fuoco. Trophies are handed over. There's the last one brought forward now. We're back to proper full podiums. Gone are the days under the pandemic of drivers collecting their trophies, stepping forward for a photo and shuffling off again. Proper celebrations then as the drivers hold their trophies aloft. The champagne is at their feet as well. As soon as all the photographers are happy, then the indication can be given that it is champagne time, and it might be nearly 20 past midnight, but it's never too early for champagne, is it? So the spray will start, and Antonio Fuoco, Daniel Serra, and Davide Rigon celebrate victory here at Paul Ricard. So let's have a quick look at how points look, because with extra points on offer for this elongated race, Daniel Serra, Davide Rigon, and Antonio Fuoco now are 1 point ahead. They're on 38 to the 37 of Danny Junqueira, Jules Gounon, and Raffaele Marciello. James Collado, Miguel Molina, and Nicholas Nielsen have had a good result to be third ahead of the non-scoring Charles Weerts, Dries Van Voor, and Kelvin van der Linde. Non-scoring other than their pointing class for pole position. And very disappointing for Stolz, Scotthorst, and Engel, out so early in the race. That car barely registering at all. I think it managed to do a grand total of 17 laps, but it was so far off the pace anyway after a 2-lap pit stop that it was never in the hunt, and the damage eventually putting them out of the race. So Daniel Serra, Davide Rigon, and Antonio Fuoco leave as the winners and also as the championship leaders now. So one of the 4 podiums done, and the next one that we will turn our attention to as the drivers are being called forward. Remember, we've got the Pro-Ams, the silvers, and the gold. That is the silver podium, where for third place you have Finlay Hutchison, Diego Menchaca, and Lewis Proctor. For second place, stepping forward will be Casper Stevenson, Thomas Drouet, and Tommaso Mosca. Tommaso, who was victorious in the esports race yesterday, which therefore gave points to the Acodis ASP team. And then the silver winners will be the Almanar Racing by HRT team of Faisal Al-Zubar, Axel Jeffries, and Fabian Schiller. Out they come. The first silver win for the Almanar Racing by HRT squad, and the combination of Faisal Al-Zubar, Axel Jeffries, and Fabian Schiller for the top step. And that's some consolation for the Haupt Racing team after a pretty frustrating day all round. Well done then to the winning drivers. And 777, John, seemed to be one of those cars, and it's an awful phrase, I know, but it flew under the radar, but it just pieced together a good, solid run and was there when it mattered.
Well, first of all, someone has to.
Yes, true.
And, I mean, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. But they did a great job getting that car up to winning its class. And, I mean, people like Fabian Schiller, certainly, and Axel Jeffries, known talents, but nevertheless a great team effort across the board. And they will be, I'm not saying they're going to be surprised, but they will most certainly be delighted with the outcome. And for Hoop, who had a more disappointing race with his own personal entry, some consolation.
You made the point also during the course of that race that it's not where you are at the 1 hour mark, or the 2, or the 3, or the 4, or the 5. It's where you finish, and that's very true in the case of that Mercedes.
It's true in, I would say, all but one race in the world. At Spa, 6, 12,
and 24.
24.
Yeah.
But there are points, and that's a critical difference between other endurance races and Spa. So, but here, if you're not a car that's, a pro car that's likely to win the race, just hang around and keep out of trouble. The race-winning car didn't hang around, but kept out of trouble, didn't cut down tires. I mean, it's not rocket science, but I make it sound very easy. It's not. But I think on occasions things can be complicated by irrational moves or whatever, both in the pit lane or on the racetrack.
Well, there are the checks to the season-long entries presented by Pirelli to the top 3. 2 sets of tyres to second and third, 4 sets of tyres to the winners, which might not sound a huge amount, but it's a fair chunk of budget, that.
Well, when you think about the tyre budgets for the 24 hours of Spa, we were just talking about it, tyre budget is astronomical.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to use probably the best part of 24 sets in the race itself, plus whatever additional sets you have then for the running on Thursday and Friday. And then, of course, now we've got Super Pole and Super Pole, and then we're going to do something even better than that.
Well, there, Finlay Hutchison from his 3rd place celebrates, but a great win in the Silver Cup for our Faisal Al-Zubar, Axel Jeffries and Fabian Schiller here at Paul Ricard. So the podium is dressed ready for podium number 3. Let's have a quick look at the silver drivers' points. Well, it puts Al-Zubar, Jeffries and Schiller ahead by 2 points from Benjamin Goethe, Thomas Neubauer and Jean-Baptiste Simonard, who did get to the end, but they were 4th in class, so they scored, but that was perhaps one that got away. Thomas Drouet, Thomas O'Moscow and Casper Stevenson now 3rd in silver. But again, it's finely balanced going into the Total Energies 24 Hours of Spa, and as John rightly says, in that you get points at the 6-hour mark, the 12-hour mark, and of course the end of the race. But quite often you'll find teams, as we saw last year, keeping the slower driver out of the car until the other side of the 12-hour mark to try and maximise the points available.
Listen, if there's points available, you don't put your weakest drivers in the car, you put your strongest drivers in the car.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, then that has a knock-on effect, because that might be 6 hours at Spa would be, what, 10:30-ish? Then 12 hours will be 4:30-ish. So the first 6 hours comes into darkness. Second 6 hours comes as you're just beginning to come out of darkness. Hard to choose who you want to put in your car on those occasions.
It is, isn't it? We've got the Gold Cup podium underway. We're 3rd on the podium already, right? Chiro Tomita, Arnold and Maxime Robin. 2nd, there are the Iron Dames, Michel Gatting, Sarah Bovy and Emil Frey. And then the winners of the Gold Cup for the Inception Racing team. Really, really good job this. Ollie Milroy, Brendan Arieb and Frederick Schandorf step forward for Inception Racing. And they've made the other McLaren teams look pretty ordinary out of that. That's just been a really, really impressive job. And a relatively young team, fully deserving a good result.
Absolutely. And, it's a small operation, and they've done a superb job. They've won their class. Again, the car looks pretty immaculate, sitting down Parc Fermé.
Well done to Inception Racing, to Frederick Schandorf, to Ollie Milroy, and to Brendan Arieb. The McLaren wins the new for 2022 Gold Cup. And a top job done, as once more Matteo Braga steps forward with the trophies to Maxime Robin, to Arnold Robin, and there in the middle, Ricciero Tomita. In one of the surviving WRT Audis, the team certainly didn't have an easy run of it in that race.
No, that's one of those races they'll not want to forget it, they want to learn from it, because it's important, all the things that have gone wrong, to make sure they don't occur again, and normally WRT doesn't make those mistakes a second time, and you know, particularly in the case of the 32, might say the principal car in that group, for its disappointment, that was a bitter pill.
Second place trophies presented there to the Iron Dames. Rahel Frey, Michel Gatting, Sarah Bovey. The team's trophy handed over to Inception Racing, and then the winning drivers in this Gold Cup received the Fanatec presented trophies from Roberto Rossi, the head of esports at Fanatec. Big partners of not only World Challenge but also the GT2 series, and of course of the esports competition that we had on site yesterday, and we'll have at all the Endurance Cup rounds. Well done, Frederick Schandorf, Brendan Arieb, Ollie Milroy win the Gold Cup here at Paul Ricard. And that means that we have just one more podium to go. There's also a chance to reflect on the Gold Cup points, because scoring well there, the Inception McLaren drivers will certainly have benefited from that at the end of 6 hours of racing here. The champagne is sprayed. The podium in a moment will be made ready for the next and final podium. And remember that the championship, back in Sprint Cup form, heads to Zandvoort in 2 weeks' time. So Ollie Milroy, Frederick Schandorf and Brandon Arieb tie with Robert Renau, Ralph Bone and Alfred Renau at the top of the standings. 10 points up on Alessandro Balzan, Hugo Delacour and Cedric Sbrazzioli. Rahel Frey, Sarah Bovey and Michel Gatting are next, a further 6 points back within the Gold Cup of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. So the final podium is going to be for the Pro-Ams, where stepping forward for third place will be the Ferrari drivers from the AF Corsa stable of Stefano Constantini, Louis Machiels and Andrea Bertolini. Second place with a steering issue, we understand, on the last lap, the McLaren drivers Alexander West, Miguel Ramos and Enrique Chavez. And the winners of Pro-Am, Dominic Baumann, Valentin Pierberg and Martin Conrad. There are the third place drivers stepping forward. Then the Ferrari drivers, McLaren drivers will take the second step. Mercedes drivers will stand on the top step of the podium. And honours to Dominic Baumann. But at the end of a great 6 hours of action at Paul Ricard, thanks for your company this evening. From Gemma Scott, John Watson, Ben Constanduras and David Addison, for now, it's good night. So the drivers on the podium, on the far right for third place, the AF Corsa team, Garage 59 on the left, and SPS Automotive Performance victorious here in Pro-Am. So well done then to the SPS Automotive Performance team. Pro-Am, perhaps the one with the biggest sting in the tail, John, that lead change on the very last lap of 6 hours.
Well, takes you back to the days when Bentley were beaten on the last lap.
Absolutely, yes.
By Lexus. I mean, how disappointing can you feel? You thought you got your deal done. You're going to stand on the winner's step on the podium. And then what turns out to be a steering issue. Interesting to find out what that actually is. Caused the McLaren to lose it to the SPS Mercedes. Yeah, it's a pretty bitter pill, I would say.
Well, there are points at least. It might not be the win, but there are points that are scored. So it could be a lot worse. And at least the driver's got some mileage in, which isn't the case for everybody. Lots of people come here looking forward to a good 2 hours at least of racing track time. Many never got even in a car, did they? So that's the biggest frustration of all. So there the trophies given to, for third, Louis Machiels, Stefano Costatini and Andrea Bertolini. For second place, Enrique Chavez, Miguel Ramos, Alexander West, and Roberto Rossi from Fanatec hands over the trophies now to the winners, to Valentin Pierberg, to Dominic Baumann, and to Martin Conrad. And the checks will be presented too. They've got the trophies. But a really, really good result for the SPS Automotive Performance team, a squad that has got better and better and better season on season in the championship. The Garage 59 team are off to bed. They take the champagne and run, but others have got other ideas because it's Ferrari versus Mercedes on track and on the podium with the champagne. Or whether that's taught us anything about a form guide for Spa, John, I rather doubt, but it's been a very, very interesting race throughout the 6 hours.
Well, totally different race, totally different circumstances. Obviously, weather is a major part of Spa. You never know which season you're going to get in which hour of the day. And it's just an entirely different, I mean, we've done 1/4 of a 6-hour race in Spa-Francorchamps, so take what you get at Spa and walk away happy.
So the Pro-Am standings at the end of this put Valentin Pierberg and Dominic Baumann into the category lead, ahead of Enrique Chavez, Miguel Ramos and Alexander West. Andrea Bertolini, Louis Machiels and Stefano Costatini next, ahead of Martin Conrad, who's only done this race. The absent Ian Loggy, he's been replaced by Martin Conrad for here. He's next, ahead of Alessio Piccirillo, then Ivan Jacoma and Nicky Luttweiler, heading the standings in the Pro-Am competition. And of course, not only do we have the Drivers' Championship, but there is also the manufacturer points, because you have this series as part of the Global Championship, and Mercedes holding firm in the lead ahead of Audi, but a very good haul of points for Ferrari, and it's a different point structure in the Global Teams Championship, brings Ferrari closer to the mix as well. So Paul Ricard has yet again given us drama, given us talking points, and given us some fine racing along the way. In 2 weeks' time, we take our buckets and spade to the seaside, and we're at Zandvoort for the next Sprint Cup round. Endurance fans join us at the end of July when we head to Spa. From all of us here at Paul Ricard, thanks for your company. See you in a couple of weeks. Bye for now.